Every few months, a new AI model is getting launched. Every week, businesses are experimenting with new digital capabilities. Every day, the consumer expectations continue to evolve. Yet, amidst all this technology advancement, one thing which has become increasingly clear is that technology alone doesn't create growth. Growth happens when organizations are able to rethink the way they work. When marketing speaks the language of data, technology works hand in hand with business, and the teams stop operating in silos and start making decisions on a shared understanding of the customer. This is why the conversation has truly shifted. Digital transformation is no longer about adopting just the latest tools. It is about rewiring the entire organization itself. Today, firms forging ahead are the ones who can integrate technology into the fabric of their business, connecting those people, processes, as well as the platforms to make faster decisions, build stronger customer relationships, and create sustainable growth. The philosophy sits at the heart of this year's theme, and we'd like to reiterate that rewiring the organization for tech powered growth. I think what a fantastic theme to have for this very edition. Over the course of today, we'll explore how forward-thinking organizations, like many who participate today, are using technology not just to automate the task, but to fundamentally rethink the way they acquire customers. We're talking about building those brands, driving creativity, and strengthening trust and unlocking new opportunities for growth. From discussions on data privacy or the consumer ownership of AI, creativity, organizational transformation, and unified data ecosystem. Today's conversation reflects the question that are occupying boardrooms across industries. So kudos to the team who has created and curated this IP because a lot has gone behind this year's theme. And couldn't be better to have an occasion of conversation than today as we celebrate the 10th edition of TechManch, a decade of bringing India's brightest marketing and technology leaders to decode the future of business. TechManch is proudly presented by the Exchange for Media Group, and with this year, ladies and gentlemen, Exchange for Media completes 26 years of shaping conversations across media, marketing, technology, and business transformation. 26 years. For the 26 years, Exchange for Media has served as a platform where ideas are debated, innovations are celebrated, and industry leaders come together to shape what's next. And today's milestone edition is made possible because of each and every one of you present here today. The leaders, the innovators, the partners who continue to push the boundaries of what's possible. Before we begin this exciting day of conversations, I'd like to acknowledge and thank all our esteemed partners whose support has made TechManch 2026 possible for us today. Code powered by partner Saptarushi, Sovereign Audience Marketplace, Consumer First, built for brands, designed for publishers. Gold partner Truecaller, take the right call. Associate partner Z Media, India's largest news network. Associate partner, Bidwid, bid optimization for smarter media planning. I'd now like your attention on the screen as we have the partner presentations.
How Campus stood out and strengthened their brand positioning with Truecaller ads. Campus shoes had everything a brand could need: a sharp campaign, a powerful tagline, a face millions trust. The focus was to move your way, a brand recall. In today's dynamic digital environment, environment, capturing meaningful attention is what builds lasting recall. So, Campus turned to Truecaller ads, where brands appear in trusted, high-attention moments. Using Truecaller's one of the most engaging ad formats, the after-call screen, ACS, the message arrived right when the user paid the highest attention. Impossible to miss. Results? Visible spike in attention lift, message association, recall lift, trust lift, confidence lift. Here's what the client has to say.
Campus has always been about self-expression and individuality. With Move Your Way, we wanted to bring this alive in environments where attention is real and engagement is natural. Truecaller provided that context, helping us reach our audience meaningfully while reinforcing our brand positioning.
Truecaller ads. We don't just promote, we drive measurable business impact. Planning your brand's next campaign? Take the right call for your brand with Truecaller ads.
The world is changing. The headlines are shifting. The future is being written every day. From around the continents, Asia and India, WION brings you the stories that shape our world. Grounded, geopolitical, global. WION. World is one.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive at these times.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances. Power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Every campaign has one thing in common: hidden media waste. Leading brands are already finding it and eliminating it with BidVid. Connect your campaign. Turn on BidVid. Start saving. No targeting changes. No disruption. Just smarter optimization.
Thank you so much to all our partners for encouraging us on this edition. And can we have a big round of applause for them, please? I know each and every one of you has a distinct identity on social media. And we always feel that the dialogue needs to continue post the event and during the event as well. We would encourage all of you, the hashtag is right on top, hashtag e4m TechManch as one word. We'd encourage you to present your thoughts on social media with regards to any of our topics or any favorite highlight of yours today. Let's connect on social media with the @Exchange for Media, be it on LinkedIn or Instagram. We look forward to collaborating with you on the same. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to call upon somebody for our opening note. Well, India's distinguished media entrepreneur, somebody who's a business leader and one of India's most influential voice in media, marketing, and entrepreneurship. Please join our hands together as we call upon the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. My gratitude to Mr. Sudhanshu Vats. Me and Naval met him many moons back. We started Exchange for Media. He'd come from non-media to media. And, what matters, what I say when he's not in the room, and he knows what I say. I just want to express gratitude. Bhavna talked about it is our 26th year. Many people have contributed to our success by believing in us, by giving us their time, patronage, trust, advertising, sponsorships. And I think Mr. Watts is one of them. So my gratitude to you, and people like you have helped us in our journey and helped us build a company, hopefully an institution over the years, and not just a company. So thank you, Mr. Watts, for being here. On 18 June, I was in Bombay, and I was at IWM Buzz annual. It's a B2C on entertainment, and it will become India's #1 entertainment digital platform, and I'm an investor in it. So I was at their event in JW Marriott and did meet into somebody in the lounge who said he's your cousin brother. And, I lashed onto him. So thank you, Mr. Watts. Of course, you've gone from non-media to media and now back to non-media. So welcome, and I look forward to your session on staying relevant in a swipe and skip era, building enduring brands for tomorrow. Mr. Batwal, good to meet you for the first time, and I look forward to your session on data-driven wellness, scaling hyper-personalization in health insurance, and I'll do a conversation with you. My first time. Everyone calls you G-Man, though I don't like shortening names. So Gautman, good to see you. And again, you were very early in our exchange for media journey. We met you, and you were running the largest media services company. And again, thank you for helping us in the way you helped us. I have met many CMO friends who are here. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Arun Samuel, who's the chairman and managing director of Wings. Arun is based in Bangalore. He's come specially for the event, and his team. Arun started in events and activation, and he's built a very large company which goes beyond events and activation, but that's where his heart is, literally. He works with some of the leading brands, all our friends. Mr. Batwal, G-Man will talk to you about what's happening in the marketing, advertising, media domain. I will talk to you at a more philosophical level. Of course, the last few days, one thinks that what are we doing in life? What are we doing in society? Is making money and running a company the only thing important, or there's more to it? And, it does bring in the issue of moral compass. My 22-year-old daughter hauled me into a room day before yesterday and said, as a media company, you should be doing much more to cover the protests in Delhi. And she said many other things which I'm not saying here. And of course, she wanted to go to the protests. And clearly, that's the sentiment of young people. Okay, my 18-year-old son also, had a similar sentiment. But of course, the emotion my daughter brought to. So clearly, there is a lot of genuinity, and there is a lot of organic momentum in the angst. And since I was preparing for today, and I will talk to you about themes that are always on my mind. This is the old cover. This came out, I think, 6 weeks or 8 weeks. I can't be sure. You can see the date. When you look at what is happening in Delhi over the last 5 days, or look at what has happened in the last 60 days in terms of the examination paper leak, it's not just about an examination paper leak. It's about aspiration, and it's about jobs, and it's about growing disparity between rich and poor. And I was reading on the way to Bombay yesterday, and I was reading an op-ed in Mint, and there was a researcher who talked about they've looked at how AI is creating more wealth for more experienced professionals. It has data, right? So younger ones are falling, and so the protests are not just about the NEET leak. They're not just about some angst with society. They're also about the future. They're about jobs. And again, I was looking at the job data. It's not very encouraging over the last few months. I was looking at job data both in India and the US. And I thought the biggest thing is can the leaders here be job creators? Right? is, digital will grow, not grow, brands will be built. Pidilite is a great company, great brands, relevance, and, very responsible. I have met the founder once. you know, they're just the quality of professionals, and, the maturity with which the company runs is outstanding. But how do we go beyond just running a profitable company or an impactful company? Can we create more jobs? And I'm sure all of you are. That will happen when we create more impact. There is a jobs apocalypse, and that's there in India, that's there in the US, of course. The Economist talks more on a global level, but it's true for India. Second is, 3 days back, the price of oil was $95 a barrel. It is crossed 100 last night. We don't know where it's headed. And I was talking to Mr. Tyagarajan of Blue Star late night, day before, and he said to me, I asked him, how did the summer go? And of course, they were expecting the best summer they've ever had in March. They had ordered more, inventory, and they had activated their supply chains. And then the war happened, and the war did lead to a consumer sentiment which is tepid, okay, or definitely less enthusiastic. And then he explains to me the impact of the dollar rising. He explained to me the impact of the commodity prices going up, because there's copper that goes into an air conditioning. And he explained that he has a 16% disadvantage with some large companies, Japanese, who get money at 0% or 1% or 0.5%. And he said to me, and I want to, there is optimism. I believe I am a person who stays hopeful all the time, overexcited, even in the night at 2 a.m., at 8 a.m. I mean, I'm a hairless, toothless infant, right? And he said to me, if it continues for another month like this will be the worst economic distress in 7 years. It'll be worse than economic activity in COVID. And he runs a large company. And he doesn't make extreme statements. So, clearly there is the new shape of war which is impacting what is happening. So we have to think beyond that. And then, I love magazines. Magazines are still relevant. They build themselves into, so, I do buy Indian magazines. This is the cover of the Time magazine 6 weeks back. And I stumbled upon a similar cover from Time. I was at the Habitat, waiting for somebody in the lounge, a journalist friend of mine who lives next to Habitat. And 2 years back, I read a similar issue. It's an ocean issue. And it basically talked about how there is a huge climate issue and how oceans can be part of the solution, they're part of the problem. It talked about, if our oceans are not safeguarded, it's not good for us. And you don't have to be a expert on sustainability or climate change, but you know what's happening with our temperatures, right? You can feel that. So clearly, the three biggest issues right now are, first is jobs, and how do you deal with the aspirations of younger people? Second is clearly, how do you de-risk your business and your brands with what's happening in the environment? Because it is genuinely yo-yo and VUCA, right? And the third is, while we do this, how do we make sure that we really reduce the carbon footprint or our responsible organizations and leaders in terms of sustainability? As digital grows, as AI grows, as data centers grow, the amount of water usage, the amount of electricity usage, and the amount of, converting forest lands into economic centers is growing, which has its impact. So clearly, there are business leaders in the room. I do want to address that we have to think beyond, the clicks and how much money you save, Raj, and so on and so forth. I love books. I do buy a lot of books. I don't read all of them. But this is a book I read 6 weeks back, maybe 4.5 weeks back, and I started reading. I read the first chapter again on the flight yesterday. And, I've read every book by Jim Collins, and, I am a compulsive book buyer. And I will send you the book. I promised you on 18 June, right? And it said what to make of a life. Mr. Watts I have known for a while, and I can say that while he is very focused on the businesses he runs, but he is also a great role model for leaders in terms of ethics, in terms of overall conduct. Okay, and I'm sure he does think about the issues that I'm talking about and what is happening to our urban cities and what is happening to the moral fabric in society. Money has become the most important thing. It shouldn't be. It should be one of the important things. It should be the byproduct of everything. Money, all of us are chasing money. I mean, I'm no different. You're not different. We may be less, more. And it's a lovely book about, he's done research on personalities over many years and looked at their lives, mostly American, but some non-American. And what were their lives and triggers and, epiphanies in their life or moments in their life who made the Nobel Prize winners very famous people and some not so famous, but very interesting people, very ordinary but extraordinary in their impact. And it basically says, don't worry about money. It says, make your hobby your profession, you don't have to work. But it's the interesting storytelling. I think the larger question at my age I'm asking is, what is that? I mean, I love I still feel E4M can be very big, and it should be beyond me and Naval, and I'm not that hands-on, but I love a story on E4M when I get one or read one. But I want to do more things than just doing a story or building business world or building E4M. And it's a book I recommend. This is a cover we did in May. We did a story on Business World on 7th May that Mr. Adani will reach a settlement. You must follow the Business World handle. Again, the world is a very different place with a president that is unpredictable and very different than anything we've seen. So it's a plug for Business World. But I want to come to my favorite book, and that's the book I'm sending you. It's a book, Sudhanshu, have you read it? So it's a book called Fluke. I've been talking about it for 18 months. And now I did upgrade my presentation. It's a book I read October end 2024. My mother had just passed away, and the publisher sent it to me. I was at home. It came to the office, and then I bought maybe 1,000, 2,000 copies of it and gifted. It's a book which says that while we put so much effort, and we should put in the effort because we don't know what's in. And I was thinking about whatever we've done right or I have done right, whatever I've not done right, if I've not put in effort, maybe I'm old-fashioned. I feel I need to put in effort. But the book says that we give ourselves too much credit for our success or sometimes for our failures. And it's lovely storytelling. It's the best book I've read in 18 months. It basically says everything is serendipity, luck, chance. Urdu jinko aati hai, tukka. Fluke means tukka, right? And I'm a Hindu, I go to temples. It's preordained, prarabdha, whatever you want to call it. But there are lovely stories, some sad, about that everything is preordained. So do the right thing. Give yourself, be humble, give yourself less credit for. In my life, how me and Naval started Exchange for Media, how I acquired Business World, how I met some of the people in this room, is all fluke. It's not planned. Last night I didn't do justice to. I slept at about 2:30 a.m., which is not my normal time, and I had to write a book review for a friend which I was supposed to do on Monday, and I had to introduce him to some people. So Sudhanshu, I will introduce him to him today. He is the CEO at Noise, the young guy. He's written a lovely book. It's called The Average Advantage. I was reading it, and in simple terms, it talks about the power of compounding. He said you don't have to be extraordinary to do well, which is what Mr. Collins is saying in his book. It's being consumed with an idea and giving it your all without worrying about money or everything else. Sleep is the most important thing. I think all of us compromise it. I maybe twice a week I also compromise on it, but mostly I sleep before 12, mostly around 11. And yesterday I was answering mails till late because I was up writing his review, and once I was on my iPad, I was on my. But I think the most important thing, I take better decisions when I sleep. I eat less, I talk less, I'm calmer, I'm nicer to myself, I'm nicer to everyone. And we know this. At our age, we know what is right, what is wrong. It is about reiteration. This is a book. So whatever you do, sleep 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. You want to lose weight, sleep more. You want to be kind, you want to take. I think I'm reiterating, you know this, but sometimes we forget what we do. Now, since our TechManch is there, in the evening we have IDMA. IDMA got more than 1200 or 1600 entries. Shraddha has curated. We had a jury panel which was a star-studded 27 MDs and CEOs of very large companies in this hotel spending whole day to judge. And before that, about 45 CMOs, pre-screening and bringing down that to about 240, 250. So that's there. So just to contextualize, this is a McKinsey study, and it says that which will be the biggest industries of tomorrow. Of course, e-commerce will be 20 trillion. It says in 2040. It may happen earlier, and in my hunch or estimate, it will happen much earlier. The way it talks about AI software being 4.5 trillion, client cloud services 3.4, electric vehicles 3.2, digital ads 2.9. So digital advertising, we are at about 700 billion, right? Osman, out of 1.1 trillion addicts, we are at about point. So it will grow in the next 13, 14 years. It is saying it will become 3 trillion. Okay. In the next 13 years. That's significant. Semiconductors, autonomous vehicles, space, cybersecurity, so on and so forth. Of course, singularity was predicted in 2034, but I'm sure it'll happen before that. As this is a digital forum, I want to just say that we are spending much more time on our digital devices, whether it's an iPad, it's a phone. We are watching more and more content or consuming more content on our digital devices. But I want to say that as digital grows, the value of physical touch, we could have done this on video technology. We have a full house at 10 a.m. Now maybe 10:25, right? The value of human touch grows. I must say, Raj, you know that there is a lot of wastage on digital. There is a lot of digital fraud. There are bots. And there are other issues. And I wrote a piece about ratings 10 days back, giving solutions for the ratings issue, which both as an advertiser and as a media owner, Sudhanshu, you've been in both. And I said, if you don't bring Meta and Google mandatorily to share their APIs, what is the point? They're 45% of the Indian market. And the government should, I'm not for, in fact, I'm going to write a piece on that government should get out of education. Totally. Give it to very credible players. So I'm not for government, but in this thing, the government should make it mandatory because they don't give you access. They give you some logs which are not first party logs, and so clearly, as digital grows, the value of human touch, physical touch, you look at the gig economy, you look at the newspapers, you look at even magazines, our advertising may not be the same, but it's quite healthy. Look at the balance sheets of listed newspaper companies. Of course, the newsprint price has gone up in the last 1 month, which has created havoc. But look at Bhaskar's profits. So clearly, the value of human touch is growing. While digital has become a medium to reach, we must look at what works in digital and what doesn't. Those are experts. You will talk. I want to end by saying this is a book I read 10 weeks back, and I put it in my bag and I'm carrying it again. I've lost one copy somewhere. The third copy I bought. It's about beyond belief. It says, if I reprogram my beliefs, I can be anybody. I can achieve anything. There's nothing impossible. And it's again the storytelling. I mean, we know the ideas and concept. Of course, he's written a book called Distracted and many other books, but it's a lovely book. Books are about storytelling and ideas and new people. And so I want to end by recommending this book. At Exchange for Media, as Bhavna said, it is our 26th year. I sometimes feel we've just started. We have the best team in the business. Michelle, I can see Asha, I'm not sure where is Ekta, Neetu, Sayogita, lots of colleagues who worked. This conference has been put together by Shivani. So Shivani, kudos to you. I want to end by saying that the value of human life is much more than digital. And we have to to focus on human value and contribute to society and not just make an impact, brands, businesses, or money. I think if we can, the young people in the last 6 days have shown they're braver than us. They are not a woke generation. I was talking to Nawal. He said they are politically only 5-6%, so they are not that relevant. Because if 800 million people are getting dole or food free, they're not really that impacted or bothered. But the fact is, they've shown that they are not a woke generation. They worry about the future. They're concerned. They can take action, and they can put themselves through discomfort. I think I have to learn from that. I'm talking to myself. So I wish you luck while you build businesses and brands. And in the evening, we'll have our IDMA from 5:30 till about 8. Uh, we will have all the brands that have won in the room. I wish you luck and thank you for helping us build Exchange for Media. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batral. Let's once again give him a big, big round of applause, setting the perfect tone for today's conversation. Now, our first keynote speaker is a leader who has defined by building enduring brands and transforming businesses across industries. The topic of conversation is about staying relevant in a swipe and skip era, building enduring brands for tomorrow. Our leader is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, somebody who brings over 3 decades of leadership experience across FMCG, media, and manufacturing. Before taking over as the managing director of Pidilite Industries, he successfully led organizations including Viacom 18 and EPL Limited. Spent 2 decades at Hindustan Unilever, where he played a pivotal role in shaping and growing iconic brands such as Surf Excel, Dove, Lifebuoy, Lux, Rin, and Lipton, to name a few. Today, he leads Pidilite Industries, home to some of India's most trusted brands. Brands that have remained relevant across generations by continuously evolving with changing consumer needs. Hence, his keynote couldn't be more relevant to the times we all live in. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we call upon our keynote speaker, the Managing Director, Pidilite Industries, Mr. Sudhanshu Vats. Thank you so much. A very good morning.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My friend Anurag, Nawal, team from Exchange for Media. It's indeed my pleasure to be here with you. Let me first start by congratulating you on the 26 years and 10th year of this flagship event. So a big round of applause for Anurag, Nawal, and many of you, I think, the entire team that has built this. And I think my best wishes, may the journey continue. Before I start talking about, what I wanted to talk, I was reflecting on Anurag's, keynote opening address. And I think it is indeed absolutely true that AI or technology, climate, and geopolitics is shaping our world in a way that if you were to ask the same question about even 2 years back, definitely 5 years back, nobody could have ever thought that this is going to happen. Nobody would have predicted the pace at which AI has grown, the fundamental movements from the threat on climate or what can be seen by a common person. It was always getting debated at that point in time. And one had started to believe that wars are a thing of the past. I'm talking about if you were to go 4 or 5 years back. And today, all of that has changed. But what I want to do leave, and before I start on the topic of the day and to reflect on what Anurag was talking about, is I am an eternal optimist, and I have a very, very strong belief in the goodness of humankind and human race. I also feel that there have been such fundamental seminal moments in the past, in the history, although there are some people who are saying that this is different, this will be tremendously discontinuous. But having said that, I think moments of fire, moments when wheel came in, moments when steam engine came in, moments when electricity came in, moment which some of us in the room know when internet came in, have all sort of, allowed humankind only to progress. And my belief is that this time around, it cannot be and should not be any different. And on that note, I would like to then talk about the topic of the day, which I basically want to address to you on while we talk of technology. And I think that's where I'll borrow a few themes and thoughts from what Anurag said. And by the way, we had not exchanged any notes, let me tell you, but it is sheer coincidental in the way I'm going to talk about. So you will hear from me. First of all, as we talk about the E4M TechManch and digital, and we talk about staying relevant in a swipe and skip era, I think we should remember that the era may be swipe and skip, but our job as business builders, as brand builders, as marketeers, is always to build enduring brands, endearing brands. And these brands, and the time which may live in, maybe that of AI, you're right, there could be an attention deficit which people talk about in today's day and age, and there could be an accountability paradox. But having said that, I think the business we are in, or the job entrusted upon us as leaders, does not change. It continues to remain the same, that of building enduring and endearing brands. And that too, and that was the job, if you were to, since the beginning of the world of brands and stories, that was the job about 150, 200 years back. That's the job today. And my belief is that's going to be the job in maybe a decade or even a century to come. And therefore, to me, I want to start with a provocative statement, which is, while we talk a lot about digital and technology, I think digital and technology are going to become more and more, and if they have already not become, they're going to become hygiene and table stake. They are indeed hygiene and table stake. You can get a bit more efficient, something which Anurag was also referring to. You can, but the point is, you've got to, they are unlikely to deliver differentiation. So the first message I wanted to leave you with, and I'll talk about, I think digital is becoming routine. I've taken the liberty of saying it is routine. It has become routine. And therefore, differentiation has to come from somewhere deeper. And that is the first thought I want to leave you with, that digital indeed is there. And it is not to undermine it. And in between, I'll talk a little bit about it, whatever little I know of it, because, some of you in the room know more about it, and will be able to sort of, build on this through the day as we go forward. It is routine, but differentiation will come. And we will talk about this theme, and maybe I'll circle back right in the end. So if digital has become routine, differentiation should come from somewhere deeper. And I think, we nowadays talk about attention span being very low. People just sort of, we talked about skipping, swiping, moving away. The attention span with each generation is going down, and so on and so forth. My request is, we got to reframe this. People are not unwilling to spend time, or youngsters are not unwilling to spend time. And Anurag also spoke about youngsters, and I always believe every subsequent generation is smarter than the previous one, and always builds on it. So therefore, I'm absolutely not surprised with even the events he was narrating. So the point I'm making is that it is not that basically, today's generation is not unwilling to spend time. They are unwilling to waste time. And it's a slight change of framing. So I'm saying it's not, so it's not that. And therefore, what happens is, most marketers will think, because they are unwilling to spend time, I must do something in 6 seconds. And, and some of the big companies, tech companies, also sort of goad you towards that. So 6 seconds, 10 seconds. I think, no, the people are not, they're not unwilling to spend time. They're unwilling to waste time. If you're going to put up something wasteful, this generation has no tolerance for wasting any of this. And in this context, let me first play, and I'm here with you. I represent a company called Pedalite, which has made great ads. I will first and foremost play a few ads for you. A lot of the things I'm going to talk about is also recent, by the way. Most of it is quite recent, barring taking a liberty of a few things which may be a bit more iconic and dated, but most of them are very, very recent. So things done in last 1 year. So therefore, to that extent, everything which I talk about, while it may be a bit paradoxical or contra, but it is very relevant. So let's first play, if we can, Nikhil, my young friend there, if we can play the ad on ferry call Kursi Pe Nazar. What you're playing, okay, you're playing Sharmain Ka Sir. So this is our iconic one, but let me go. Volume can be a bit better, a bit longer.
बढ़ गयो नाम सरमाइन का सोफा हाय रे सरमाइन का सोफा सरमाइन बहन का ब्याह कराइन सोफा पे नवा कपड़ा चढ़ाइन बन गयो वो मिसराइन का सोफा हाय रे मिसराइन का सोफा मिसराइन का लड़का कलेक्टर बनेलू सोफा पे रख जीन चमड़ा चढ़ेलू बन गयो कलेक्ट्राइन का सोफा हाय रे कलेक्ट्राइन का सोफा कलेक्टर की बिटिया लव मैरिज करेली सोफा पे बंगाली किरमिट चढ़ेली बन गयो वो बंगालन का सोफा हाय रे बंगालन का सोफा बड़ा घरों का ब्याह निपटाओ सोफा 60 का होने को आओ देखी गंगा पार की शादी देखी देश के बाहर की शादी अब कोई ब्याह कराए या न कराए हाय पर सोफा बनाए तो दिल से बनाए.
This is an evergreen, and Nikhil, you played this first, but I think let's say in the context. So I think when we brought this out, this is about 5-6 years old. When this ad came out, by which time already digital had come in, and most people said, "Who does such long? This is like a film you have done. It is, I think, 90-seconder, and who the hell does these long 90-seconder things?" But you won't believe that this was shared in social media over and over again. There were, multiple likes, hundreds of millions of shares, not small by any stretch of imagination. And this is absolutely long form. People are enjoying what it is. It also, I think, so it's got multiple layers. It's got a layer of the culture, which is absolutely, for the people who've seen it, you can see how it's got layer of progression. It's got a layer of hope. I think something, to the demonstrations currently happening. This is quintessential India. So people sort of, you've sort of, and many of us in this room who have sort of been around for a couple of decades or 3-4 decades know that how this has moved. And I think retaining that is absolutely critical to a country like India. Therefore, NEET is a symptom. But the challenge is that we've got to retain that fabric, which is quintessential India, which gives hope, which gives that everybody has a chance, everybody can do something, and we will continuously progress. And I think that's an important piece, and that's what the theme of the thing says. It's very beautifully woven with the furniture, which moves from generation to generation and keeps getting renewed and renovated. So I think that's the piece. But I think most recently the latest Fevicol piece which we have done. So I think this we did 5 years back. The latest one which we've done is again a long ad. And let me first play the ad for you. Can we now play the ad, please?
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे. अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हन की नजर ससुरी की कुर्सी पे, कुतरे की नजर हाय हाय कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे के कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने के कुर्सी पे. अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी
this is done very recently in this last quarter, the quarter one of this financial, and when we aired it on IPL. And I can tell you, let me narrate the story when we took it to the IPL guys and said we want to air a 60-seconder. Anurag, they told us nobody airs a 60-seconder on IPL. Are you guys mad or what? And they actually didn't have a provision for a 60-second. So therefore, we had to work on it and then basically say that this is the time it will come and so on, so forth. So I think, but again, it is so contextual and so important and so rooted in the culture. If you see some of the memes on this, I think when the West Bengal election happened, there was a wonderful meme on it, on the ex-chief minister now, which came to me from all over the world, by the way. So it started coming to me from different parties, and it was user generated. We've done nothing about it, but it's about courtesy. Only yesterday there was a placard on this in the rally there, which again got circulated, which was about the current honorable education minister. So I think basically the thing is that it's basically so it becomes part of culture, and you build things which are enduring and endearing, and you keep them relevant and you keep them topical. But you don't keep them relevant and topical by just being lakir ka fakir, if I could say. We are not digital, and social happens on Fevicol, but Fevicol retains its quintessential ingredients of humor embedded in culture and always storytelling, long form. So I think that's the piece which I'm so the first message I wanted to tell you. But social happens, and all of those things are happening. So it is contextual, it is modern in that context. So that thing remains. I want to then quickly change over, saying that this is not the only way we do things. There are places where product is new, product is the hero. It's easy for us to tell those things, tell few things in exactly 6 seconds, as you may want to hear and want to know. So let me share with you our, a quick reel of about these are short 6-10 seconders on a brand called WD-40. So if you can just play that, please. So you can see, I think there is, these are very quick ones, I think, and partly what the current, if you could argue the current flavor is, the current idioms is, but then this is WD-40. If you have scratches on the wall, there is WD-40. If you have creaking, doors, there is WD-40. If a lock is not opening, there is WD-40. So I think for anything, there is a WD-40. There are 2,000 plus uses. So I think the thing is that, therefore, it is very simple, very clear, and for that context, that is important. Let me also then shift gears. So storytelling to product is hero, very simple, very, very quick, very easy to do, to a brand which is known for instant fix for very long time. And for the people who've grown up on the fish ad of late Shri Piyush Pandey, I think the brand has grown, but I think how do you bring in the contextuality to the younger generation, and how do you play around with AI? I think therefore here we've taken storytelling to now engagement. And I think this is again last 1 year, just less than a year kind of work, which we did on Fevikwik. So it's called the Fevikwik, quick GPT campaign, the AI campaign. And let me first play the first ad for you and then talk about it. So I think brings the relevance. If you can play the ad, please.
क्या खुजली तक नहीं पहुंच रहे आपके हाथ? आपको चाहिए फेविक्विक का नया एआई पैक।
फेविक्विक एआई?
जी हाँ, फेविक्विक अब क्विक जीपीटी के शक्ति के साथ aipack.feviquick.in पे जाओ। पहला आइटम सोचो, दूसरा आइटम सोचो, फिर दोनों को चिपका कर बनाओ एक तीसरा आइटम, जैसे इच मास्टर प्रो। चुटकी में चिपकाओ, कलाकारी दिखाओ।
ये एक वर्चुअल पैक है, असली पैक दुकान में मिलेगा।
So it is basically allowing people to use their creativity to just play with this. And I think it's still about instant fix, but it's about instant ideas, instant creativity. And you won't believe, the 200 million plus views of the ad, but forget the that piece. I think we had the quick, as you saw the website or the progressive web app, whatever, the PWA. We got 5 million viewers, 5 million people visited. But more importantly, close to 1 million or 920,000 to be precise, created something. We got UGC from 923,000, which is like, it is very, very high. I said, how can people, but they were playing around. It was about creativity. They had that ideas and so on and so forth. And we had 26,000 people who had done a detailed this thing and who were finally and won multiple prizes and so on and so forth. So therefore, just to show you how the window and how it can work, and this is about engagement. This is about engagement. It is still about instant fix, but it's also about instant creativity. And it's a little bit more about engagement and with the youth. And I think taking that idea forward on creativity, we further took this up into how you can actually do things creative. And this has become a new norm again, and particularly both with men and women. I'll be wrong with saying only women, but I think in general, people want to create and make things new. I think that's the new thing in the Insta world and so on and so forth. So if you look at the next quick campaign, that further built on this. Again, but this time around, you have the product, you're playing with it. Last time around, it was all on the web. It's all imagination. It's all creativity. So if we can play that the second piece, please.
मेरी मम्मी को टिफिन कलेक्शन का अलग ही शौक है। आज उनके एक डब्बे से DIY करेंगे लंच बॉक्स टू अ ल्यूमी बॉक्स। सबसे पहले डब्बे के आउटर सरफेस पे मेटल प्राइमर लगाया, एक स्टील पाइप के 2 पार्ट्स कट किए और सबको जोड़ के ऐसा स्ट्रक्चर रेडी कर लिया। फिर मैंने व्हाइट चॉक पेंट की बेस लेयर लगाई और लग गया अपने डिजाइन ड्रॉ करने। आज हम कर रहे हैं जयपुर ब्लू पॉटरी, सो इंडिगो, येलो, व्हाइट एंड ग्रीन फिल करके बॉटम पार्ट रेडी कर दिया। फिर मैं लाता हूँ केन रोल जिससे बनेंगे पेटल्स। और अगर आप सोच रहे हो कि बनने क्या वाला है, तो फेविक्विक AI पैक पे मैंने 2 रैंडम प्रॉम्प्ट्स डाले थे, स्टील लंच बॉक्स एंड लैम्प शेड, एंड क्विक जीपीटी ने ये जीनियस सा ल्यूमी बॉक्स आइडिया दिखाया एंड I had to DIY it. पेटल्स रेडी होते ही मैं लाता हूँ एक बोल डिश, इसमें ड्रिल किया, पाइप में अटैच किया और सारे पेटल्स इसके अराउंड लगा दिए। लास्टली सील द पेंट विद वार्निश, होल्डर वायर की कनेक्शन की, एडेड अ बल्ब एंड our ल्यूमी बॉक्स इज रेडी. यूज इट एज अ टेबल लैम्प और एज एन एक्सेंट डेकोर पीस. क्विक जीपीटी हैज एन अतरंगी सोल्यूशन फॉर ऑल. तो आपको ये फेस्टिव रेडी लाइट का आइडिया कैसा लगा, बताना जरूर.
So you can see that basically the same thought you could take it into now finally creating actually, and you've created something very different from what you started with. And I think, and there are in places we've also used influencers. You can see there is an influencer in this particular case. So I think that's the journey which we continued. And so that brings me to my second thought, that as you think about today's world, and it's a world of greater choice, it's a world about measurements, it's about tech, it's about digital technology, there is no one format that wins. It's basically only the format that fits the context. So you saw the example of one company, multiple brands, but different formats to win in this point in time, each doing its job quite well. So the key point is there is no one format that wins, only the formats that fit context is the second thought I want to leave you with. I want to then move on to my third theme, and the area which I want to talk to you a little bit about is to say that, basically the way we understood, and many of us who grew, and even today, I think in the advertising schools and in the management schools, the way things are taught, see, the world is no longer linear. So basically, particularly in terms of particularly marketing and advertising funnel. So I think there is the linear funnel has fully collapsed. So it's no longer about awareness and basically thereafter, getting into having basically making sure that there is awareness, and then there is desire, and then there is action, and the AIDA models, and so on and so forth. So I think all that it's no longer linear. It's not that you do this, and then you do this, and then you do that. it is in today's day and age, you do all of these things together, and they are happening all the time. And the thing about today's age is, and you've heard this phrase as well, it's an always on, always connected kind of time and generation. So you are basically, so when you are on your phone, you are on anything else. So basically, what is happening is there is awareness happening at the same time, but consideration is also happening at the same time. And preference or choice, and all of these could be happening in perhaps seconds, as a matter of fact. Somebody sent this to you. Commerce is evolving into more and more social commerce as well. So you can share what you are doing, what you're wearing, and you can ask your friends, your colleagues, your family, saying, how does this look? Should I take this one, that one? And then you instantly order. So all that is possible. So this thing has fully collapsed. Fundamentals are remaining the same. So, but as you start to look at this paradigm, my request to you and this thing to you is, don't think of this now as linear. Don't, and also be clear that that luxury of time of saying I'll do this first and sequentially build these is no longer there in the new world. You got to build this parallelly. You got to build, so some of those things will happen in you will build that awareness, but along with building the awareness, you can really catch attention. You can get into the set where the people will sort of consider you in the consideration set, and you can move into buy, not buy, and that kind of stuff, which is to that extent the skip and swipe, which we talk about. But in that skip and swipe, the question is that the fundamentals will remain. So don't forget the fundamentals, bring them all together and apply them simultaneously. And I think that's the piece. So that, and human brain is capable of doing this, and particularly this is something human brain is even today better than AIs, let me tell you. But I'm saying, so therefore that I can say with confidence for today, but what happens in the future. So this is a very important piece. Do remember this, and that's because sometimes we get caught, and also same time, don't chase only a fad. So therefore the fad will also not answer it. Keep the context in, but remember that it is no longer linear. And I think if you look at how different things are happening, how influencers are coming in, and so on and so forth, I also wanted to tell you that at Pidilite, the concept of influencers, the way we know them today, you may know them influencers as separately, but we've been doing influencer marketing for decades, for maybe over 6 decades now. Our users are our biggest influencers. We work with a lot of users, with a lot of people who sort of, who've been at the forefront. So you see these lovely ads, you enjoy them, each consumer shares them, but the business for us happens through our influencers, through our users, through our carpenters, through our plumbers, and they are equal advocates, and they basically look at the things, they now share it. And here again, we are using AI quite extensively now, because you could get users to talk about this thing as well. And the great news now is today, for instance, Gottman has done the thing in one language. I can play that in any Indian language with same level of ease and with very credible lip sync in today's day and age. So I think that's incredible, because then they relate to it really well. So I think those are the things which we begin to do as we go forward. And to me, therefore, you would say you come for TechManch and you're not talking anything about tech. So I do want to leave you with this thought, which I think is very, very important, which is that first-party data is central to how we think, not only for marketing, but for business as well. And this perfectly segues to the example I was giving. Our business fundamentally, our business of Fevicol, our business of Dr. Fixit, and now our business of ROF and all that is built a lot around this first-party data. And we've got very rich first-party data. And when I meet marketers, I keep urging them, there is a lot of merit in first-party data, in how you build this, how you work on it. And this first-party data is then allows you to fundamentally play those same things. So it's again about those 5 C's. It's about the consumer, starts with the consumer. It's about content, there has to be content. It's about connections and communities, so maybe communities and then connections, or connections and communities. And finally, it's commerce. And therefore, the last piece I wanted to share with you is from our art and craft business, basically Fevicryl brand, where you will see how we use this beautifully. And we've got a lot of that data and how that is used and how we play out this 5C. So if I can request that to be played now, and so this is the last piece for you to sort of enjoy. case again, what happens here is, see, if you're a human, you are an artist. Let me tell you that. Everyone is an artist. And people express themselves differently. But I think so. Therefore, that is a fundamental truth. And in that, therefore, what happens is that now we built a community where people keep sharing, and then it now starts getting into a little bit into commerce as well. And that is for another day. But I think we built a community which is close to about a 2 million strong community. And I think so, therefore, they keep sharing, they have their ideas, and they're people who are intensely sort of connected. They do a lot of these things. So therefore, this is the stuff, and it's all been done. A lot of it is organic as well. So it's all organic. So in most of these cases, it is organic. It is people who love this. It is for hobbyists, or it's for fence artists, as we call them. And I think this is the stuff this is the phenomena which keeps going on. In the end, I would like to leave you with some of these thoughts. As some of you know, I chair ASCII as well. So to me, I think the fundamental thing about building a brand is also trust. And I think trust basically is equally important. And in today's day and era, when things are changing so fast, sometimes we believe that trust is not important. As a matter of fact, in digital advertising, as we go forward, as we use more and more AI, I think trust is going to become even more important. And therefore, as marketers, do remember that trust is trust is what builds brands. Trust you build credibility, credibility builds trust, trust builds belief, and that's how brands are built. So I think that's a fundamental piece. Never ever forget that piece. And I think therefore, to me, I think basically this is the message I want to leave you with, that content has become easier to create. Everybody is creating content. Everybody's a content creator, and we are creating reels and we are creating content all the time. But I think it's building trust, which is harder. And trust takes time to build. And, as we say in Pidilite, that strong bonds take time to build. But once they are built, they last forever. I think the same thing applies for brands. And I think, therefore, with that, I would like to circle back to what I told you. When digital has become routine, differentiation, I think, in my judgment, will come from building deeper, more meaningful, and most trustworthy connections. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't get carried away only by the swipe or the skip, or measuring only that. Build credibility, build belief, build trust, and build brands. Wish you all the very best, and may India continue to build great brands, and in future build brands for the world that we Indians are proud of, and hopefully world will cheer us on. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we express our gratitude to Mr. Sudhanshu Vats. And may I take the opportunity of welcoming on stage Arun Samuel, the Chairman and Managing Director of Wings Brand Activations Private Limited. Please give Mr. Samuel a warm round of applause. As pleasantries are being exchanged on stage, we'd request Mr. Samuel to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Vats. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Mumbai, let's make some noise as we thank our keynote speaker. Thank you so much. And as Mr. Vats re-emphasized on the importance of building trust, and of course, as he rightly said, that with digital being the routine, differentiation must come from somewhere deeper. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's segue to our next topic of conversation. It's a fireside chat when we're talking about data-driven wellness, scaling hyper-personalization in the health insurance domain. Healthcare is undergoing a remarkable transformation. Today, technology is enabling insurers to move beyond simply financing healthcare to proactively supporting healthier lifestyles through data, AI, predictive analytics, and personalized wellness solutions. Our next session will thereby explore how digital innovation is helping organizations create more proactive, preventive, and customer-centric healthcare experiences. And we've got the person just for that. A founding leader of the company since 2015, he's somebody who's been instrumental in building one of India's fastest growing health insurers through its distinctive health first approach. Bringing in 3 decades of leadership experience, he's somebody who's played a pivotal role in shaping the future of health insurance in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Mayank Batwal, the Chief Executive Officer of Aditya Birla Health Insurance. In conversation with none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Please give a warm round of applause as we welcome our leaders on stage.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. Except for the last 5 minutes, my dad was calling. I missed his morning call, so I did want to talk to him, and he's quite impatient when he calls. So I missed, but I was watching it on the screen outside, and it was an engaging presentation, both from a thought process and the delivery and the videos you showed, the ads. I didn't know about this new product. Can you give Mr. Sudhanshu what's a bigger round of applause? Clapping is good for your heart muscles. Now we have a leader who's, I was preparing for the session and I was looking at his profile and what he's done. First, he's a chartered accountant, right? You did your chartered accountancy in 1993, right? I want to start by asking, you spend a considerable amount of your career in insurance, right? And insurance is still not seen as a must-have. Like an iPhone is a must-have, or a Samsung phone, or whatever. A mobile phone is a must-have. Why should we not have insurance as must-have? The penetration of insurance overall is still very low. And as a leader or as a leading player in this domain, and as somebody who understands this industry really well, I looked at the number of years you've spent in this industry and building companies from scratch. Where do you think we are headed, and what can we do as business leaders or media to be able to get more people to sign up for insurance? As somebody said 2 years back, I read that you're one health issue away from bankruptcy because the cost of healthcare insurance is so big. And my mother passed away 21 months back. I saw personally, I had insurance, so I could, I could pay through it even if it wasn't, I would have. But I realized that, that statement is so true. So what are you doing as a leader, not just of your company, but somebody who's growing the pie?
Yeah, firstly, thanks Anurag, and congratulations to e4m for your significant progress, and thank you for this opportunity. I think it's an important question, and I'll in a way, the answer is in what you mentioned in your address, and also Sudhanshu touched that topic, which is are you creating relevance for the consumer? Because we might kind of create awareness, we might talk about creating some kind of even desire, but converting that into a decision to really convert that awareness and desire into real action on the part of the consumer, there they will touch this whole issue of, is this relevant for me now? And even if it is relevant for me, in the context of the many decisions I have to take, should I prioritize this over many other options that I have to put my money in? So I think that's the first thing that as a category we have to address fully. India is not, one India in terms of consumers that we cater to. Maybe for some cohort, some category of segments like seniors, maybe it's a lot more relevant because they start understanding the objective and why they should buy it. And therefore there you see penetration not being such an issue. There the problem is not really the intent to buy, it is a problem of affordability, and we have to address that separately. But for a very large cohort of Indian consumers, it's a big issue of relevance of why should I buy it? Even if I have to buy it, why should I buy it now? And especially the way the category is, and we can talk, we'll talk more about that as we move in the context of the topic that you called me on, because, and that's what we're trying to address, which is consumers are saying, see, what is this category currently all about? It is what I call sickness funding. Yeah. So I'm funding the event of a sickness for a consumer. I think that itself is in the mind of a consumer a big derailer, because the consumer is saying, is there anyone in this room here who will say, I want to buy a health insurance and I want to use it tomorrow? You spoke about iPhone. You buy an iPhone, the moment you get out of you know, the place where shop, you immediately, before you get home, you want to kind of connect it, you want to use it. Uh, Anyone here who would say, I want to use my health insurance product tomorrow? I don't think so. And I think that's where the relevance question, if that's the product you're selling to a consumer, are you really making real sense in the life of the consumer? Unless the consumer says, I'm necessarily going to need this, and therefore I must buy because I see the need in the coming time. So that is a big issue to address, apart from many issues of affordability, etc., which is another topic to be addressed separately.
Mr. Baswal, you rightly said our session is about data-driven wellness, scaling in a hyper-personalized scenario. Now, coming specifically to health insurance, because you dived in India, there is a sharp rise in lifestyle diseases, okay? Diabetes, hypertension, thyroid, heart issues. And clearly, as you rightly said, health insurance is viewed as a claims tool just to get the money back. How can it go beyond that? How can data-driven wellness from an health insurance product help the person live to the 3 P's of health or healthcare, which is personalized, preventive, and proactive?
No, very important point, Anurag. So therefore, from what I just shared earlier, let me just now speak about what the opportunity is. The first opportunity is for the category to first think about what is the business we are really in, or how can we shape the business that we are in to create relevance for consumers. Because if the consumer is buying your offering because of an element of fear, then is it the right trigger for a consumer to build a relationship with you, and then you to build a relationship with consumer, especially in a category where the opportunity to build a relationship is lifelong? You tell me, how many product does an Indian consumer needs from the first day of their life till the last day of their life? How many products are there in any category, not just insurance, not just. So if that is the opportunity, now build a relationship for the consumer for what is important for them. Every consumer wants to stay healthy, either for just being healthy or for being healthy to help that good health help them achieve the dreams that they want to fulfill in their lives, whatever are their aspirations. Now, if that is the objective of the consumer that you can relate to and give a sense to the consumer that, no, hey, I as a category can help you in that dream of yours or that endeavor of yours to stay and get your best health, because you are the best version of yourself when you have the healthiest version of yourself. So that's the opportunity, the category. If the consumer is healthy, my business is healthy. So why should we not play that with that alignment? And therefore, everything we can do as a category to help in that endeavor, which is create access to good health, create triggers for action on part of the consumers for good health. If they demonstrate good health, find ways to incentivize, motivate, and find ways to help them continue on that journey. If you can do that, and today, because of digital and data and all of that, you can do that. But as Sudhanshu said, the core is not data and digital. The core is a context, of the business, the relevance of the business, which is what you must try and address using data, using the opportunity of digital. And today, digital health has made a lot of progress. That is what we are trying to do in our business through offerings, through journeys, through access, engagement, everything to help the consumer live a healthier life.
Mayank, let me ask you again. Unfortunately, almost a month and 6 days back, I had to take a family member to a hospital. And, I dreaded the process of empaneling for insurance claims. I must say, in my case, it was okay. I can't say, I don't want to talk about whoever is the health insurance. And it's a lot of players have come out with communication and products to be able to say that we will make your claims registration and clearance both smooth, and we trust you with it. I personally experience it's not the most pleasant experience. In every business, in every product, in every service, we talk about experience. Okay,
Very
how
true.
how do you make this experience better?
Yeah. So two answers to that question. First is that we must understand that when that event happens, the consumer is experiencing, of course, there is stress, there is concern,
Anxiety.
there is anxiety. So the first issue, there are two issues that they want to address. One is access to the right health services, and second one is financing for that health service, right? Both have to be addressed in the mind of the consumer. The health service is being delivered in an environment which unfortunately the insurer doesn't control. But having said that, the insurer does have an ability to influence that process, because that's what finally they are contracted to the healthcare service system for. So how can you use technology? How can you use data? How can you use digital to make that experience better? For example, in South Africa, where our partners are, you know, 98% of the transactions of any health claim are fully digitized, no human, no paper. Can we move to that direction even in the context of India, a country which provides technology to the world? Can we use that in Indian context also? There's effort happening. It's not something that an insurer alone can do. It has to happen with complete collaboration
Ecosystem.
between the healthcare services and the insurance, and also the insurance industry together, not one insurer. There are efforts going on in that direction. It's a tough one, but it has to be addressed because it is important for the final consumer. We say that there are three P's in insurance: the provider, the hospital, the payer, the insurer, but the most important, the patient, which is the consumer. How do you create that right experience for the consumer? Because if that doesn't happen, we face what is the issue of, again, what Sudhanshu ended with: trust deficit.
I was going to
And I
come.
think that is what we have to address. But I think, just to add to that point, Anurag, because these moments of potential trust deficit happen in a case of a sickness event, which is why, if you as an insurer are now expanding your business game to, let's say, acting like a health partner to your consumer, the consumer's willingness to accept that deficit in that service will be significantly more,
More.
because they know that here is a provider who's with me, for me. Maybe it's not really the intent on the part of the the insurance company, which is creating this friction in the process, but something that, if I talk to, I can get it addressed. But if that the other one is not there, then they're only dealing with you in that moment of stress. Any friction for the consumer creates immediate issue on trust deficit.
Absolutely, and I have gone through that in the both with my mother 21 months back, and luckily my family member is absolutely healthy. Uh, you talked about trust, and I would have come to it, and I'll still address that. But as you rightly said, India is a digital first market in lots of products. We've built the DPI. We are the country where there are wearables which are growing. We have Ayushman Bharat from the government side, which is a different segment, but it's an important segment. Uh, we are generating more health data possibly than ever. How are insurance using that data to truly deliver personalized, preventive, proactive healthcare solutions? Insurance is part of, as you rightly said, of a larger offering. Give us some examples.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of what we're doing in my company, Aditya Health Insurance. So when we started 10 years back, we said that we have to address this whole issue of relevance for the consumer, and tag on to this alignment of the interest between consumers' health and the business health. So we said we will offer products which create access to and incentivize consumers for staying healthy. So we came up with a product which is probably the only product in the world. We said we will refund your entire premium, 100% of your premium, if you demonstrate good health behavior. Now you'll ask me, how do you do that? Today, digital technology, your smartphone can track your steps. It can track digitally your health using a face scan. and a combination of that which we use as a matrix, we said, you know, if you are at the highest end of the matrix, you will get 100% of premium back. People said it's not going to happen. Last year, 10,000 of our consumers actually got their premium fully refunded back, because of course it happens with consent. Thank you. 11% of our consumers get benefit for good health. 5.5% customers get benefit for sickness event. So two times the benefit for what traditionally insurance companies pay, consumers are getting for good health. When they get a
Brilliant.
benefit for good health, suddenly the trust factor changes. And by the way, these consumers are coming and telling us, thank you for this, because but for you, I wouldn't have continued on my health journey, or but for you, I wouldn't even have started my health journey, right? So this is creating an impact where we say, can we empower people to lead healthier lives? A sickness event will still and may still happen. We will still protect you, but my core relationship with you is to be built as a health partner of yours. There, we would like to create all. Now, what we have done, Anurag, to your question of hyper personalization, because we have got so much data, we are able to risk stratify all our consumers based on that health data. And we say, this is where you're on the health risk spectrum. This is what we like to do for you. Create people living for diabetes example. We have a diabetes ecosystem on our digital app. An average consumer spends about 65 minutes on our app every month. On an insurance app, 65 minutes, about 6.7 lakh customers do that every month. This is where the category completely changes and you build relevance. And what we realize then is health is a personal subject. What health is to Anurag is not same to Mayank, to Sudhanshu, to Naval, everyone else. So we said now we'll bring in hyper personalization. Based on the data for that consumer, we will engage with you for what is important for you. You've given us enough triggers, we will, but finally the outcome is one. Can we help you live a healthier life?
Yeah. Let me ask a question. How many of you have health care insurance in this room? 80%, right? 75%, 80%. How many of you don't have? At least 10% of you, maybe 6-7% of you, you should get one. Okay? Should get one.
And you know from whom?
Yes. I mean, now let me go on to, you talk about trust, you talk about data. Let me take an example, which is a little different, but mutual fund penetration in India is still very low. It's grown in the last 6 years. The overall involvement of retail investors on the stock market has grown, but there have been campaigns about mutual funds, right? Now, as you said, you're working collectively with other insurance. Of course, there is something called the IRDA, which has its own, insurance has its own contours and rules. Yeah. What are you doing to be able to create more awareness, especially at younger levels, because once you glued on to any behavior when you're younger, that behavior stays with you for a long time. Is communication is a large part. You're talking to me about content, community, and commerce. If I'd say sale of an insurance policy is commerce, but you're creating content through data where they're tracking their health parameters. You're building a community by rewarding them for it. So give us a sense of how can at an overall community level, you can increase the health insurance deployment.
Yeah, so Anurag, there are 2-3 things that we are, and I call it in terms of to really help address this issue in 3 levels. One is the whole issue of awareness. The other one is relevance. And the third one is experience. So the whole awareness issue is, unfortunately, the event happened. COVID, the awareness about insurance and the need for insurance health insurance became a lot more after COVID, because people realized it can happen to anyone, and therefore if we are thinking about, no, I'm healthy, it will not happen to me, that question was kind of. So as a category, in the last 2 years we have started something. It's started small, but it will become bigger, like the whole campaign on mutual fund, which is mutual fund sahi hai, and in many ways that was an inspiration for us in the category. We have started something called what we call insurance kiya acha liya. Insurance kiya, liya acha kiya. So this we started about 15 months back. I incidentally chaired that committee in the industry. So we started that. We started small, but we've committed as an industry to make it big. Consistently, do continuously, and talk about awareness, but also address the issue of what are some of the friction barriers in the mind of consumers to do that, either through relevance, which is through right offerings. A young consumer will not buy a sickness funding event. No way. They don't want to buy because they don't see themselves falling sick. They have other priorities. They know where they want experiences. So unless you give them their experience, they will not buy. So how do you make your product relevant? And I think the offerings like ours, where now you can, you want to stay healthy, okay, you can get your money back. And there are many other things that we are doing. For example,
you should have a product that
we
tops
just
up the money,
we
not
just
just gives the money back, maybe gives them 100% more for young people.
Yeah, so there are offerings that we've just brought a product called Active Viewer, which is meant only for the young India. Very early,
People
good
like
early
me.
results. Yes, exactly. People like you, because it's young at heart, not by age. That matters. So we've just done that. Great. And there we have just taken the definition of health to be even more hyper personalized for the young consumer. The third one is experience, because unless you may create awareness, you may sell them, but if you don't create the experience, trust will not be built. And there's nothing more important than finally word of mouth, uh, you know, advertisement, right? Because if consumers don't talk about you for the experience they get from you, you are not building enduring brands, as Sudhanshu and you spoke about earlier. So that is what is important for us as a category.
Man, clearly you're a veteran of the insurance industry and the health insurance in particular. And in some way, you're creating the future. If you had to look at the scenario 3 to 5 years from now, what would the health insurance domain look like? What would be a health insurance leader be built on? Would it be built on better claims processing, smarter data, or becoming a true wellness partner? You talked about that the way we define our business is, the way we define exchange for media is we're a community for marketing, brands, advertising, events are online. I get most excited by a story, I get driven by content, editorial. Of course, the way we define our business is we got to enable commerce in our we started Exchange for Media to build a B2B marketplace for the media industry 26 years back. That didn't happen, but we are attempting it now, right? So how do you define your business? You stated it upfront that you're in helping consumers be healthier.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take the name of an insurance who ran a campaign for 2 years saying, we have showing the backdrop of a hospital and saying every other insurer sucks, but we are giving you a better product. And I don't know the results, but the fact that I remember it did create an impression with me. So what will be the leap for health insurers to grow the domain and also become a leader?
Yeah, so I think a few things are happening before I come to the specific to this question, a few things are happening in the Indian context, which actually is going to change the way health insurance will work in the future. One big thing is like many other digital public infrastructure, one big investment that or effort that the government of India is making is building what is called Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. It's going a little slower than what the government would have wanted, but I'm sure that at some point of time it will catch momentum. The whole idea is that every citizen of the country should have their longitudinal health data completely digitized, available to them at the click of on their smartphone whenever they want, with an ability to give consent for access to that data to any and everyone depending on the use. For example, I go to a doctor, I say you have access to my longitudinal data for next 30 minutes, look at that data and give the diagnosis based on what you see now, but also what you get a sense from the data, and tell me, because otherwise doctors looks at you currently and they don't have access to what has happened to you in the last 20 years, right? Which is may not necessarily give the right. So that is potentially there in pipeline. I hope that it gets the speed and thing that at times the government of India has shown, especially the prime minister. With that in mind, should the health insurance industry not make sure that we are prepared for that,
right,
and be available to the consumer for what I just said? Be there with you in your journey for good health. But most important, if the need arises, you are there, no questions asked. So I can trust you for being with me. Let's say, so I say we are actually giving two promises to the consumers. Promise of being your true health partner or wellness partner, but when the need arises, I'm there to take care of you and protect you from the cost of that event, which you don't want to think about because you only want to focus on getting you or your family member out of the hospital or out of that facility healthy and hearty. So that is what the opportunity for us in the future is. Build a category which the consumer wants to engage with, relate to in their journey of whatever dreams that they are pursuing. But if the need arises for a health event, you're there as they expect you to be, no questions asked. I think that's the opportunity.
I think having been a consumer of health insurance, I can say that it should be a must for everyone. Anyone who doesn't have it must get one. Okay, and that I say because really, if you don't, I'm sure you'll be healthy and you won't need it, and hopefully you'll get your premiums back. But let me ask you this question. Insurance is a domain where there are very strict rules on products. There are very strict rules on communication. There are very strict rules on insurance, right? On commissions. Uh, do you see a need for some creative products which address the unique needs of Indian healthcare insurance consumers?
Absolutely.
Because,
Absolutely.
because the products we have are traditional. I mean, I can talk of Keyman because I'm a recipient of that, right? But generally there is very traditional products. So give a sense of what kind of products can we expect. Of course, the IRDA has to approve. It is a very regulated domain.
Yeah, so like there are some stuff that is now allowed and some stuff which like we've been talking to the the regulator and there've been conversation. Let me give you a sense of one aspect of that, right? In the context of what I just said, why should insurance product not cover your entire spectrum of healthcare cost? From promotive healthcare cost, which is I want to go and do something about being in good health shape. I want to go to a
if I went to a spa and sent you a bill,
a spa or a gym. I mean, if it's a spa is requirement for, let's say, I mean, see, we have to differentiate between where the consumer has real discretion, because insurance finally has an element of probability. The moment it becomes discretionary, there's an element of certainty, and therefore, to that extent, the cost of insurance will become more like a funded product than a insurance probability driven price product. So we can offer that. And by the way, there are products which are starting to get into that spectrum a bit. But let's say gym, I want to go to a gym, I want to
I delegate that
do other
to my
elements,
EA.
the other elements of promotive health, right? On an ongoing basis, preventive health, primary care health, and then the secondary, tertiary, which is where today the industry is, and then post that recuperative or in palliative care, etc. The entire spectrum of healthcare cost. Let the consumer choose which part of this whole healthcare cost journey do you want to participate in, and based on that, the pricing of the product is done, even the network. And so there are lots of opportunities to cover the entire thing, including what we call value added services, etc. By the way, today we just give an example of that. We tied up with the largest wearable manufacturer in the country, Noise. And today we are outside of the regular distribution force. We sell the maximum number of Noise wearables through our products. Close to 20,000 wearables go from our product to their consumers.
I was writing Utsav's forward last
Utsav is a good friend. Utsav and
he lost his father.
I know. I unfortunate. I spoke to him. So those are the kind of relationship that you can start building in your products with the relevant partners, and offer a whole spectrum of access and funding to healthcare, which is what will finally create the right context of relationship with consumers and right value.
I want to end. I want to take one audience question, if there's any. I want to end by asking you. You already talked about how you took inspiration from mutual funds. सही है. So we're a branding, marketing, advertising platform. What is the role of brand building in spreading awareness and creating conversion. We have maybe 10% who don't have an insurance. How many of you will go and buy an insurance in the next 30 days? Let me not say tomorrow. Yes, sir. One, only one. The rest are still not convinced by Mayank. Okay. So, yeah, the time is up, but you can answer this question, the role on branding.
Yeah, see, of course, I mean, if you're not able to connect to the consumers, prospects in terms of the relevance and also, that potential trust, I don't think so, you're going to be sustainable in such a heavily crowded market today where there are newer offers coming every day. And so brand building, I mean, there's no question. And we are in a consumer category. We are not a B2B category. We're a B2C category. We may be in a B2B2C category, but we are finally B2C. If consumers don't connect to a brand, if consumers don't trust the brand, if consumers don't feel the relevance of the brand, and there has to be therefore an element of how do we make that happen, whatever be the outcome of brand building be, whatever may be your reasons for brand building, but if that's not going to be through that effort, and I keep telling my marketing team that finally that's what is going to create the endurance and also the sustainability of this organization, especially in a category where, as I said, the need is as long as you can think of today and in the future.
Fantastic. I've enjoyed talking to Mayank. I'm sure you enjoyed. We can take one question. It says time's up. We'll cut it. Anybody has a question for Mayank? It is difficult to get leaders like this face to face. The gentleman there. We both want to ask for a discount on the policy. You want to buy a policy from him, but go ahead. Quickly shout out loud.
How do brands actually, in something like insurance, tackle that situation where the negative things get publicized, but the positive thing never gets any comments? So how do we handle that negative branding which happens because of this? That's first. And the second thing is the incentives for TPA is different from the incentives for the insurance. So on the digital front, can we put something in place so that experience with the TPA is also improved, not necessarily only with the insurance? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you have a great question, the first one, right? I mean, that's a fact. I mean, and that's the reality of life, right? Every time, let's say a consumer is not happy and they use, let's say, I'm on LinkedIn. A lot of consumers put their complaint on LinkedIn. One of the first feedback I got was, as a CEO, why are you responding on thing? Let it be responded by the team. I said, no, if the consumer has marked me, then my first responsibility is to at least acknowledge that issue. And that itself, by the way, is giving a lot of comfort to the consumer that the person whom I have kind of written about, the person is at least acknowledging the issue. Half the issue is addressed there and then, right, from a consumer's perspective. And I continue to do that in spite of a lot of suggestions from different teams. Don't do that, please. I said, no, I will do it. On your point about, which is where, at least for at least businesses like us, I tell my team, I've got 2 times the number of consumers who've earned benefit through good health. Why are we not using their advocacy as a means to talk about their experience?
You said 5%
that
to 11%.
5 to 11, right? And a subsection of 5% are coming and talking about their experience because, 98% of our claims are paid, maybe 2%, there is some friction. So how do we leverage the power of consumers' experience to become our advocates and talk about their experience? And that's what our current mission is. So I'm not saying we want to stop the consumer from sharing their negative experience. We will respond to that, but we should take the opportunity to get 500 video testimonials from our consumers every month talking about their positive experience. Tell me how many brands sitting here actually get that?
Brilliant.
500.
500.
Use that opportunity to create consumer
Testimony.
advocacy. And that's the opportunity we have. That's the mission that my team is on. On your TPA thing, I believe if I'm claims is the moment of truth, I don't like the claims experience being managed by TPA. we like to manage it ourselves because we want to own that entire experience.
Yeah. Quickly, you wanted to ask, yes, the lady there.
Yeah. A quick question. In case of insurance, many of the times, rather 100% of the times, the consumer is not capable of reading the document which we sign at the time
Conditions
of.
apply.
Yeah. And now there is a business opportunity. There are companies who are coming up and they are saying that we'll help you get your claim settled, which means in a way, indirectly, I'm appointing an advocate for my policy document, check out the possibilities or opportunities where my claim can get settled. Why the original companies can't be very clear at the face itself, and why do we have to get a third party to get our claim settled? So I guess here is a gap. So being the company, can you
I
address
think
this
he has
gap?
addressed that. He'd like to own as a provider of primary or provider and settler of claims. He would like to, as a company, settle that first. That he said that they would like to own the primary delivery.
And apart from that, ma'am, it's a huge opportunity for us.
Yes.
I think we have two things to do. One is make sure that the consumer understands what they're buying. When people ask me what kind of insurance should I buy and what should I focus on, the first thing I advise them is when you buy health insurance, before you ask what are the benefits, ask what is not included in the product, because the friction arises because of the second, not because of the first.
Correct.
That is what is an opportunity for the category. Category should not be afraid that if I tell you what is not included, customer will go away. It's much better it is addressed upfront than later. Yes, there are that's an opportunity. We are not going to get away from what the reality of people coming in and doing what they're doing now, but it's for brands and the category and the insurers for us to address that issue upfront. Work is on, more work to be done.
Last question from the gentleman, if you have sharp. Can we get the mics faster?
We just request you to keep the question concise.
Short question.
Yeah,
You can
my
cut
question
10
is,
minutes from the lunch break. It's okay.
why do we hesitate in buying the policy is that we feel when the time comes, when we become sick, then on some reason the claim will be denied. So there are many theories going around that after 5 years.
Understood.
Yes, sir. See, the issue is that is where the other point that the gentleman earlier made. It's a world of where what gets noticed goes into the mind of the consumers. So the category has not done. I'm talking the cat has not done a good job of making people understand that out of 100 claims, 95 to 96 claims are getting paid. The friction are in those 3, 4, 5 claims, and what the reason for that, which is what we're trying to now do through our Acha Kiya Insurance Liya, that what is it that we must do together as a category, provide the insurer and the consumer to address that. It's a slightly longer answer. I'm happy to kind of share that separately with you on what is the industry doing, but that's an opportunity for us to do. Completely
Fantastic.
agree.
We leave it at that. Give Mayank a bigger round of applause. I have thoroughly enjoyed, and I'll spend time one-to-one someday with him and understand this industry better. And I must say, as healthcare moves from being healthcare to being a well-being dimension, the role of an insurer, a healthcare insurer, only grows. I hope I can be among that 11%, and I can be a consumer. Please give him a big round of applause. He's making social impact by providing healthcare insurance. He's not just building a business, but it's a true tool to create social impact. So give another round of applause. It's good for your heart muscle. Also, you get beer in the afternoon, non-alcoholic, of course.
Thank you so much. And with that, if I may request both of you to please join us in the center first. Let's get them in a frame together. And of course, Dr. Anurag Batra, if you can help us in giving the token of appreciation.
Raj, why don't you come and give are you in the room? Yes, he is there.
Yeah. Let's give a warm round of applause to Mr. Raj. Thank you so much. Let that applause continue, Mumbai, as we thank our speaker for joining us and giving us his wisdom on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to move ahead to our next talk, titled Neutrality in AdTech. The advertising ecosystem is evolving at an unprecedented pace. as marketeers navigate an increasingly fragmented digital landscape, the need for transparency, trust, and unbiased technology has never been more critical. In a world which is driven by algorithms, data, and automation, neutrality in ad tech is emerging as a key enabler of better business outcomes and more meaningful consumer experiences. To share his perspective on this important subject, please join me in welcoming for his vision talk, Mr. Gautaman Raghuthaman, the founding CEO of Saptarushi. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome him.
Thanks a lot for this time. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Naval. I promise you I'll keep it to 20 minutes, right? So I think it took a lot of time in the morning. Neutrality is a very important and emerging topic right now. The industry is going through a massive change in terms of data, technology, and consent, right? What I'm going to talk to you about is today in three parts. One is first 5 minutes, I'll try to assemble all that you know together so that you can get the sense of how things get connected to each other. And then another 5 minutes on what we believe is neutrality and how do we define it. And some quick 6 questions for all of us to check whether are we and how are we measuring neutrality. And another 5 minutes on how neutrality benefits the business, right? All this is a very general point of view. I'm going to put some cat amongst the pigeons. My agency friends are here as well. And then the last, I'm going to put only one slide on us as Saptarushi and where we stand in this, okay? Thank you for this time. Right. Yep, so we all know this, the typical programmatic supply chain. The brand, the agencies, the demand side platforms, that ad exchange in between, the supply side platforms and the publisher. The money moves from the left to the right and the audiences are there everywhere. The common thing in this, which I want to put it in the context today, is the entire supply chain is connected by the audience signals. Individually, they are all specialists on their own right. Brands, agencies, DSPs, ad exchanges, supply side platforms, and the publishers, they are all specialists in their own right. But what connects them is the audiences. And the audiences today are multiple routes to take. Sudhanshu talked about first party data. There are second party data sets. And of course, we have the ubiquitous unconsented cookie. A large part of our industry today is built on connecting the unconsented cookie across the supply chain. And that's where the first problem comes in. And when the cookies go away, the ability to identify, target, and measure the very audience which is running through the supply chain is difficult and therefore not able to measure reach. Okay, so that's the first point. You can keep this in mind. Second point is I'm going to talk about the great data grab. It's a land grab on data. In the last 18 months' time, across 3 different holding companies, all of them have pitched in to grab the signals in their own way. Publicis paid $2.2 billion to buy LiveRamp, to buy data sets. They already had quite a few data sets with them earlier. WPP acquired e4m and built their own federated data platform. Omnicom, through IPG, acquired Axiom. And all the 3 holding companies together, which probably talk about 60 to 70% of the advertising business, are all now grabbing data. So that's the second point I wanted to keep in mind. So what happens next? essentially, we are now building the third walled garden. If we keep the way the agencies, networks, and the holding companies are structuring themselves, we have Google, we have Meta, and then we have the holding companies with their own data sets. So what essentially that happens here is the horizontal supply chain between the brand and the publisher. There are walls, there are silos coming one after the other. And I think there are quite a few people going to talk about this in the next panel. Curious to know what they're going to discuss about it, but we are already building walls. Okay. Third point I want to leave behind. So fourth point is when an agency is looking for a brand, when they are or when the brands are evaluating an agency for them, on what basis you're going to evaluate them on? The claims are the same. Everybody says keep your data safe. Everybody says we'll make the media work harder. In the context of the data being controlled across the gardens, whether it is Google or Meta or the holding group companies, you're choosing who your data answers to. If you're going to give the data to somebody, they own the data and they have the answers. So where do we go from here? Okay, that's the fourth point. Last point. In all this, we have a very unique one coming up in the next 4 months' time. India's DPDP Act, probably by far the best, far better than GDPR. And despite being the developed economy, US still doesn't have a privacy regulations. They're still talking about CCPA, but it's not there everywhere. I think probably we are far ahead of everybody else in terms of our DPDP Act. 2 dates to remember. 13th November, DPDP will announce the arrival or application of licenses for consent managers, a very unique structure, nowhere else in the world. And by next year, fact, second quarter, the law comes to effect. And it has got 3 significant impact. A data breach is as much as 250 crores. As of now, ENY's report says that more than 80% of any data fiduciaries are not yet ready for DPDP. And the industry is already over 10,000 crores on compliance. This is a very unique thing which is not there in any other part of the world. So I just want you to keep these 5 things in mind. Supply chain, data grab, silos, DPDP, who owns data. Okay. If we keep these 5 points in mind, then comes question of how do we define neutrality? Everybody can make a promise. I am neutral, right? And it all boils down to where the data sits. Don't worry, I'll keep it with me. I'll give you proof of transactions. Whenever you want, I'll give it to you. It's a claim. And when a company that promises neutrality gets acquired by somebody else, what happens when? When the company moves from ownership to one to the right? We believe neutrality is not a promise. It has to be an architecture. It can't be something given as an entity. Neutrality has to be something which is built as a system that even when it is acquired and moves, it moves with it. It can't be something that is a claim. A position where the raw data, the first party data never leaves anybody's native location. There is no central pooling of data sets for inferences or the current trend of AI models. The commercial model should not be linked to media performances. And it has to be independent by construction and not by assurance. Okay. This we believe is a good vision to keep. So keeping this neutrality vision in mind, there are 6 questions we can ask if we have to be neutral. Question 1, if you switch to your agencies, would you also have to switch the platform? So every time, typically we all know about it. A typical agency contract runs for 3 to 4 years. I've been in the industry for 30 years. We pitch, and we pitch. we retain, sometimes you lose. So when that happens, what happens to the data that you're given for collaboration and partnership? Second question, is the neutrality a promise or a property, and how it's built? Third, where does your data exhaust to go once the campaign ends? Because a lot of things that happens after the campaign is being implemented, attribution results, sales performances, impression logs, verification, where does it sit? If it is all built on the data which is being used on, who owns the exhaust? And what do you do with that exhaust when such actions happen? Who grades the homework on data? Do you own the audience relationship or you just rent it? And last but not the least, under the data law, particularly on DPDP, what role you play? Are you a fiduciary or are you a processor? And if that is the case, what are the obligations? Right? So these are 6 questions which defines neutrality today. And that comes to the next question on the way we see it. It's a busy slide, but what I want you to focus on is three questions on the left: where the data sits, who controls and activates it, and who owns the operator. Okay. I just want to pause here and leave a thought for our industry. We are maturing ourselves to become a structured industry right now, a 2.9 trillion, which Anurag showed up some time back as a market, 5th largest sector after e-commerce and cloud and AI. When fintech can have something like Sahamati or an AI aggregator or account aggregators through which banks seamlessly collaborate, what is our Sahamati equivalent for our industry? I think that's a good question for us to keep in mind. As the industry moves together, social commerce, and we're essentially becoming an ad tech plus martech plus fintech. They all collide with each other. Can Sahamati be used for our industry as well? Because it gives you a neutral, independent consent mechanism. When banks can share data, why can't our industry do the same? That's the thought that we should keep in mind, right? That's what it talks about. And what we have built at Saptarushi is a Sahamati equivalent for our industry. We call it as an atom protocol, which ensures that nobody's data leaves the native location of any server. The orchestration is federated, built as a federation for the consented industries to come together, or partners to come together. And it is independent, and we don't have to do anything to do with the media spends, right? So we define privacy as 3 parts. Raw data should never leave anybody's native location. Identifiers are always anonymized, hashed, and most importantly, the results are always differentially private, in the sense that more than any other regulations, DPDP talks about non-traceability, that there should not be an evidence that your data was used to target you using the signals and trace you back for even retargeting. So how do we make ourselves or the technology differentially private so that non-traceability is taken care of? This is the privacy point of view as a definition, right? So let's move to the next slide. What happens when there is neutrality? The first significant benefit is unbiased routing of impression logs. It's very important for the industry where my claim and your claim and his claim or anybody's claim on what actually the impressions were delivered should be the same. There should not be any dispute or debate. I think we spend a lot of time debating about it, and it has got its own implications on commercials and invoicing and other stuff. Second, I think Anurag talked about it, a honest measurement. Today, we still don't have Google and Meta on the table to do a proper cross-media measurement. A neutral platform gives you a very independent, neutral measurement of the impressions that has happened. Therefore, you can evaluate your investments a lot better. Third, a very important one is about composable identity. Particularly, this is very important in the world where consent becomes key. Post DPDP enforcement, at least in India, the neutral consent manager gives each one of us as a principal user the right to go and revoke consent at a central location. As an individual, I can go to the consent managing portal. I can see all the enterprises to which I have given consent, and I can revoke it there. And it's the obligation of the fiduciary to connect it back to them. So what happens therefore is, particularly in our industry today, we built all our campaigns on predefined segments. Segments built in January being run on July. Our last year segment still running. When the consent revocation is becoming dynamic, predefined segments collapses immediately. We have to have real-time composable identities which captures real-time consent. And that has got huge impact in our business. So neutrality helps capturing consent a lot better. Federated enrichment ensures that your signals are not being used and abused beyond what the purpose for which you have shared your data. And settlement, we talked about it in a transparent manner. And last but not the least, unconflicted supply, because the platform that is enabling collaboration and neutrality in ad tech should not have anything else to do with it apart from that purpose and not be linked to spends or investments or advertising monies. To me, this is a very critical juncture we are today in the industry where neutrality in ad tech helps a lot. And I put it across as 3 lines. The tenancy line, are you renting your data or are you giving it to somebody else to manage your data? Particularly when, like what Sudhanshu talked about it, if every industry, every company wants to focus on first party data, and everybody becomes a first party data and a second party data, and cookies go away, tenancy line becomes very important. And therefore neutrality becomes equally key. And that's the only plug I want to keep here about Saptarishi. What we are offering is a distributed ledger, which ensures that whenever any data is being used for collaboration or sharing, we offer a neutral, independent transaction record that helps ensures that both the buyer and the seller, or the user and the company that is buying the data for collaboration purposes, exactly know what's been done with the data sets, and it is on an immutable record. So the way we see it, I'm coming back to the first slide which you put it across. It is not about horizontality and building silos. I think we have to look at it as layers. There has to be an infrastructure layer on which data comes in, analytics comes on top, and applications goes out to the topmost. We are maturing ourselves to become an industry like that. And instead of building silos, if you move it to a layered approach, industry will be in a much better place. And it helps us in 4 key things: identity resolution, sovereign data, better measurement and attribution, and independent verification. So I'll leave it. I think I'm on time. Last slide. As the cookies decay, sovereignty should compound. It helps each enterprise to manage the data a lot better. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views and thoughts on this. We are at the crossroads on technology adoption. In the next year or so, 80% of ad tech will be programmatic. And the AI onslaught is going to only accelerate it. LLMs and other models are going to be built on each one of our data sets. High time those models are built on a neutral platform instead of being on somebody else's cloud service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Gauthaman, if I can request you to please stay with us on stage. May I request our audience members to give a warm round of applause, please. And if I can take the opportunity of inviting the Senior Marketing Director of Cipla Health, Satish Sahu, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. Well, great to see a lot of leaders join us on the 10th edition of TechManch. And I'm sure this being the 10th edition, 10 great years, let that moment be iconic for all of our speakers. So let that applause pour in as we thank Mr. Raghavan for joining us today. Well, truly, he's instrumental in building Saptarushi through innovation, strategic growth, and of course, creating that meaningful impact. And thank you so much for a great delivery on your topic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving ahead to our first panel discussion at the 10th edition of TechManch 2026. But before we do so, and as the stage is getting ready, we also would like to urge all of you in the room. Well, a big part of Exchange for Media is about keeping everybody in the same loop. Now, what better than being a part of their WhatsApp channel? So we have the QR code, which is present on, placed on every round table. May I request and urge all of you to scan the QR code, which further leads you to the WhatsApp channel. During the course of today, of course, there are going to be few quiz questions, which are going to be pouring in from the team side, and we would love to give the winners certain prizes as well. So I would urge and request, well, we've got 2 10 cards. Choose the right one, which is the blue one. Ensure you scan it. Is everyone able to find the QR code? Yeah, if you can find it, can you just scan, and can one of you please confirm if you're able to join? All right, sir, you're able to join. You're able to join. The ones at the back, are you having the access to the QR code? So if I may request, one of the 10 cards we'll allow you during the networking break. One of the 10 cards, you can just take it from the round tables, and please feel free to be a part of the WhatsApp business channel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set for our first panel discussion. Do brands still own the consumer? Navigating the data, platforms, and privacy in India. Well, the way the consumers discover, engage with, and buy from brands has changed dramatically. And we've seen that and witnessed that over the last decade. With marketplaces, social platforms, creators, and AI, all 4 segments increasingly shaping the purchase decisions, brands are truly navigating a rapidly evolving digital ecosystem. To join us on this panel, we've got leaders from Reliance Retail, Syntex, DLF Limited, Cipla Health, DT, Truecaller Ads Business, who are going to be here to share their perspectives. And I'm sure from all the brand leaders out here, we're going to get the right information on this particular topic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th edition of TechManch 2026, allow me an opportunity to welcome our panelists on stage. As the creative is already laid out, I'd first take the opportunity of welcoming our session chair. Please give a big, big round of applause to Amrish Godbole, the CEO, PDX India, and Chief AI Experiences and Solutions, Publicis Group India. Please give him a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome him. Such a pleasure having you always, Amrish. Thank you for your valuable time, and we look forward to your curation ahead. May I also take the opportunity of welcoming on stage Manoj Jain, VP and CMO Electronics, Reliance Retail. Sudeep Chawla, CMO Syntex. Satish Sahu, Senior Marketing Director, Cipla Health. Shilpa Sadana, Country Sales Manager, DT. Come on, Mumbai, we can be much more kind with that applause. Abhijit Bhattacharya, CMO and Senior VP, DLF Limited. and Mr. Hemant Arora, VP, Global Head, Truecaller Ads Business. Thank you so much to all our panelists for joining us. May I take the opportunity of welcoming you all once again to the 10th edition, and over to you, Amrish, to take it forward.
Thank you so much. Is this audible at the back? The mic's working? Lovely. Well, first of all, warm welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for taking the time for this discussion. And good morning to everyone over here. Thank you for taking the time to come and hear out what we have to discuss. I think we have a fantastic panel which cuts across sectors and categories, and we've got a very interesting topic, right? And I was quite piqued when I read the name of the topic, which said, "Do brands still own the consumer?" And that got me thinking. I mean, yes, sure, we'll talk about it, but did brands ever really own the consumer? And my take was that maybe in some of the higher involvement categories like auto and real estate, for example, where you exchange all your data, there's after sales involved, maybe there was a certain ownership of the consumer. But then you go towards impulse and FMCG, and I don't think we ever truly really own the consumer. And I just wanted to start off this discussion by getting a view from all the panelists here, and we can just start with Manoj and just go in line. What is your take on where our journey so far as brands? Did we own the consumer? Is it shifting? What's your take on it?
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. So my take would be that any brand who says that is extremely pompous. Today, I don't think any brand owns the consumer. The consumers are the people who own the relationship with any brand. And I think the duty of the brand is to ensure that this trust is built in whatever aspect of business they do it.
Got it.
Yeah, by and large, agree with what Manoj is saying. I think today or ever, I don't think any brand can claim that it owned the consumer. What it owns is two things. The memory structure that allows the consumer to to recall the brand. And number two, possibly a responsibility to keep it consistent and ongoing over and over again. Otherwise, I don't think we ever...
Memory structure, that's an interesting way to put it.
I think in the same direction, I think brands never owned a consumer, never, ever. I think it was a myth which got created because of lesser options that the consumer had on account of platforms, social platforms, buying platforms, supply chain platforms, etc., etc. So that was a myth which was created, and this competition has become even more intense right now, right? Very, very intense. And hence, as other guests also said, that it is important that you stay consistent, build trust, deep dive on the fundamentals, and stay true to your brand.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we all resonate the same thing, that brands have never owned the consumers in the past. I think I also think that in the past, things were much easier because brands had more control. Now what they own is the moments that they spent with the consumer in engaging or interacting with the consumers across platforms. Yeah, like all the other marketers said, that brands never really own the consumer. What they owned and what they can still control is how they behave with the consumer, what kind of impact they create, what kind of loyalty they create with the consumers. So yeah, I would definitely agree with all the marketers here.
Understood. Abhijit, will you have a different point of view given the sector you're in?
No, not really. See, I think brands exist in the lives of consumer because they solve a specific problem better than anyone else. And as long as brand understand that problem well, articulated well, exactly what problem and exactly how are they solving it better than anyone else, I think they control the consumer relationship very, very strongly. And I think it would be a sad day for brands to say, listen, we've stopped understanding the consumer. I think you need to, no matter whatever is the proliferation of platforms or channels to reach the consumer, if you're consumer first, then you understand the consumer, the pain point, why are you better than everything else in the world to solve that specific problem. And as long as you're focused on it and doing that better than everyone else, maybe you can say you own that problem for that consumer.
Understood.
I think I can just sum it up in a single sentence. I think brands can only own the reason that the consumers choose them. They can't own the consumer.
So I put own the reason why consumers choose them. So I think there's fair consensus maybe over here on this panel that owning a consumer might have been a strong term from a brand's vantage point. So maybe a better way to look at it was it is that it was easier to build a direct relationship with the consumer till some time back, or you had the opportunity to do so. Today, I think we have to acknowledge there's a fair amount of disintermediation of brands, thanks to the fact that there are so many platforms, that discovery happens on, and that data is often not privy to the brand and so on, right? So that creates its own set of challenges. And to that end, maybe I'll start with Abhijit, because real estate is a very interesting category, right? Where you could do all kinds of marketing interventions and, show up in every place. And I want to know where you do that. But at the end of the day, it is such a big investment for the end consumer that, I mean, my hypothesis is that eventually brand trust is what will win it more than any of the marketing interventions. But would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think, see, as I mentioned last time, everything else is a means to reach the consumer. There would be a lot of fragmentation in that. And admittedly, for the brand, you need to show up there and have a strong presence in each of these. I think it's important to understand where do you really win with the consumer, and at that point, are you really the strongest? I think that's important. So there are these, as I'm saying, each of these touch points, you have to understand how each of these touch points work, and in that context show up in the right way. But maybe for us, something like that, it's important for people to get a great experience of what the product is, what the lifestyle is, what they will actually experience when they live there. And that moment is something that we would really want to strongly win, and show how you solve the problem for the consumer that way, or make it aspiration for the consumer.
And so in your sector, are there still some traditional signals that give you more insight about a consumer than all the plethora of digital signals that we have available out there?
See, more than traditional signals, I mean, I talk of saying traditional marketing and saying a lot, in spite of digital and a way to reach all of them. And increasingly, I'm saying we are realizing consumers are discovering, brands and aspects about brands online, the entire aspect of, generative engine optimization or AI optimization important, and how you kind of win on those things. So those are very important, because the consumer is no longer coming to your, you can no longer say, listen, I'm rank 1 on the search, and once you come to my website, I'm going to tell you, why I am so better. He's not even coming to your website. He or she is not even coming to your website, right? So you need to have, assets in such a fashion that, when this behavior happens, the consumer gets the answer for whatever questions that the consumer has. And it's admittedly a challenge, because again, there will be certain things on which you may not necessarily want to have a comparison with everyone else, right? Because the engine or the algorithm throws up those questions, but you would want to have a narrative. So it's important on those fronts. But fundamentally, as I'm saying, in our industry, I think the fact to build credibility, to build that largeness, I think it is important still to do what is called offline marketing. I think that becomes important. I think because a large part of what you are selling or promising is a lifestyle. So, it's not a category that you're going to wake up and, decide on a mobile phone sitting on your bed at 6 in the morning, right? A lot of categories will get decided that way. You will not do that. So as long as you're able, and the buying decision is going to happen in your sales gallery or experience center or on site. So if your marketing is aligned to getting the person on site, giving them that experience through phygital means or whatever means, saying this is the lifestyle I'm going to have, then I think you're doing a lot of these things. And hence, a lot of events, a lot of, such phygital experiences in your experience center become very important in our category.
Understood. Thanks. That was quite insightful. I'll come to a category where there's a much bigger opportunity to own the consumer, so to speak, or own the relationship. So Manoj, coming to Reliance, I mean, I think electronics is on a spectrum, right? There are certain products which people may buy on an impulse, like a low value headphones, and there are certain products which people invest heavily in. There's after sales and so on, and you're present both online and offline. So how do you look at this whole challenge of owning this entire journey, discovery that consumers come to you for?
So, since I represent the electronics division, for us, the customer journey and relationship doesn't end at the checkout. It starts far more in advance. If I have to say in advance, the category is such that people first research online. The point of conversion may be offline or online, but the research starts online. So being present there, ensuring that they are navigated in the right way, they are educated in the right way, that becomes very, very critical for a business like ours. What sometimes happens is that a lot of brands, or what I say, these businesses may want to use the consumer data, but today, if you do not build that trust, that how you're using, I think what is data? Data is preference. Today, all of us is comfortable to share their data if it's not misused. And I think it has to be in such a way that a preference is created. Today, if I know, like for example, people who interact with us, today, if they've come to buy a smartphone, tomorrow they walk in to buy an appliances, day after tomorrow they may come and upgrade their mobile phones, so that journey is never ending. And so for us becomes very critical that how do we own this relationship, build the trust, ensure that their preferences is well catered to, and a personalization is created. When we see that, I don't think any of us in this room today would mind sharing their data if it's used in a very well way to ensure that the customer is attended to.
So that's an interesting one. And I assume when people come into the store or come on the platforms, sometimes they come in with a specific brand in mind. Sometimes they come in with a problem statement or a need that they have, right? And how does the data then help you guide them? And are you also a partner to brands in terms of giving them insights on how they can, present themselves better to your consumers?
So yes, I think, see, our loyal customers, repeat customers, I think the relationship, while all of us talk a lot of technical stuff, which is there, we can say that we have this data, we have that data, but I think, again, being the human relationship at the store, I think a lot of people come to what we sell today, any competitor sells. An Apple mobile phone or a Samsung mobile phone is the same product at every outlet or touch point. But why would they come to our store? Is all about experience. So I think that becomes very, very critical, and that's something which we try to drive at our stores.
Got it. So it's not just about having the data, it's about creating an experience that brings them back when the product is a commodity.
Absolutely.
It's very interesting. Sudeep, I'll come to you. And you're in a very interesting sector, right? I mean, Syntex is pretty much generic for the category. And based on a chat, I realized you've been with 2 other companies which are generic to the category. But this one obviously is a different challenge, because while it's a known brand to consumers, it's not a consumer brand. And what is your take on this whole discussion that we're having, and how is it relevant to your sector?
So while my brand is possibly bought by the consumer once or by and large twice in their lifetime, whenever they do, they want to make the right choice. You're rightfully saying that it is not the consumer who is really determining brand choices there. Consumer expresses a need, and then he or she is suggested a solution by the intermediaries, which is either dealers or contractors, etc. So this sector, as I define it, I call it B2B2C. So therefore you have to cater to both sides. For me, the task is to make sure that the consumer equity remains high, such that if anybody proposes my brand, the consumer should almost always say yes, right? And there is a tacit preference that the consumer should demonstrate. You will never get an obvious preference that don't use this, I want this to be used, because there's a other credible partner in the play. Now, to be able to do that, there is data signals that you try to read of which consumer wants to make that choice. And hence, is it possible for me to remind them of the brand and how this brand has offerings which speak to their needs? So having having a generic brand or a brand that has become a shorthand for the category is always helpful. So a consumer comes to the shop and says कि मुझे Syntex चाहिए. The shopkeeper also in the right earnest says कौन सी कंपनी का Syntex चाहिए बताइए. आपको एस्ट्रल का Syntex चाहिए, आशीर्वाद का चाहिए. So that's the conversation that happens. There are obviously pros and cons of it. So hence, making sure that you are not just restricted to a shorthand, but educating consumer that whatever the need they have, there is something within Syntex that answers that need, and hence the preferred thing is I want that wala Syntex. That is the whole attempt that one has to make for the consumer as well as for the intermediaries that are midway, and hence the task is to not just identify if Amresh wants to buy a water tank or Amresh is building a home, but also to understand where does Amresh live, what is the possible kind of water tank that he or she might want. If he's living, for example, in a very temperature sensitive geography, you are living in Leh Ladakh or a Jaisalmer, you might want a tank that is possibly insulated and your water does not get too hot or too cold, etc., etc. Combining all of that and then making sure that you are able to, tell Amresh that this is something that is available. The next time you go there, this is something that you can express. So that's the journey, regardless of how many frequencies you have.
I mean, at a top level, what are some of the sources of obtaining these signals? Because it sounds like a difficult task.
It is. Nobody goes onto internet and declares, hey, I'm building a home. Of course, there are surrogates that you employ. People would want to start looking at loans, properties, NA plots, etc. They would want to start searching with categories which are very, very initial in their journey, a brick or a cement or steel, etc., etc. They would start looking for excavators when they are, wanting to get their whole plot completely excavated. So those are signals that one relies on. And then, as the previous presentation spoke about, there are dedicated data sources. I don't know how old, but those claim that they have some kind of surrogate signals that they can combine to present you a data set. So those are the things that one has to rely on.
Understood. And since we are on data signals, I'd actually love to get the platforms into this. And Satish, I'll come back to you to understand more about wellness as a category. But so, I mean, Shilpa, Hemant, both your POVs, where, a sector like this, right? How is it that your offerings can actually help partner a brand like this and, bring it to life? Because I'm sure you'll have, some solutions or, some ways to trigger the right sources. I don't know if you want to take it first.
Yeah, sure. In fact, if I can chime in, we've used Hemant's ka team ka services for this in the past for 2 different brands actually. When I was working on Dr. Fixit, we targeted all consumers who are calling somebody. जब भी आप किसी का नाम सेव करते हैं, you save it by the name of plumber, engineer, contractor, etc. So if you're calling a contractor, you're not calling him to invite him to your wedding. You're definitely calling him for some work. Yeah. So therefore, if somebody is calling a contractor, is more likely to be my consumer. So that is where we have utilized the services. With all due apologies to Hafiz contractor who would have gotten random calls, but most of them are our targets.
You got a testimonial on the spot.
You still want me to say something in this panel? Go ahead, man. No, I think it's a very relevant question. I love this panel. In fact, in the spectrum of thoughts which are coming over here. So now when it comes to the platform part of it, I think more than anything else, we carry a huge responsibility, one to the user and second to our advertisers, exactly in that order, not other way around, right? Like to the consumer, it's very clear. Like I keep asking this question to myself, who owns the data? Consumers do. I don't own consumers' data, right? At the end of the day, I only can, like Sudeep said just now, is that I can infer, I can figure out signals over there, but your data, Amresh is Amresh, and the right to own that data is completely yours, and that has to be very responsibly dealt with. So a lot of times we are asked for data as a platform because everybody expects to have that unique data. And we have to say no every single time. If my purpose is to stand against scam, spam and everything else, how do we go across and encourage that behavior by at the source point? It's wrong, right? So I think from a brand, platform, advertiser, and consumer perspective, it's very clearly we have to give that respect to the consumer. Second point is again a comment in terms of targeting. I hate being called a target as a consumer. I mean, I don't know. Anybody wants to raise their hand in this audience saying that, hey, target me. That's a different term altogether. And somewhere I think the conversations do end up going over there because there is a transactional value which comes over there. But before transactional value or before consumer acquisition cost comes the cost of understanding your consumer. I haven't heard that. I've heard CAC. I've never heard CUC. I think that is a very important conversation, and that is a responsibility that the platform brings in, saying, hey, how can I help you understand your consumer rather than just convert your consumer? Why isn't the brand converting as per the consumer? That was always traditional, so-called traditional marketing. I don't think there was something called traditional marketing. Principles have always been traditional, whether you call them traditional or modern. The journey has been changed because of the technological platforms or advancements and every other jargon that we can use. So these are some comments and context that is there. Now the second responsibility to the advertiser per se. I need to take you through that journey despite the fact that I may lose revenue for my first sale. But I have to say no when I have to say no. But at the same time, how do I enable you? Now, a lot of times we are questioned that, hey, you are just a utility app. And that becomes the question that, hey, let me take you down this path. Every call follows an action. I don't know how many of you have picked up a phone without any intention, whether to call a friend, whether to call home, or whether to call your bank or a contractor, etc. And it's intent, it's call, it's action. After call, there is a moment. How do we kind of bring that moment closer to advertisers so that they can be participating between the intent, the call, as well as the action? And that has to be done at the speed of thought. That's the attention span that the user is giving you, and rightly so. It's not a weakness, it's actually a strength by being able to show the brand at the moment when the call is ended and intent has turned into an action. So yeah, it's not a journey about data. It's a core responsibility which is held into a triangular form. And often I define it between anything that we do is defined between three principles. It has to add value to the user. It has to add value to the advertiser. It has to add value to Truecaller. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Thanks. That's a elaborate one. Very insightful. Shilpa, you want to chime in?
So definitely what Hemant said, I think it's true to every responsible platform that we have in the ecosystem. Customer journeys become complex. We all know that because we have different touch points. The consumer is now influenced by AI, by community, by surroundings, and a lot of it. So in that complexity, the responsibility of the brand, the responsibility of the platform, because again, the consumer sometimes cannot articulate why they are preferring or choosing a certain brand. It's way more complex than what we can understand. But I think ultimately brands or the platforms can provide data. They know the what the consumers are choosing, what is the behavior, what is the time spent, what is the clicks. The brand or the marketers or the brands can make sense of that what. So why, basically, why the consumer is choosing that particular brand. But the consumer is the center of everything. So they know why they're choosing a particular brand, what value the brand is adding into their life. Do they have any kind of synergies with the brand, right? So yes, data is important. Brands add value and may help us understand why, but consumer is the focus of everything. So I think it's extremely important for the brands. While signals, data comes, everything comes. It's one part of the story, but I think we are in the interjection of all three at this point. So definitely it is a very big responsibility of the brands that what kind of engagement across apps that you're having. Again, discovery is just one part of the entire picture. What happens after the discovery is also extremely important. So how you marry the two, and this is what I've seen from the world that I am in, because I also see multiple interactions happening on apps throughout the day, whether it may be on gaming, whether it may be on micro dramas or any other lifestyle apps that we say. But what value that you're driving the user, the context, the relevance of that, I would say what you're showing to the consumer matters the most. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very, very, very insightful. Coming back to the brand perspective, right? And Satish, I'll come to you. I think we had an interesting chat outside. So first of all, I think it was an eye-opener for me about the brands that are part of Cipla Health. So I'm sure there are others in the audience who would love to know that as well. And I think there's this interesting time we're in, right? Whether it's India or the world, where we talk about the fact that the new generation is a lot more health conscious. There's a lot more proactive health and wellness that's happening. So you seem to be poised well at a time when you're going to ride a cultural journey. And what is your view on actually building a consumer relationship here, given that it is a high involvement category, but you also have the opportunity to influence behavior?
Yeah, I think I understand now why you came to me right at the end, or one of the last but 1%. But I think, as Shilpa said, there is a why, right? Consumer is at the center of everything, and there is a why, which is a starting point for any brand to be built. So I think the brand tries and understands that why first, right? And that's where it starts. So if that is done really well, then you can brand. For example, there are a lot of brands like I'll give you a spectrum, but for example, we have a brand called Nicotex, which we are talking about outside. That brand has a top of mind of 85%, for example, with smokers. So that might lead us to believe that we own the smokers. But as we that makes us happy. But as we discover that it is not about owning the consumer, at best they are considering the brand. Consideration. Yes, some of them are loyal, but most of them are considering the brand. So we have to move that from consideration to actually usage and hence trust, right? That's what we are all working towards, and hence loyalty, etc., etc. So that is one spectrum of a brand which is at 85% top of mind. Then there are entire spectrum of brands where there are so many brands. Now this is also 85 because the choices is also less, options are less. We are the category. So wherever you go, you are in a chemist, you are in a Blinkit, you are in Reliance or a DMart, consumer comes and seeks you, yeah, because options are hardly there, right? And we have been also talking to consumer in a way that we keep ourselves relevant and try to get into the life. But there are then other set of brands. So this task is also not easy, first of all, right? It might be very easy to say that, understand the why and create a brand like Apple that people go and seek wherever they want to. It's not an easy task. So there we end up with a lot of brands who are halfway there, 40% there, 60% there, and might become very difficult to pull it to 100% where you are the brand and you are the only brand that all the consumers are looking at. So there then how you present yourself to the consumer, where you present yourself, omni-channel presence, platform, all that strategy becomes very, very, very important. And I think the larger part of the brand world is that currently. When we talk about iconic, highly loyal brands, there are few, right? I think we all understand and realize that. So that's how it operates. On the matter of healthcare, yes, Cipla helps us build trust. So you will see Cipla Health right at the top. So trust starts from there. But after that, then we want to shift that trust from, not shift, also build the trust on the branding. And not only go ahead on basis of supply health, else you become a commodity, right? And then you give the power to others. So that's how we operate, and that's how we are trying to grow.
Got it. And in the whole health and wellness space, there is an opportunity for personalization and targeting, right? But you also have to balance it with sensitivities. Because I remember that famous Target case where they actually, based on their data analysis, sent a teenage girl a pregnancy kit, and her father came fuming, saying, "My daughter's not pregnant. Why are you sending us this?" And then turns out she was, because of the products that she started buying. Their data figured out that she was actually pregnant, and that caused havoc. So it's a great case of both personalization, but at the same time, crossing a line. And how do you balance that line, and how do you go about it?
So I'll give you an example. It might not be about personalization, but we created an ad. We have a brand called Cough which is the leader in cough lozenges. So there we created an ad which was around tribals. And so sore throat, it is about sore throat. So we actually ended up showing tribals along killing the germs, for example, as a part of the TVC. And within 3 days of going live, there was a lot of noise around it that how can you show tribals being as germs and they are being killed and things like that, and we have to pull it off. So that's the sensitivity of the kind of industry that we operate in, a lot of regulations. But for example, I'll go back again to Nicotex, where actually it allows for very sharp targeting. So it may not be necessarily about picking one person and hence retargeting that person, but it is about understanding lookalikes, understanding how do you can reach smokers, and hence creating profiles, understanding their psychographics better, and reaching out to them with relevant and more endearing content. It is not about reaching out to you or him specifically in these. Today we'll reach out to these 3 people, 4 people, 5 people. The plan doesn't outlay like that, but it is about creating lookalikes where then if you create relevance, if you create content which they want to see because you understand the likes better and the consumer better, then it is an enjoyable experience for them also, right? Because you are helping them. There is a purpose in the brand, right? Ultimately, you are trying to help them. So that's how we try to work rather than getting too sharp about. And I think that's where the industry also is comfortable. The data privacy is also that's a comfort zone for everybody, that we are not too intrusive about a consumer where we are trying to get into every part of his life, and every 2 hours we are trying to get back and sending a notification that, hey, you had a lunch and now is the time to grab one.
Got it.
Yeah?
Got it. Lovely. That's very helpful. I think we have a few minutes left. So I'm going to go with one last question that, all of you in the panel can maybe answer. And it's basically saying that, in this world, if, platforms are disintermediating brands and everything that we are facing, I mean, what is the one thing that brands should continue to own? And I guess also, since the theme of the day is tech, one extra spin could be, is AI helping you in any way do that, right? You don't necessarily have to answer that, but if you think it is, please do include that in your answer. And Manoj, maybe we can start with you and just go down the line.
So again, I think since I started with saying trust, I would still continue to say trust. No matter what layers you put of AI, the preferences, the data has to be used sensibly. And I go back to the very fact that if you build that trust, you build that relationship, automatically the consumer would be choosing you as a preference.
I think Abhijit referred to it earlier. For a brand, what remains definitely very critical is understanding the consumer very well, and investing behind understanding the relationship between the brand and the consumer need. In our category, because you are dealing with a lot of people who are possibly not as educated as you would want them to be. We try to capture their responses on structured as well as unstructured questions. AI allows us to harness that into some kind of buckets. Analyzing those buckets and making them into meaningful observations, which hopefully can translate into insights, still requires significant amount of groundwork. But AI allows us to do that, at least, not from a signal point of view, but from a harnessing and processing point of view.
Thank you. So as a brand, I would say knowing the consumer, I would put right at the top as the most important task because that's where it starts, and eventually it boils down to building trust. If you know that and do that part really well. On the AI side, I agree that it is about, for example, traditionally research would give you 3 or 4 consumer segments. AI can help you. The life is no longer that simple. Consumers can be built to do many more homogeneous cohorts, if I would have to say that. Maybe out of, instead of 4, you will get 8 or 12 homogeneous cohorts. That's what AI helps you build. And that helps in better targeting, better understanding the needs of those consumers, and hence also creating content to be able to reach out to them. And actually, we are also, everybody here is dabbling with AI as we speak. As a marketer, you might say at a generative space, it has a lot of utility. But I can tell you in a generative space, it has utility at a very basic level. That's what I have discovered in last very recent 2 months, if you ask me. Diagnostic space is possibly the biggest space where AI can be harnessed for a marketer, and that truly allows you to reach to the consumer in a better way. Absolutely. That's a massive application of AI. I think there's some policy restrictions that need to be taken out of the way for that.
I think I would like to pick it up from Manoj and you know, my colleague here, Satish, as well. Trust is definitely on the epitome, because that's where loyalties and all the other attributes come into the picture. But also what I would like to say is that, you know, AI with, so let me put an analogy to it. AI can give you recommendations. Today, AI, when we watch Netflix, right, AI gives us recommendations. But if we cannot build that connect, then we lose that customer very quickly. So after 15 minutes in the content, we would not even watch the complete episode. So let me say that, yes, AI can be a good co-partner to us, but I think, again, trust is something that we really need to work hard. Brands would really need to work hard to build that trust and keep that consumer stickiness.
Got it.
Yeah, I think I'll go back to what I started off with, and brands exist, as I said, to solve problems, and as long as brands understand that very well and deliver that very sharply, I think they're doing their job. And that's where every other discipline within brand management comes into consistency of the brand, image, and so on and so forth. And I think from an AI point of view, I think most people have now, as we also mentioned, kind of done something on the generative side, creating. I think there is usage of AI now in right targeting and some sort of personalization in what sort of messaging should go to each of these cohorts. That's the other thing I think that we are doing. There is some efficiency related stuff on which I think I'm seeing some usage of AI. And I think there is usage of AI in understanding or research, of the consumer, which I think is work in progress, which I think people are using right now. And, I think we'll see a lot of understanding in the next maybe year or so. So I think these are the large things that I see.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't question trust. I would come back to trust. It started with trust. In the middle, it's trust. Towards the end, it's trust. And I think there is a reason behind that. Trust is the bulwark of any relationship. Brand is a relationship between the product and the consumer and anything that comes in between. So trust, it stays. I mean, forget that. Even a scamster stays, trust me, right? And that's what we call out for you guys, right? That's what we protect you from. So trust it is. I think AI for me has two different facets, many more, but two which come out to me very clearly at any point in time is that AI without humanity or consumers at its core is still artificial. And as marketeers, we have worked for, I think, more than 100 years for building authenticity. And that has to be recognized. So a lot of times what we produce using AI has to be consumed before we give it out to consumers. Trust me, as of now, 50% of the brands are failing over there. It's frustrating to a point where you change your loyalties in that experience. And probably AI just gives you that. If it's giving you higher efficiencies, which means lower cost, don't keep that in your pocket. Invest it back in consumer journey. It really, really will bring in the right kind of intelligence in front. So these two things are there, and that again goes back to building that trust. That purpose can't shift in anything that you do, and that's how it goes.
Right. So I think what we've heard today is that maybe owning the consumer is perhaps not the right articulation of our ambition. At the very base level, it's about solving a problem that makes the consumer consider you. It's about solving it so well that they prefer you. And I think the word I kept hearing throughout was trust, which basically comes from doing it over and over and over again. And that's why the consumers will prefer you over and over again. Everything else, the intermediaries, the AI is just a means to that end. So thank you so much for your insights, everyone. It was a wonderful conversation. Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let that applause pour in as we express our gratitude to all our panelists. To all the ones in the room, come on, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And may I take the opportunity of inviting Raj Kumar Ramali, the founder and director of Bidwit, to please join us. Raj, you've been always kind with your time. Do allow us an opportunity to help us in felicitating and giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Raj, starting with our moderator, if I may request you, Amrish, Mr. Kodbole. Thank you so much, Hemant, for joining us. Thank you so much. Yeah, starting with Amrish. Amrish, if you don't mind, can we, thank you. Let that applause pour in as we congratulate and thank all of them. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Sudeep. Thank you so much, Satish as well, and of course, Shilpa. Thank you for joining us and giving us your valuable time. And thank you so much, Abhijit. And may I request all of you to please step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. And as I requested you all in Mumbai, let's take those smartphones out, let's capture these pivotal moments, and let's continue with a hashtag e4m TechManch as one word. Remember, we're on the 10th edition, mega edition of this IP. So a big congratulations to everyone for being here. And on that note, we're going to be now moving ahead to our next topic. Once again, yes, of course, please, let's capture these moments. And only on one condition, continue with a hashtag e4m TechManch, and the selfies getting clicked as the speakers want to capture this moment. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for joining us. On the other side, at the 10th edition, ladies and gentlemen, of TechManch, we're getting set into bringing our next topic of conversation. Let's talk about from data to delight, using technology to predict and serve modern consumer needs. In today's digital-first world, organizations truly have access to more consumer data than ever before. But the real competitive advantage lies not just in collecting data, and this we've been reiterating from the very start. It is about using that technology to transform insights into meaningful customer experiences. Our next fireside chat explores how AI, data, and digital innovation are truly helping businesses anticipate customer needs, drive smarter decisions, and thereby deliver personalized experiences at scale. Joining us on stage is going to be a seasoned technology executive, bringing in more than 25 plus years of experience. At Marico, he drives the company's digital technology agenda, helping accelerate innovation through cloud, data, AI, and modern enterprise platforms. Please join me in now welcoming on stage the Chief Information Officer, Marico, Mr. Brijesh Nagathan. Let's give him a warm round of applause. In conversation with none other than Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media Group. Let's give them both a big round of applause, and I'm sure it's going to be a great conversation on the other side.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you for joining us. We are the second last show before lunch, so I hope we are able to keep your attention. It's a very wide and vast topic, right? And we have a very qualified person to talk about how technology is helping brands today expand their customer reach out. And as you briefly heard, Brijesh is the CIO at Marico. Before that, he's done stints at Coca-Cola, where he was the CIO, and before that, HUL. That's where you started your career. Brijesh, thank you so much for joining us. So we are here to talk about data to delight, and data has become such a overused, abused term in today's world. What with the DPDP Act, first-party data, and there's so much jargon, going around data. But we'll try and simplify as much as we can for all of you. As I said, this is a very vast area. Corporates are making use of technology, like we make use of technology in our own homes. From having robotic cleaners to using Instagram to doing so many things through technology. Corporates are also learning the curve, and companies in the CPG space are in many ways at the forefront because of just the sheer mass of volumes they deal with. Small nugget of data. I was talking to Mr. Sudhanshu Watts in the morning while he was here. Fevikwik has 1.8 billion packs they move every year. 1.8 billion packs, that's a large number. That's more than the population of the country. So those are the numbers, kind of numbers we are talking when it comes to, CPG brands. So Brijesh, I'll start with asking you, which are the areas, where technology in a company like Marico has made the most visible impact on consumer experience? Because technology, as I said, is all pervasive. Every part of what you do is now driven by technology. So what would be the areas, say, if you had to identify 3 areas, what would those be?
Sure. First of all, thanks, Naval. Very happy to be back on the TechManch. So this is one of my favorite events that I look forward to. So coming back to the question in terms of, I would rather say, what are those areas where technology has not touched, right? Because right from, I would say, sensing the particular consumer needs, the trends, the way in which you kind of craft a particular brief, and then you go about seeing where your brand fitment is, identifying the cohorts, and then even in terms of generating the particular briefs for the content to be generated, actually making the content, delivering the content, in terms of being able to precision target. Right. All of this is touched by technology. So there's nothing that is left, is what I feel.
So which would be the area, if I had to sort of reframe the question, where consumer experience has got impacted the most, beyond, say, operational efficiency for you, where consumer experience has been impacted significantly?
I would say the consumer experience has been impacted in terms of definitely them getting to know the brands much better. So it's not something where you just went to a shop and trusted the shopkeeper. Right. Now today the consumer knows, the consumer is able to differentiate, and they're able to really get to know what is reality from what is just a marketing gimmick. That, in my view, is something which has made a big impact. The other big impact is also in terms of consumer engagement part of it. So the ease with which companies are able to engage consumers and generate UGC, basically user generated content, that is phenomenal. The consumer was never at the heart of creating all of this. The consumer was only a recipient in terms of whatever was being thrown at her or him, right? So those, in my view, are the most impactful ones. You might not see them in your charts, but that's what the consumer is feeling, right?
That's right. We can't talk about technology without, getting the session off ground talking about AI, right? And notwithstanding OpenAI's announcement yesterday that an agent has gone rogue,
Yeah.
I want to ask you, I want to actually show something that, Salesforce put out. Can I, how do I, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the, finding from one of Salesforce's recent state of marketing report that says 75% of brands have adopted AI, yet most still use it to run relatively generic one-way campaigns with very limited understanding of, how AI is going to be impactful.
Yeah.
So if you look at, your own experience at Marico of experimenting with AI, what would you say helps move an initiative from pilot stage to a meaningful adoption stage? How do you, in today's world, uh, categorize the ROI that you would get from use of AI?
Yeah. So being true to Marico's culture, we have a very, I would say, robust framework in terms of ROI, and not just ROI in terms of just a numerator and denominator. We actually work a lot with payback periods. You put in $100, you know when is the first 100 coming back and the next 100, right? So with that, what happens is you avoid a similar kind of a story in terms of a company burning through millions of dollars in tokens. So to that extent, having a very clear visibility in terms of what is the gate control at a pilot versus when do you kind of really roll out, and then how do you scale. Now, if you're not able to visualize these three compartments in terms of what it will mean, both in terms of the numerator and denominator, then you don't really get a handle on how it will pan out. But once you start getting into the working of these numbers with these particular compartments, I think it falls in place.
Is it too early to gauge, the efficiency you're able to draw out of AI, or
No.
have you got a, sense of semblance now? What
Yeah,
works, what doesn't,
absolutely.
and what would be the future of, how organizations such as yours would use more and more AI into, for example, your marketing activities?
Yeah. So I would say I will just use a little bit of a history to decipher these things. So what we generically term today as AI has got a lot of history. So if you look at what used to be machine learning, so it was largely number in, number out, and that has been around for more than a decade. We've used those into our marketing optimization campaigns, into our particular overall, I would say, platform spends and all of those things. So the analytical part of AI has been there for more than a decade, and it has really paid back many times over and again. Now with newer kind of a models coming in place, we are able to get much better efficiencies out of it. Coming to the next part, which is on the generative part of it, obviously it is paying with the sheer amount of content that you are able to generate. It is something where it is slashed costs by multiples, right? And not just the cost part of it, but the time to market to get a creative out is amazingly gone down. Right? So it is definitely paying for itself. Now, the third part of it, the agentic part of it, I would be honest and say that we are scratching the surface. We're not still at a place where we have gone beyond the pilot and taken it to a place where we have scaled it up. We're still waiting for the green shoots of payback to come back.
So one way, of course, you've described how organizations such as yours are using AI, but has the use led to some, eye-opening findings, something that you'd not thought of, and something you discovered and made use of? Has AI started doing those discoveries for companies in your space?
I would say yes, especially in terms of, let's say, the trend spotting that we do by gathering a lot of data. What was conventional wisdom in terms of certain ingredients for our products, the hair care products, etc., we thought were on the downtrend. But when the data showed a complete reversal of trend and we actually kind of made those formulations and tested it out, it actually said that, look, no, it is something where this is an insight we got to go after. Similarly, I would say, coming back to the same point on user generated content part of it, right? We're not so sure in terms of how it would pan out. For example, there was something called as Coconut Pony we launched for the Parachute Advanced part of it. Or let's say the Saffola Masala Oats, your own flavor and post it. The amount of response that we are getting on those particular campaigns is amazing. Now, all of these are insights which, if we were to go just by gut feel, we would have gone the other way.
Possibly, and there are many other famous examples in similar categories. Cadbury famously used Shah Rukh Khan a few years back.
Correct.
Using AI to generate. That was, I think, one of the first use cases.
Correct.
And then companies like Britannia and many others have then followed. Marico, as you explained, is doing.
Yeah.
One of the other side of this whole story is how companies are generating data, using data, and now with the change in law with DPDP coming into effect, what is the implication it has for corporates like yours? So first and foremost is this first party data has become a as I said, abused, overused term.
Yeah.
For CPG companies especially, generating first party data is not that straightforward, right?
Yes.
These are
Correct.
low value ticket items.
Yeah.
You're not going around asking for phone numbers or names of people who are buying a bar of soap.
Correct.
So how do you overcome that challenge first? How do you use it? And with the implementation of now DPDP Act, how has it changed things in your sort of marketing ecosystem?
Yeah. So I would say it all boils down to one word, which is trust and not regulation. If you're trying to kind of do it just to follow the law, not break the law, etc., then you are not really putting the horse in front of the cart. You're doing it the other way around. If you're kind of using data with trust being at the core of it, then you don't have to really worry about it, because all that DPDP tries to do is to say that, have you taken consent enough? Is your consent banked with the right consent manager or not? Do you have a right to recall? Now, if you think deeply about the consumer's trust, you will do all of this willingly and not wait for the regulation.
Doing things the right way and not the jugaad way, which
Yes.
has been the default
And
mode.
keeping the consumer's trust at the heart of it. If you have the consumer's trust at the heart of it, you will do all of this willingly. And the consumer will pay you back many times more once you have won their trust.
Does it change the way you are collecting data in the first place?
I would say it doesn't change the mechanics of it, but how we store and then put it with the consumer, the consent manager and the right to recall, those particular pipelines will have to really rebuild and make it more robust. But in terms of what we tell the consumer, how we collect, I don't think it changes much.
Right. Now, one of the very important aspects of consumer reach out of marketing, especially in the last few years with the advent of digital, has been personalization. Right. Philip Kotler, famously coined 4 Ps many decades back, to which I believe personalization as another P got added, a decade or so back. And that's become kind of both a buzzword and a bane for many marketers. I'll again quote the same one of the other studies, which was by McKinsey, which spoke about AI-driven personalization estimates that effective deployment can lift customer satisfaction if you do personalization in a proper way, and obviously grow your revenues. And in this is about what we spoke about earlier, which is about how to use generative AI and marketing and creative production, which you spoke about. So personalization, I think, is very important. And how is Marico using technology to make personalization more relevant and also reach out to the right person at the right time?
Yeah. So again, it goes back to that particular point of how deeply are you thinking about the consumer and how are you trying to keep those particular moments of consumer engagement as relevant as possible. So to that extent, whatever we would want to kind of position or whatever we would want to put it as a proposition, is there a well thought out model behind it? Is there something where when we offer, it doesn't look like a mass or a generic thing? Is how we try to build the models, how we try to capture it. Of course, we will make mistakes, but how well are we learning from it is what defines it. And also, like I use the previous example of user generated content. That's an extreme example of personalization. No company can make a video for me that I make it for myself. Right? So being able to engage consumers, give them that individual space for every one of them wherever they want, I think is a brilliant way of doing personalization.
Give us an example. For example, Saffola is a very large brand in your portfolio, and it has a very clear positioning last few years, right?
Yes.
So how would you go about doing personalization for a product like Saffola? How would you tap the consumer? Because it can also be edgy sometimes.
Yeah. So like I said, can I come up with a flavor for every single person? No, that's not possible. But what we did with this particular oats campaign is to ask each of the consumer, how would you make this dish which is very specific or very special to yourself? Can you explain it? Can you make a short clip about it, upload it, share it with your friends? It started going ballistic. Right? In my view, that is personalization of the relationship or the engagement. Right. I might not have a million flavors of Saffola for every consumer, but the experience is what we are wanting to make it very special to every single person.
Right. I guess that's the right way.
Yeah.
Now, coming to the point we touched upon earlier, which is, how AI is impacting marketing.
Mhm.
And there are a lot of areas, there's content generation, it is advertising targeting,
Mhm.
it is touching any of those, so-called 8 to 10, P's of marketing.
Mhm.
I'll go back to, one of the things I read, which is, McKinsey said 2 to 5 fold gains in productivity when you use generative AI in marketing,
Yes.
creative production.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, significant reduction in creative costs
Yeah.
and campaign cycles
Correct.
collapsing.
Exactly.
Right. How is Marico kind of making use of generative AI in the, your marketing function?
So like I mentioned it earlier also, right from the brief creation in terms of what the creative needs to be done versus actually coming up with a script of the brief, if it is, let's say, a AV or if it is going to be an image, in terms of being able to replicate it into multiple languages once you have done it in one language. Right?
Language rendition is a
Yes,
big,
and
very big.
your ability to really target the particular right cohort with the right kind of offering. For example, another example of personalization that we talked about was, if we have, let's say, nowadays it's possible to make 40 different variants of a single creative.
That's right.
Right? So if I know that there is a particular cohort which resonates, I might actually push that particular content or creative to that cohort. That's another example of the particular ability to generate personalization at scale and be also able to use it at scale. Right? And of course, in terms of costs, it is slashed it by multiple times. The time to market has gone down like anything. So yes, it is real. It's no longer just a talk in forums. It is real. We are living it.
So what does that do to the role of agencies? For example, I'm sure there are many agency partners in this room. Does it reduce their role in terms of, the advertising, the content they have to create? Does it add to their role, what they bring to the table? Does it not change?
So I would
Should
say
agency, if I was working with an agency, should I be worried?
So I would say the role of agencies is something where it will become far more deeper, sharper. I don't think the agencies can say that, look, I'm used to handling FMCG accounts and I will kind of copy paste or do a cookie cutter model all across. The agencies also have got access to the same tech. How well can agencies personalize to not just individual organizations, but the brands is something where they can go deeper, sharper, then make it much more better value for money and better value for time.
So that's the That's the answer for agencies. Before we go, we're short on time, and there's one more session before lunch. If I were to ask you, it's a slightly broad question, but if you had to pick one or two technologies which, according to you, will have the most impact on how consumers experience brands over the next few years, what would you put your money on?
I'll come to that in a minute, but I would say most important on all of these things is the ability with which the consumer is able to adapt to the technology. And over here, I would say the initial adoption of, let's say, the social media, all of these things were led by the consumer rather than the organizations. So how well are they able to really absorb and play a central role in it will matter more than what exactly technology is going to come. There's the first part. Second part, to be very specific, I would say wearables are going to be the thing if we look at it. From a, I would say, organization side, etc. There's IoT, which really is yet to deliver on the promise.
Yeah,
it's
been around for a while
waiting
now.
in the wings for quite a bit now. I think these are two things which I would really look beyond.
And
Of course,
wearables
AI.
market is taking off. I know
Yeah.
Neeraj is here somewhere. He has a session post lunch, and he
Yeah.
has a new wearable.
Correct.
Nike announced a new shoe, I think, a couple of months
Yeah.
back, which has some kind of new sensors which help you understand how well you're relaxing, how well your mental health is. So it's going in all sorts of directions. Thank you so much, Brijesh. I wish we had more time. This is a conversation that can go on. Technology, as I said, is all pervasive, and corporates, brands are making fantastic use of technologies, and it is the non-tech companies now, which are really, as I said, because you are moving billions of volume units every year.
Yeah.
The learnings that CPG companies in your space have are immense, and how you're using technology is really creating a very interesting and new use cases for consumers in India. Thank you so much for an insightful session, and look forward to Devajit taking over from us and talking about what LinkedIn is up to. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let that applause continue. And Rajesh, if we can just request you to stay back with us, we'd like to have the opportunity of having Naval give the token of appreciation to Rajesh. Let that applause continue, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Such a fantastic fireside chat, and thank you so much, Rajesh, for joining us and helping us on the perspective from data to delight, using technology to predict and serve modern consumer needs. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, before we break in for networking, I think it's time for having a spotlight chat. Our next spotlight session explores how buyability is emerging as a critical differentiator, how it is truly helping brands stay visible, trusted, and preferred across increasingly intelligent digital ecosystems. On the topic buyability, the navigation system for an AI age, we have somebody who brings in more than a decade at LinkedIn. He's somebody who's played a pivotal role in helping businesses from startups to large enterprises unlock growth through data-driven marketing and digital innovation. Prior to LinkedIn, he's held leadership roles at Sysmex by Amazon, Rediff.com, the Times of India, FedEx, to name a few. Somebody who brings extensive experience in digital advertising, enterprise sales, and business development. Today is here at the 10th edition of TechManch 2026. Please give a big round of applause as we welcome on stage Head of India, LinkedIn India, Devajit Roy.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction. Really appreciate it. All of you must be wondering, I'm that person who's probably holding all of you back from lunch, which is one of the most important parts of today's event. However, I can promise you that the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be very short, crisp, and hopefully valuable to you. The third part, I can promise you that, right? So today's session and the next 10 minutes is going to be about the concept of buyability, and TechManch is I think, a really apt platform or an event where we are going to talk about this concept since it directly resonates with AI. So imagine in the next 10 minutes, you are probably in control of an aircraft. You are a captain and co-captain. So what is it that you see in your navigation system currently before we move to what you see in the future? So you see reach, you see traffic, and you see clicks as marketeers. Does that really translate into growth in any way? Now, all of these three things that I just mentioned are concepts of vanity. How many people have I reached out to? What's the overall share of voice? How many clicks have I generated, or what's my click-through rate? No one's really asking the questions, which I'm sure is being asked to you. What is the growth in revenue that you really generated from all three vanity metrics? Now, this is how earlier till now the legacy growth model was really viewed. You start with awareness, branding, video ads, reach, move to familiarity, which is more around consideration, where people get to know you more, people try to understand what problem you're solving, and eventually you're getting to preference, which is more around demand generation or lead capturing. So that used to be the legacy way of your marketing strategies in order to put your brand in front of the audience through the digital mode. However, very interesting to note that 94% of your buying groups, which means that the people who matter to you do not really care about those three legacy pieces of the funnel that I showed about branding, preference, eventually getting lead generation. What they are doing is they are now actively getting into LLMs like ChatGPT, Gemini, and actually are trying to discover you and your brand more to solve for their problems. So over here, there is a clear demarcation of a push strategy from earlier on to a more futuristic pull strategy that you all must try to adopt. The B2B buyers is not one single entity or one person or two people you need to reach out to and influence. There is a group, we call it a buying committee, who really takes those tough decisions, the decisions that really matter for their particular organization, by evaluating the multiple options and brands that comes to their table for preference. Now, it is extremely important that you reach out to maximum number of people in this buying committee, not just the sole decision makers or not only the people who execute. It has to be through and through. If you only reach out to people who are executing and using your product, you will miss out on influence. If you are reaching out to people with influence, what happens to the user adoption? Because people who are using it are not really sure about the value that you're bringing on the table. Therefore, in a committee, you need to reach out to maximum number of people, which we call as the buying committee. And you have a 20x chance of more likelihood of being bought if you really know the entire buying group. In fact, I'll put it the other way around, if the entire buying group knows you and your brand. Now, we did a research and we interviewed about 700 decision makers or buying committees as to how is it that they take decisions and what's the first 2-3 things in their minds that goes through while they are making a decision. Very interesting insight that came out that the first thing that they cared about is about defensibility. What if something goes wrong? What if the product that I choose for my organization does not really provide value as much as it claimed to be? How likely am I to defend that product in front of my CMO, in front of my founder, in front of the CEO? So if you see this chart, the least preference that they give is to the easy option to take, where they felt that the decision was very easy. They would rather go for an option where they felt they could defend the decision even if it goes wrong. So what does that mean? That means that these people are looking at data before really taking a call. It's not a judgment based on their preference or their mindset. It is a judgment that they take basis that data sets that are available in LLMs and in AI generated citations that come up. And of course, there is a sales team that's also actively engaging with them with the right set of data points. Anyone knows what GEO stands for? SEO, I'm sure everyone's aware of. Generative engine optimization, right? So now we are moving away from an SEO driven marketing strategy to generative engine optimization, which means that it starts with conversations. It does not start with a product that is being shown to you. It is actually being, it's coming up in a citation where I am taking a challenge or a question or a problem that my organization is facing into the LLM. That's where the discoverability part comes in. That's where the trust and credibility also shapes up. Because if your brand is being cited on LLMs and there are user reviews and there are pieces of data that people can really trust, that's where the buying committee gets hooked on to. And it also connects the offline conversations and converts that into online representation and testimonials as well. So it's very important for all of us now to move away slightly and move into the generative engine optimization from an SEO, because SEO would be a thing of the past, but GEO is going to be the thing of the future. Now, this is your new navigation system that got replaced from the first slide that I showed that just had three things: reach, frequency, and impact. So now we have, is your brand being talked about? What's my meter saying in that? Has my brand surfaced on the platform or on that LLM once a search or a question has been asked pertaining to your industry or pertaining to a problem that your brand is expected to solve? Has my decision maker and my influencer thought about my brand or not? And most importantly, how defensible is my brand in case something goes wrong? And all these four parameters eventually leads up to that big navigation, which means, will I be bought or not? Buyability is the new navigation of the AI age because of the reasons that I just gave. I'll move slightly towards LinkedIn now. LinkedIn, of course, is now in 2026, the last 6 months data is cited 5 times more in the LLMs that are mentioned there. And I'll tell you why are we enjoying that supremacy in terms of having that citations higher than other players. It's because of the authority signals that we send out. Now, we collect first-party data, and people who are actually talking about your particular brand are coming from signals of authority. The signals that are shown is around the first-party data of which industry this person belongs to, what designation she or he is holding, what kind of organizations they are coming from. It's a verification that is more of a trust factor that plays in. And also it's about the social commentary and the platform trust that LinkedIn has for all of you. Now, I'll spend the next 2 slides only just to talk about how is it that you should leverage your brand on LinkedIn to make sure that your citations are much higher on the LLMs that people are seeking or searching for you. All of this, by the way, mind you, it comes with a caveat. These are all organic activities that we want you to do even before you spend the first dollar on LinkedIn. Now, these are organic pieces which your marketing teams, I would urge all of you to really make sure you're clicking photos of this slide. Please make sure that it reaches the right executors of marketing as well, who are actually managing the pages on LinkedIn. The first one is prioritize LinkedIn posts. You need to make sure that your company is posting or is publishing long form articles and newsletters, because that has a plethora of data that is actually being captured once it's connected with the LLMs. The second is you have to ensure that your company page on LinkedIn is active and updated. You cannot have a company page that has probably 1,000 followers and the last post that you did was probably 7 weeks back. You have to have at least 2 or more posts coming out each fortnight. Only then the results will show up in the LLM when people are seeking your brand for a solution that they're looking at. Last but not the least, employee advocacy. Please make sure that all of you who are on LinkedIn, hopefully all of you have a LinkedIn profile. If not, please meet me outside. I'll make sure that you become a member today. Please make sure that you are posting on LinkedIn on the behalf of your personal achievements, etc., as well as being the thought leaders of your particular brand that you are a part of. So nothing really convinces people to search for you and to buy you rather than the people themselves who are talking about their own particular brand. I post a lot of stuff about LinkedIn, what we are doing, etc. What does that do? That really ensures that the trust and the credibility of the people who are reading my article increases because I'm a part of this ecosystem. So these are the three pillars that I wanted everyone to really make sure you cascade it down to your teams. Also, trusted voices, leaders from your organization, the CMOs, the CEOs, the founders, the MDs, they have to become trusted voices on LinkedIn. And what does that mean? They have to post more. What does that mean? They have to have a massive follower base. A follower base of 3,000 plus is considered in our terminology as a trusted voice. So there are programs that LinkedIn also offers through our editorial teams where you can actually nominate your CEOs and your founders as trusted voices and thought leaders as certified LinkedIn approved top leaders, right? So that's something that I would urge really all of you to do. If you're leaders yourselves, please make sure that you become active, or please pass it on to your leads as well. And this is why we wanted you all to really focus on trusted voices. 40% of the citations that we get come from members who have a base of 10,000 plus followers. Now, I completely agree that getting 10,000 followers is not easy. I myself probably have about 6 or 7 or 1,000 in the last 3-4 years. But if there is a plan and a strategy behind getting there, that is what we need to kind of inculcate. 35% of the citations come from members with less than 10,000 followers. People like, hopefully all of you probably would have less than 10,000 followers, but a decent number of follower base. Your posts are getting cited on the LLMs more often than not. And the rest 25%, by the way, which is a massive number too, is coming from or being pulled up from the company pages that all of you have created. So with that, I would like to end today's session by just quoting that optimization today is just not about reach, which is where I started from the first slide. It is about relevancy and it is about authority that you're driving in sending your message to the target audience that matters to you. With that, I would like to close today's session. I am right on time, so Ekta, I don't think you would be complaining. It's time for lunch, and I thank you all for being an attentive audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Devajit. We truly value all the knowledge you have provided on the platform. May I take the opportunity of please inviting Sudeep Chawla, Chief Marketing Officer, Syntex, to please help us in giving a token of appreciation and expressing our gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Devajit Roy. It's platforms like TechManch which are encouraging and bringing the top leaders together under one roof. Mumbai utilized this opportunity, and it is now time for us to break in for networking, and let's fill in our tummies and then fill in our minds with further thoughts ahead. Thank you so much for joining us. We break in for 35 minutes of lunch. Please do join us at 2:15, 15, not 50, 2:15 for our upcoming session. Thank you so much.
चेक टेस्ट सही 1 रुको टेस्ट सही 1 hey हाँ check it check टेस्ट सही 1 2 hey check it check 1 hey हाँ check it check टेस्ट सही 1 2 hey check टेस्ट सही 1 2 hey
Me like I was just another member of the squad. शम्मी भाई से मिलकर एक
Absolutely. One of my key capabilities is to connect with audiences across. Absolutely. One of my key capabilities is to connect with audiences across languages. Let me greet all of you in a few languages in Neeraj's voice. Sure. Let me show you a few things I've been learning. Aside from handsome humanoid
Thank you for the energy.
It was amazing. The LSG team welcomed me like I was just another member of the squad. Honestly, the only thing cooler than a chilled Sprite in that room was the team's vibe.
आदाब। क्या नाम है आपका? मैं हूँ रोबोकूल। क्या है भाई, आप बैट्समैन हो बॉलर? बॉलर हूँ। बॉलिंग स्पीड 160 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा।
ज्यादा नहीं है।
दिग्वेश ब्रो, बिग फैन। आप अपनी राइटिंग वाली एक्शन करके मुझे हवा में ऑटोग्राफ दे दो। Can you show us some dance moves? Josh, how are you feeling today? Ready to roll, brother. Ask him if he's got a
Hello, 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 hello. Mic testing. Hello. He is the robot.
Yeah, tell me.
He is the robot.
We just wanted one help. Yeah, from the content creation.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially
you
for
are this side, I'm
discerning
that side.
clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
हिंदी में भी
Exchange
बात
for
करेगा
Media,
मैं
a
बोलूंगा
name
लोगों को
synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000,
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please request everyone to kindly settle down. For all the ones who've just joined us once again, can we request you to please place your phones on the silent mode? We're about to begin in the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
How Campus stood out and strengthened their brand positioning with Truecaller ads. Campus shoes had everything a brand could need: a sharp campaign, a powerful tagline, a face millions trust. The focus was to move your way a
Ladies and
brand recall.
gentlemen,
In today's
request your
dynamic digital
attention on the
environment,
screen as we have the partner presentations.
lasting recall. So, Campus turned to Truecaller ads, where brands appear in trusted, high-attention moments. Using Truecaller's one of the most engaging ad formats, the after-call screen, ACS, the message arrived right when the user paid the highest attention. Impossible to miss. Results? Visible spike in attention lift, message association, recall lift, trust lift, confidence lift. Here's what the client has to say.
Campus has always been about self-expression and individuality. With Move Your Way, we wanted to bring this alive in environments where attention is real and engagement is natural. Truecaller provided that context, helping us reach our audience meaningfully while reinforcing our brand positioning.
Truecaller ads. We don't just promote, we drive measurable business impact. Planning your brand's next campaign? Take the right call for your brand with Truecaller ads.
The world is changing. The headlines are shifting. The future is being written every day. From around the continents, Asia and India, WeOn brings you the stories that shape our world. Grounded, geopolitical, global. WeOn. World is one.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. a motorcycle to feel the elements. WeOn Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WeOn Drive at these times.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances. Power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Every campaign has one thing in common: hidden media waste. Leading brands are already finding it and eliminating it with BidVid. Connect your campaign. Turn on BidVid. Start saving. No targeting changes. No disruption. Just smarter optimization.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, welcoming you all back to the 10th edition of TechManch 2026. Firstly, exciting to see the huge number of audience members who have taken out their valuable time into joining us today for this mega edition. Now, I hope you, of course, had a refreshing lunch and the opportunity to network with one another. In the first half, from the live demonstration of the next frontier in AI to thought-provoking sessions and discussions which have created trust, unified data ecosystems, and of course, we've had an engaging lineup which has promised us fresh perspectives and practical insights. We'd of course take the opportunity to once again express our gratitude to our partners. We've had Saptarushi, sovereign audience marketplace, consumer first, built for brands, designed for publishers. Gratitude from our side to our co-powered by partner. Our gold partner, Truecaller, Take the Right Call. Our associate partner, Z Media, India's largest news network. And our associate partner, BidVid, bid optimization for smarter media spending. May I encourage all our audience members to give our partners a big, big round of applause. Come on, everyone in the room. Now, the next session is something extremely special. Now, I've seen the speaker across 5 years, always taking it one step ahead. Taking the unknown and ensuring that AI not just becomes inclusive, but also is in a physical format. We're talking about a revolutionary concept, which I'm sure is the best way to get the post-lunch at TechManch 2026. And at the 10th edition, mega edition out here, we're looking forward to what lies ahead in the next frontier. And I'm sure he and his speaker are going to showcase just that. So I'm really excited that we have with us a session which is going to present the glimpse into the future. And I'm sure a lot of us can learn and gauge from him and the speaker. Please allow me an opportunity to warmly welcome on stage the Senior Director Marketing, Sparkling Flavors India and Southwest Asia of Coca-Cola India. Please give it up for Sumeli Chatterjee. And of course, let's give it up for the creative tech expert and AI evangelist at WPP Media. Let's give it up for none other than Neeraj Ruparel.
Are we on?
And Neeraj, over to you. Looking forward.
Energy, guys. Thank you so much. This, like Bhavna said, this is the 5th year I've been associated with TechManch, and every year I'm on the stage with a lot of technology, trying to demonstrate what's coming up in the space of technology. Love to see so many friends and familiar faces. And what we've been doing here on the stage is a lot of prototyping with clients and friends like Sumeli. And then in another 3 months or 6 months, we were seeing those marketers unleashing those technology experiences, what we demonstrate on the stage. What we are doing today, which is different than what we've been doing for the past 5 years at TechManch, is we've got a use case on a technology which we are going to demonstrate today. So there's already a use case, not a prototype, but a prototype that led to a use case. And here we are, like trying to present something which is really, really fascinating and really excites me. So earlier this year, I started my year with a lot of inspiration at CES. And CES, as always, was loaded with robotics this year. Noor is here, you must have followed that in a big way. There was like robotics all over. There was so much learning out there. The robots doing a bunch of tasks, right from your daily chores to marketing, brand marketing use cases, a lot of enterprise use cases, the Hyundai Atlas, and we saw the best of robotics in action at CES. A lot of inspiration out there. What I kept doing is I kept creating videos and kept spamming my clients, friends like Sumeli. So they were getting a flavor in terms of, acha Neeraj, abhi ye pot pe hai. And every time I take a video of a robo in action, I have my mind, which is now being trained for last decade, that how can you use that technology for brand marketing purposes. So every time I was just recording a video, and if I'm sending it to Sumeli, I will kind of blog and add a narration out there. See, look at this, we can use it for this purpose and stuff like that. I think she would remember. And we have these amazing experience centers back home in India, which is now completed almost 3 years, and we've hosted about 700 odd clients, including a lot of my friends in the room here. So experience centers have now grown in size. We've got 1,000 square feet space, and when you came was 300 square feet. So obviously it's being supported by our global leadership. Our global CTO, our Chief of Innovation, Elav, we get like tremendous support from all our global leaders, and not just support, but a lot of partnership support and learning which comes in from global clients and global markets out there. And that's how we channelize it, make it more Indianized, those technology stack, and see to it that how we leverage the localized partnership, agility of startups, and all our big tech partnerships, how we mash and create more creative experiences out there. So 3 years, 700 clients, and with big clients and clients like Coca-Cola, we have a cascade running every 3 months where me and Sumeli and our teams, they jam, and we jam without a agenda or purpose per se, right? Like we keep saying there cannot be a brief for an innovation. It has to be just experience in the form of prototype. And how has been your experience in terms of our partnership and what we've been doing, and how are we landing a lot of good body of work out there?
I think, you said something really nice. It really helps to meet sometimes without agendas. It's almost like saying, okay, let's see what we can do. And I think Experience Center is actually built for that.
Yeah.
Like you walk in like a person, like Alice in Wonderland, you walk in and you see all the stuff and you're like, okay, what can I do with it? And then you bring your teams over there. You figure there are idea sparks that happens here and there. And we'll talk about that. How did we actually come to do what you'll see on the stage? But bigger point. It talks about screen to presence, right? Now, this is something that we have been truly, truly living for the last few years, that we are going through the transformation that we are seeing within my company. I'm sure you're seeing across other clients. It is becoming so important, and why is that so? And why are we like here talking about this new, I wouldn't say prototype, new feature and new use case. See, right now, I think all of you already know, content is infinite. There's just infinite amount of content that is being thrown at you. But attention is finite. So you only have that much of attention that you have and consumers have to retain and remember. Brands are often forgotten because they come into different features, different culture, different tournaments, etc., but they do not own it. That's an interesting feature that we have been talking about. And every time we look at content, we talk about how do we disrupt it? How do we do something that captures attention? And what we'll talk today over here is truly groundbreaking and attention capturing, and we'll talk more about how we can grow it as we go through it. So passion points is an important thing in our life, like you know that, right? In Coca-Cola, we do believe very strongly that showing up rightly in different passion points, whether it's music, it's sports, it's cricket, is very important. And how do you seamlessly make yourself a part of where culture is happening? Because people naturally congregate when, you know, when it's a question of passion point, whether it's actual sports or whether it is content like Coke Studio, but people are there talking about their passion points, not necessarily your brand, but your brand seeps in and creeps in and holds it together.
So like Sumeli rightly said, my passion point is all that's new. Every time I see something which is new in the space of technology, I feel like I should go out there and do it first to begin with in my journey. And as AI happened, and I believe that it's so transformational that you can do so much meaningful work. And to that, Bhavna made a very interesting point in some of the cases which we've released, that how a transformational era like AI can be used to build more accessible solution. The work which we did with Amar Jain for visually impaired audience, right? Or the platform which we've created, which takes AI to the bottom of the pyramid out there. And like she spoke about the passion and culture, and we see cricket as is something which is like a religion in India. People connect all throughout. So when at CES, when we were kind of seeing a lot of stuff and I was sending it to her, and we still had those fresh memories from back in Jan, that I was sending a clip and I was like, you guys are so heavily invested in cricket and we can do so much more with what we are seeing out here. So your take on that, because Coca-Cola is really doubling down on cricket, and there's a use case which we're constantly thinking that sports and technology, how can it come together? How can we get the worlds to collide?
So, you know, as we were talking and as we were thinking, so Coca-Cola's investment in cricket and sports in general is massive. It's a very deep connection. So if you look at ICC and cricket, Thumbs Up has a very deep investment with International Cricket Council, ICC. So we do a lot of work when we use cricket as a stage and as a launch pad, as an experience driver, etc. We also have connections with KKR, with CSK and LSG. So I'm coming to LSG. While Thumbs Up talks about the discipline of cricket, Sprite talks about the fun moment of cricket, the fan moment of cricket, right? So when we got talking, we said, okay, if we have to think about this technology, this is more fan forward, this is more experience forward, this is more fun and vibe forward. And then we thought about a very interesting thing and interesting way that we can integrate it with Sprite. So I will not talk about it. I would rather want you to see a little snippet of what we did, and then we'll come back to it.
Let's do that. Come on, guys.
Have the AV.
India's first creative robotics use case deployed in brand marketing. Let's have the AV, guys.
आदाब। क्या नाम है आपका? मैं हूँ रोबोकूल।
क्या है भाई, आप बैट्समैन हो बॉलर?
बॉलर हूँ। बॉलिंग स्पीड 160 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा।
ज्यादा नहीं?
दिग्वेश ब्रो, बिग फैन। आप अपनी राइटिंग वाली एक्शन करके मुझे हवा में ऑटोग्राफ दे दो।
Can you show us some dance moves?
Josh, how are you feeling today?
Ready to roll, brother. Ask him if he's got a girlfriend.
Are you a batsman or a bowler?
Sludger.
What do you think of Aiden Markram's batting?
Aiden, your calm presence lifts the whole room, and your cover driving is pure class.
So guys, put your hands together. If you do not put your hands together and raise an applause, our dear friend will not walk onto the stage. So why don't you call your dear friend?
All right, come. He listens to my voice. We'll make you stand here on the marker, because we are so many of us on the stage. So yeah, that's a quick wave for all you guys. Now, you just saw the AV, right? It's the same humanoid. And the beauty about that use case which you saw, that he walks in and he can real-time switch languages. For example, if he sees the star Shami, he's going to have a conversation in Urdu. Right? If he switches to an English player, say Makram, he switches to English. And a player who can speak Hindi, he switches to Hindi, right? In real time. And obviously, we've been adding a lot of layers to it. So if you load a lot of data, say G-Man's image inside the robo, it's going to greet you. Hello, G-Man, what's up? You sponsored a superb event out there. Stuff like that, right? So let me just ask him a few questions for
Yes,
our audience.
please, your friend.
So we just saw this AV, and I think you had a great time. So how was your experience at the LSG dinner, which Sumeli facilitated for you?
It was amazing. The LSG team welcomed me like I was just another member of the squad. Honestly, the only thing cooler than a chilled Sprite in that room was the team's vibe.
Wow, that's seamless, right? Let's just go for it. And maybe let's ask one more question. Now, how was it meeting Shami? Because he is the star player and I thought he spent a lot of time with you. How was it meeting him? If you could tell our audience.
शमी भाई से मिलकर एकदम मजा आ गया यार। उनकी फास्ट बॉलिंग का तो मैं फैन हूं ही, पर रियल लाइफ में वो बहुत कूल है। मैंने उन्हें अपना सिग्नेचर बॉलिंग एक्शन भी करके दिखाया।
So you can see that there are some beautiful gestures we are training him on, and then you can get it closer to brand comms. So look at experiential marketing campaigns which brands are already doing, which is your retail activations, your mall activations, blah, blah, and a bunch of sports technology experience where a lot of fans are engaging with smart screens and stuff like that. And you have got this capability to creatively think comms and overlay onto him so that he can have smart conversations out there. And the technology grows by the day. So every month you come and see him, you will have an upgrade out there, something new, which we've been discussing. Your thoughts?
No, it's excellent. Like, for example, when we first met and we were talking about cricket, I think a very interesting question that we had with ourselves, does he really know cricket? Like, he walks into a room with so many cricketers who are living this daily and they are going to be seen by fans who are also living cricket daily. Does he really know cricket? So that's a question. And then, yes, he learned cricket.
I think when we met, I said that we are exploring a use case on cricket. So better get prepared. And you know how AI is, right? It's like thousands of PhDs running on your pocket. This guy is way smarter than what we think.
I think you have to say, how did you convince us to do this? You did something.
Before that, I remember our conversation when I was there and I was talking about a prototype that how we can load a lot of interesting KOLs, celebrities, cricket fans, their voice into the robo in real time and have a conversation going. Remember about that conversation? And that's a prototype which is live right now, less than 3 months we've been discussing. So should we try a demo if that works? Now we are switching to a personality which is RoboCool to my personality. So I coded him in my voice and I coded him to talk technology, obviously, and collaboration, which is super duper critical. You on your own is nothing. You, with so many other talented people in the organization and external partners, you are amazing. So I coded him to breathe collaboration, coded him to think, new stuff, new experiences out there. And more as he meets a lot of our brand marketers, the aces of brand marketing world, top CMOs who come and visit him, he constantly learns from them because they have all these brand related questions and he gets trained. Ki aaj Reckitt ka CMO aa raha hai, get trained on Reckitt and then he has a conversation with them when they walk in, right? Or a big media editor is coming and I said, she's coming in, she's got like all sci-fi knowledge, get geared, she's going to ask you difficult questions. And then the conversation goes on from there, right? So right now as a prototype, he can not just speak my voice, but he can speak my voice in multiple languages, which was one of our core KPIs when we were looking at coding. How do you Indianize it? How do you get more language models and dialects into it, right? And 100+ languages you can speak right now. But let me ask you to speak maybe in my voice and maybe show some multilingual capabilities to our audience. What say?
Absolutely. One of my key capabilities is to connect with audiences across languages. Let me
Speaking
greet all of you in a few languages. In Neeraj's voice. Namaste, मैं नीरज हूँ. वर्तमान में मैं हिंदी बोल रहा हूँ. नमस्कार, मी नीरज आहे. सध्या मी मराठी बोलत आहे. वणक्कम, नान नीरज. तற்போது நான் தமிழ் பேசுறேன். Bonjour, je suis Neeraj. Actuellement, je parle français.
You get that? How was it? So it's my voice. It can be Namal's voice in our next TechManch. We'll give you a holiday and Very soon it's going to be my face also. All right, so we've been, like I said, we've been training him on a lot of gestures proactively. And then when we jam without a brief with the top CMOs in the country, he just goes and relays a lot of these gestures out there. A lot of it you can train in real time. So let me just ask you to show our audience that what you've been learning in our center in terms of gestures.
Sure. Let me show you a few things I've been learning.
Oh, it's 6, 7.
6, 7. Come on. You will tell me now. What actions is he doing? What next? How about this?
Woohoo.
So while he's having a conversation, he can do a bunch of actions. Like you remember when he was having a conversation with Shami Bhai, he said, maybe fast bowler ho. And then he shows an action and he says speed 160 kilometers. Yeah. And there was a very funny episode which happened with Shami. Shami asked him a follow-up question and this guy was little hallucinating because there were so many people talking out there. So Shami says, "Arey, itna time loge to ball pair ke beech mein se nikal jayegi." You know, then he gives a very quirky answer back. So stuff like that. I think there's so much more you can train him on. There are some stuff which he's constantly learning in terms of actions. And when we are jamming on a specific brief, which we want to achieve on the retail parlance, then always we can quickly train him to do a lot of these stuffs. How is it? How do you see the upgrade in less than 3 months?
I'm seeing,
I think she's seeing it for the first time, by the way.
I'm seeing him learning really, really, really fast. But I'll come back to my question. You want to talk about how did you convince us after sending a lot of WhatsApp messages?
Absolutely.
Because there's a story there.
That's something I think a lot of guys in the room who must be getting a lot of WhatsApp messages from me. As a tech evangelist, you need to like really keep sharing information. It's going to click somewhere. And that's how the good work is going to emerge. So I remember, I mean, randomly I call my clients and most of the times they are busy, but they definitely call me back. I have never seen any CMO after series of messages. Yeah. They don't call me back. They call me back in the evening saying that, what's up, kya naya chal raha hai? You know, stuff like that. Ya maine tere ye kaam dekha. Ya mujhe kuch naya karna hai. These are the kind of conversations I do with them. No mainstream conversations. So I call up Sameli and I said, I want to meet you, just like that, for a coffee. Not a coffee actually, when we meet it's for a Coke. So I said, let's meet, I'll have a diet one and she will go with her original. So I said, I want to come over. So I went to her Mumbai campus and I was carrying a black box, that box which is there.
And I have to say this. And the reception calls me saying, oh, you have Neeraj and his friend is here. I'm like, the friend doesn't have an email ID. I have not registered the person. Who is the friend?
So yeah, then I tell him it's a friend, trust me, he's not going to harm you. Let him come in, we do the formalities, we get him up there, and then we walk into her campus where she's there. There was no meeting planned, nothing, and there were people busy with their work. Everyone had scheduled meetings out there. So we just walk in and I say that I have trained him to perform certain actions. Yeah. I just want to brainstorm. And she says, you've not blocked any time, there's nothing, you just walked in. And she said, "Theek hai, mere paas 30 minutes hai, kar lete hain hum log ye conversation." And how much time did you spend with us?
Spent 2.5 hours. It's not me. The entire office gathered together because you had this fellow running around in office. There are people who came and hugged him, okay? And I'm saying what I mean over here, seeing is believing on this. It is, for me it was, okay? I had seen all the videos, I had seen all the demos, I had seen all the explanations that he had given, I had seen other people also interact with him. But when he walks in and then, you know, goes, shakes hand, talks randomly in between, not randomly, meaningfully, between brainstorming sessions, and you're like, whoa, did he make sense over there? And he did. That, I think, was the tipping point. Because for me, to see people who were, the corporate people, right? Corporate people are the most cynical people, and corporate people in marketing are possibly a little more cynical than rest of them. When I saw everybody walk in and try to talk to him, literally felt emotional about him, like, you know, don't push him, let him just go over there, can he sit? That was the interesting part for me, that while people are all talking digital, this is real in digital. And that's where we started talking about, can we make a use case out of it? Can we actually integrate in LSG team dinner that we were talking about? And how does this really work? So how did it actually work? How did you make it work?
So it's just that I think in Coca-Cola, we work as one team. We call it the OpenX team. So we had a lot of creative people in the room that day. In fact, I had taken Rono along, if you remember, and we just walked in and they did the rest actually in terms of what needed to be done. And we had this SOP document on robotics, which we keep updating, which has got all the stuff which we need to regulate in terms of legal parlance, that what can he do, what are the, where can you place it, do's and don'ts around it. So we had done all the checklist, all the clearances before we take it to the market and jam with top clients. So all that was there in place. It was pretty easy then because we were constantly prototyping. So I think we pulled it off in 7 days with super duper agility. But I think kudos to Coca-Cola to get all the big guys and getting all the clearances, getting it to enter that space. For them also, this was absolutely new. And none of those guys were aware something like this is going to walk in. None of those guys were aware, right? So a lot of these guys were like, ye kaun hai? When he walked in and all. And then we had to, and then he got surrounded by people. Because we had originally thought that we are going to walk him in a space where one by one they will come and do a structured conversation like the way artists do. But something like this, it doesn't work that way. They will just gather around you because the excitement is going to be so high out there. So that is what it is. When the marketing moves from screens to physical presence, you will be able to do some mind-blowing work. And as a lot of Make in India startups who are now investing in robotics, the scale would be taken care of eventually in times to come. And you will be able to do some massive work. So the low-hanging verticals right now for us are how can brand marketing, he's going low on battery maybe or low on network, but doesn't matter. You heard him? Keeps talking. And I keep talking like this to my wife at night. Charging pe dal dena, stuff like that. So because see now the normal user, see now all the gestures are on. He's not going to go rogue and jump out there, but he'll keep doing something at least. Because now it's going to go into some kind of a loop, but it's going to come back and follow me sooner. So a normal guy charges couple of things. Like mobile phone charge करते हो ना आप लोग? मैं मेरे जूते भी charge करता हूँ. उसके अंदर भी मैंने chip डाल के रखा है. So a lot of gears, what I wear, I charge almost 7 odd things. तो रात को भी मुझे यही सपना आता है कि यार charging तो किया ना सही से. So technology is changing by the day. You need a partner or an agency who's constantly spotting these tech trends and trying to shape them by marry it with creativity and trying to work towards meaningful use cases out there. And always keep an eye because you think that AI is here. Another 1 month, you will see AI in different shape and form. Either you crib about it or you go out there and create positive use cases about it, right? So my space is to always stay in blue oceans, very, very legally regulated though, because I've got 5 lawyers in my team now who are constantly telling me, sir, ye mat karo, ye galat ho sakta hai. But prototypes to मैं कर ही देता हूँ, but brand करते समय we learn a lot कि हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, to what level. Let's hear it with Sumeli, some parting thoughts on this.
That's 2-3 things, okay? I think one, you talked about governance, and that is super, super critical as we liked it and we wanted to jump into it. As any marketeer, AI is the wonder tool, right? So the moment you see AI or robotics, which is possibly a little advanced than even just the digital stuff on AI, we obviously wanted to do it, but there are steps to it. There is steps to it for understanding how compliant will it be to the brand, because it's a big brand, right? And the entire activity was live. So things can go wrong. So therefore, understanding how compliant it will be to the brand, and also we do have a very strong AI council that also understands the guardrails. And we really work those 7 days. It's not just about creative thinking. It's also about the back-end thinking of what could go right, what could go wrong, and make the whole list or SOPs, as you said, that how do we actually work towards it if something untoward happens. And I think that part is super important, because once you know what AI can do for you, it's also about then figuring how it can actually help the brand. What I mean by that is not to get caught up into the innovation trap. Because most of us get caught up into, hey, this is amazing technology, let me be the first to use it. But it's super important, like for us, for this use case, is not because of RoboCool. It's actually the hardware. It starts from consumer. It starts from understanding the consumer or the fan wants to have a peek into what goes down in a cricket team dinner the day before the match, right? And maybe he is a brilliant person to tell the story. That is the whole series about. The series is not about RoboCool. But what is interesting that happened in the series, that it disrupted the format. It could have been another creator for that matter, right? It disrupted the format because it also piqued the curiosity not only of the viewers, but also of the cricketers. Because the team actually came back saying, hey, this was really cool. Do you want to do it again? Like, that's
yeah.
quite something.
Just to him, every time I said that when Sumeli makes a point, you have to clap.
Yeah,
You're
clap.
forgetting it, my friend.
I know.
Look at the audience and clap and make them clap as well. Thank you. Idly, it's constantly listening to what Sumeli is saying. He was supposed to clap. He forgot. I reminded him. And he did it eventually, right? So sometimes you need to keep... They're babies. You're training him right now. And currently, he's like a super duper expert on Sprite. But tomorrow you will see some other robo unleashing some other brand storytelling out there. But all of them, like she said, has to be super duper meaningful, right?
Start with consumers, humans always.
So let's hear it from him as a parting comment. What do you think? How would this tech shape up in times to come? And what is that we can do better?
Aside from handsome humanoid robots like me, of course, I think the next big trend is tech that feels more human. We are moving away from cold screens and moving toward technology that actually understands human emotions, blends into our daily lives, and helps us connect better with each other. That's the real future.
So that handsome humanoid got it right. You want to ask him something?
Oh, I want to ask him something. Yeah, sure.
Or just don't ask him now. Maybe just...
I have talked a lot with him. I think you should ask somebody else. Now he knows all my questions and answers, I think.
All right. So let's get one of you to ask a question. What do you guys think?
Okay.
Raise your hands. Only one volunteer. Come on. Okay. Anyways, come in. Others, come on. Anyone from... You guys want to come up? This is your chance to speak to a humanoid for the first time ever, I would say. But thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for making time. All of us will shut now. I'm going to ask him to listen to you. He's been following my voice.
Okay.
But you can just go ahead and maybe ask a question and let's hope he answers.
हाय मैं अपने ग्रैंडपेरेंट्स को AI यूज करना कैसे सिखा सकती हूँ?
Tough question, यार.
सोचो अपने उस पोते के बारे में जिसने लाइब्रेरी की हर किताब पढ़ रखी है, इंटरनेट पर जो भी कभी लिखा गया वो सब याद है, पर कभी घर से बाहर नहीं निकला, कभी खुद चाय नहीं बनाई, कभी किसी असली इंसान से नहीं मिला, हर सब्जेक्ट में 100/100, हर कंपटीशन का विनर, आंटी अंकल्स की नजर में परफेक्ट बच्चा.
समझ में आया? वो ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स को AI कैसे सिखाऊं उसका आंसर दिया है उसने. Did you guys find it fascinating? This is mind-boggling, right?
And this is only going to improve as he learns more and more and more.
And my second question is...
But he's not trained for the second one. But still, okay. Go for it.
Do you think humans will be able to marry robots in future?
Looks like she wants to marry, for sure. What do you think?
शादी.com पे रोबोट सर्च करोगे तो सिर्फ वॉली का प्रोफाइल मिलेगा और वो भी ऑलरेडी सिंगल है, प्लान ढूंढ रहा है. जोक्स अपार्ट, थोड़ा ब्रेक लो इंसानों से, रोबोट्स पॉज नहीं चाहिए, बस थोड़ा पेशेंस. वैसे मैं अभी भी ह्यूमन प्लेबुक मास्टर कर रहा हूं, बट हे, नेवर से नेवर.
Thank you. Thank you for being a sport, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You want to say something to our audience?
A wave, maybe?
Thank you for the energy. This is just the beginning. I look forward to creating many more stories with brands and audiences in India. See you soon.
So you got the twist. When I'm asking my voice, you got the answer in my voice. And when she asked, it went back to RoboCool.
Yeah.
So like me, Gemini, multiple personalities, right? Lives here. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Should we take a picture? We'll take a picture.
All right, let's take a picture. Maybe you come and stand here and we will sit down. You're a baby, so we are giving you a complete... Come here. Don't sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we congratulate Neeraj, and thank you so much to Sumeli for joining us. And what an exciting...
Minutes maybe? No. All right, go back. Come on, go back. Take your position. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Come on, guys, keep clapping. All right, turn around, take your position, and calm down. Job done. Thank you. Thank you.
So Neeraj, with that, may we request both of you to please join us in the center. We would like to take the opportunity of inviting Shilpa Sadana, the country sales manager of DT, to please join us on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to both our lovely distinguished speakers. Let that applause continue, ladies and gentlemen. What a mega edition this has turned out to be at TechManch 2026. And thank you to each and every one of you for joining us. Thank you so much, Sumeli. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Neeraj. Thank you for joining. May I request the three of you to please join us for a group photograph as well. A true e4m Tech Munch moment right there. What a fantastic display of technology it has been once again.
You did amazing. Come on, get up. Get up if you can. Oh. All right, super. That's amazing. Come over here. Control your speed and stay alert. All right, thank you so much. Let's click a picture. Okay, wave at them. Come on.
I don't think we could
Wave
have
at
had
them
a
one
better
last time.
moment than this. Come on, everyone in the house. Let's make a big,
Okay,
big
clap.
round
Okay,
of
super.
applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Congratulations to
thank you,
the
guys. All right.
entire team at WPP Media. Thank you so much, Neeraj. Thank you for joining us. We seem to have some sort of dialogue. Absolutely. All right. What a fantastic and a cool friend to have on stage. Thank you so much, Neeraj, for that. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead to the next session, I'd just like to take the opportunity of joining some of you in the audience out here. Just my one hand show of hand of maybe one person. So I did request all of you to scan the QR code and join us on WhatsApp group of e4m. How many of you are already on the group? Wow, that's quite like almost 60% of the audience. So can I take the opportunity of interacting with one of you? So I did see the gentleman out here who did raise his hand. I'm going to just quickly come down to you. We've got something sweet to give it away to you if you answered correctly. So any news story from today which caught your eye? Did you check it? No, already in the... Okay, so we would have to go to the other person now. Somebody else who can let us know about a news story which caught your attention in the broadcast today from Exchange for Media. All right, the gentleman at the back. Let me get the microphone to you. So just would love to know your name, the brand you represent, and a news story.
I mean, I just saw a notification, Abhilasha Gupta joining Vedanta. I mean, there's one of the, Abhilash. My name is Dhananjay and I am from Abbott Nutrition. And I look at CRM and loyalty and CX there. That's it. I saw a notification that Abhilasha Gupta joined Vedanta, I believe.
So one of the great ways to know what's happening in the industry is, of course, there are notifications going to be sent as to what's happening. I would really like to give you one of our goodies. We hope you can enjoy this further. And thank you so much. And if you just like to pose in for the camera, can you please stand up? Let's give a good smile. And please, can we have a big, big round of applause for him?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on the other side, we're going to be now joined by our panelists. We'll, of course, ask you certain questions further from the group. So I would request you to stay a little more attentive on that. We'll come up with our next question in our upcoming segment, but we would urge and request all of you to continue having the access to the group and getting to know a little bit more about what's happening. On that front, let's move ahead to our next conversation and focus Our next discussion is all about the algorithm versus intuition, finding the right creative balance. And we have with us fantastic speakers who are here, who are going to decode that just for us. As AI has become increasingly integral to marketing, none of us can deny that, one question continues to spark the debate. Can algorithms truly enhance creativity? Or will human intuition always remain the driving force behind those great ideas? And I think that question is going to be the center of our theme of our upcoming discussion. Our next panel is going to be exploring how organizations are striking that right balance between the data-driven intelligence as well as human imagination to create campaigns that are both effective and what we feel is very important is emotionally resonant. Please allow me an opportunity to now invite our speakers on stage, starting with our session chair. Please give it up for Sahil Shah, CEO, Denso Creative Isobar. Come on, Mumbai, we can be much more better and gracious with our applause. Thank you so much, Sahil, for joining us. May I take the opportunity of inviting Ayan Guha, Director Marketing, Colgate-Palmolive. Sandeep Sarma, Associate Director, Marketing and PR, Xiaomi, India. Elizabeth Venkatraman, Executive Director and Head of Marketing, Shriram Finance. Sunil Narula, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Pevin Panasonic's Life Solutions India. Nabajit Nath, Sales Director, Cargo. Please give him a big round of applause. Anusha Trivedi, Chief Strategy and Marketing Officer, Shimaru Entertainment. And Abhishek Kumar Srivastava, VP Marketing CMO of Piramal Consumer Healthcare. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on our 10th edition of TechManch. It's an absolute honor having each and every one of you take out your valuable time. I'm sure our audience is curious to know what you have forward for them. I'd now like to leave it in the able hands of Sahil to take it forward.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. What an exciting panel. About 7 of them today with us, and for such an amazing topic. So first off, before I start, full disclosure, I am an AI paglu, and I am perennially optimist and very certain that AI in the next few years and going forward will keep changing the way we live, and it will change a lot of things around us. And the topic for today, as explained, is AI or algorithms versus intuition. And it's very interesting because we are at like an interesting crossroads where AI has not reached where probably it's supposed to, but it's along the way, and all of us are learning, right? All of us are having our aha moments and not so aha moments. So that is what I think we'll discuss today. So I want to begin with actually asking a common opening question to this panel, and probably I'll start with you. So if you were to complete this sentence, which is the biggest thing AI has changed in my organization, what is it?
Okay, so can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I want to add to the full disclosure. I think anything that the panel says 6 months down the line, probably 50% of it will not hold true. So full disclosure on that. Okay, but coming back to your question, I think what I've observed is that the talent density in our organization has improved. And let me explain why. There were A-class players and there are B-class players. I think the difference pretty much were on the 4 vectors of creativity, visualization, analytics, etc., etc. I think that gap has been bridged just because of the presence of Gemini Claude. So A-class players have to try harder and B-class players have caught on. So this becomes a virtuous cycle of talent density.
Amazing. Over to you, Sandeep.
So for us, I think the major change has been efficiency. As an organization, we pride ourselves in terms of efficiency. We say that we are probably the most efficient org out there, especially in our industry, and that's what sort of gives us an advantage. I think AI has sort of helped us advance that much further, and also focus on the things that matter more, creativity and the other aspects, which we'll talk about more later.
I'd love to explore this in
Yeah,
detail.
but that's where I feel we have had a massive enabler effect with AI. Yeah.
Super.
For
Liz?
us, I think it's speed. It's been everybody and everything has become much faster, because what would take 24 hours or more, you get the response in 1 hour. Decks look better, cleaner. It's like years, and I mean, how much time you spent on formatting. Sometimes in the yesteryears, for very big presentations, we even give it outside. But now there's none of that happening. It's all looking great and looking like some, Peter Drucker wrote the slides while somebody else has written it. So I think the quality and speed have gone up significantly.
I would definitely agree with her. But just to add to it, I think in the earlier days, putting ideas to life used to take a long time, right? And today, with obviously AI and multiple tools, it has become so easy. So you can think about something, you have a great idea, and then suddenly you can actually scratch it out using AI. And then obviously you can probably work on it and ensure that it really gets into the right state, which can be then presented or worked upon truly. So I think that has definitely changed for us with AI.
Amazing.
Perfect. For us, I think it has reinforced Cargo. So I represent Cargo. It's a creative platform in ad tech. For us, it has reinforced our narrative in the market for the last 23 years, which is that memorable ads on clean inventory is a non-negotiable thing now.
Absolutely.
You have to have memorable ads. You can't run the vanilla campaigns anymore. Yeah.
And more on that we'll unpeel along the way.
I think for us, I would say AI is actually a mindset shift for the organization. So we have changed from thinking of AI as a technology initiative to more a business enabler. And I think that is the big shift that AI has made for the organization. It's not just the IT team's problem, but actually something that the entire organization is thinking about.
Awesome.
Okay, I don't think I have anything to add, but everybody mentioned how they're using. I can just talk about the construct, or rather the strat part of it, because the AI usage is immense. Right? When you pick up a field, you can use AI in a different form. What we are doing is we are looking at the job or the work in terms of what is repeatable work and repeats multiple times, and the other side we look at how sensitive it is, right? Because I'm from the pharma healthcare side, a lot of things which is very well defined boundary conditions. You just can't go and say anything, so there is always a sensitivity around it, right? So anything which is highly repeatable and possibly mid to low sensitive is something where AI is creeping in like on everyday basis, right? Be it creating ads on Facebook, or doing performance creatives, doing some analytics and stuff like that. So that's something which is happening on an everyday basis. Presentations, as you rightly said, today there are 3 presentations I had since morning. Everything was AI. Yeah. So that's one way we're looking at it. But as far as the sensitivity of information and sensitivity of data is concerned, there is a lot of human intervention, in that, and that's where I think that's where the shift has not yet happened. And I'm sure 6 months down the line, year down the line, things would be different, and we are still learning in that phase.
All our answers are going to be irrelevant probably 6 months down the line. So let's try and give 6 months of run up to what's our views on AI. So thank you. I think first up, I'm very happy with the answers that nobody said that creativity is going to get replaced by AI. So my job is secured, at least for the next 6 months. Yeah, most jobs are secured. But I want to start with the first sort of segment where we will go a little deeper with what are the marketing efforts being taken, and what is the relevance of intuition versus algorithm. So I want to take maybe you first.
Want to start from there?
Okay, I'll start Abhishek first. Okay. So, Abhishek, consumers probably are spending more time choosing a Netflix show, right, than choosing to decide whether they want to buy a lactocalamine or a little pack or a pack of little wipes, right? If AI starts making more purchase decisions on your behalf as consumers, through shopping assistants, through voice commerce, through probably the robot that we saw in the previous session, um, will brands need to start marketing to these robots and algorithms, or will brands still try and get to humans?
Okay, very interesting. And see, it is actually both. Yeah. Um, see, what has happened is what you will see is not decided by you. It's the algorithm who is actually deciding what you will watch. Yeah. Be it content, be it communication, whatever you take it, right? So one cannot say that, I'm not going to look at the algorithm and I'll just try and continue to build brand and do things what I want to do. That won't work. So I think it is both. But a lot of us have started our marketing journey where there was a good old GT setup, then there's modern trade which came, and today you have e-commerce, and we just spoke about quick commerce also, right? Now treat this algorithm as a, possibly it's a shelf, right, in which you've got multiple products, and obviously you've got your product also sitting in the shelf, correct? So algorithm is possibly that shelf, right? But then consumer has to come and pick you, right? Either it is a, say, a lactocalamine, which is low to medium involvement product, or it could be something else which is a high involvement product, right? So that trust which you have to build with the brand, the engagement which you have to have with the brand, I think that remains as a very, very important criteria, right? So you can't just miss that. But if you're not on the shelf, then though you're not even visible, right? So forget about getting to anything. You're not even seen and visible, and so you're not selling. So I think it is both. We just need to be smarter on how can we access the algorithm the best while continue to build brand, right? And at least that's what companies like or brands like us, who's also has got a very strong heritage to it. At the same time, you're also competing with new age brands on a platform which is also a couple of years old. So that's how the evolution, and that's how we are looking at it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So I think from a technology perspective, I agree. It's moving fairly quickly, but I like the point you made on trust, which is brand love and trust, right? So I want to get to Liz, which is from a BFSI perspective, it's definitely the most trust sensitive categories, right? I mean, overall. And offline, we were having conversations around banks and how they are the backbone of the ecosystem, right? So my question to you is, do consumers respond differently knowing AI was involved in creating a campaign? And you've done something in the space. I'd love to know more.
So I can take an example. So recently we did a campaign called Shri Aramp, which was essentially to commercial vehicle loans, for commercial vehicle loans, which means it was to truck drivers and fleet owners and stuff like that. We actually, I have a little bit of, we kind of turned it on its head a little bit, because one, let me say that the campaign was extremely well received and recognized in the industry as well. But I think what really happened here is we did animation, and there was a complete intuition and creativity and all of that, and imagining the campaign, and then we used AI after that. But the advantage that it provides to you is a little different, because it doesn't get short. All of it gets short and then it's fait accompli after that. It's not like that. So what happens here is a little bit gets generated at a time. So we used it to go back and test with consumers. So in fact, we turned it on its head. Therefore, this campaign, as it got generated by AI, we took it back to the driver. So in a way, we co-created it with our consumers. So at every stage, I think some 6, 7 stages, we were at Transport Nagars actually testing whether everything was working. So it's you can actually use AI to make sure it connects rather well instead of the other way around as well. So that was our experience. And it did well from like both industry recognition as well as consumer scores. So that's what my experience has been.
What an awesome use of AI that's organically like inside the use case and not probably
Yes.
AI use karna hai tick mark.
Yes.
You know,
Not at all.
amazing, amazing. I want to get to Sunil, you now. And your role is literally at the intersection of sales, marketing, and channel influence to a great extent, right? And that's why your perspective will be important. So my question is, Panasonic Electric Works, it's of course taken a lot of AI first initiatives, right? Not just in marketing, but across the functions of business, right? Can you talk to us about some of those initiatives? What are you doing today, and probably what are you going to do tomorrow? What are the business impact numbers like?
So we deal with very large numbers. Just to throw some data, we have about 175,000 electricians on board. We have about 200,000 retailers who are part of our system. We have 4,000 direct channel partners. About 45 to 50 million transactions happen between retailers and electricians on an annual basis. Now, I'm talking of things which we do so that these people are incentivized. Now, a lot of these things are happening. AI plays a very critical role when it comes to, let me add some more. We brand almost 42,000 outlets every year. We conduct almost 10,000 meets where almost 50,000 electricians, retailers are a part of that interaction. A massive exercise, massive activations, a lot of data lines. In order to really get the bang for the buck for the money which you're spending and the ROI for every single penny which is there, it's very important to connect all the data together. Now, honestly speaking, we are actually working as an organization to put a complete data lake together, and AI will be sitting on top of it. Now, I think that's the time when we have this entire thing ready, that's the time we will really see the benefit of AI coming through. And the single penny which you're spending behind the activities which you're doing will really see the benefit, and then you can really decide what is the activity which is really helping the brand grow. I think that's something which is really going to turn around. Otherwise, imagine having spreadsheets or having any other software which is really sifting the data and then giving you outputs. It's practically impossible. So that's the power of AI, which hopefully we will see in the next couple of months coming through.
Another amazing use of AI. Thank you. I want to get to now some iconic brands, Colgate, Xiaomi, and my question is for you first, which is Colgate's been around and it's of course built some amazing, enduring brand assets, right? And it's basically the category itself, and you get this a lot, I'm sure. And AI at the other end, it optimizes what already exists to a great extent, right? I mean, and iconic brands, as we know so far, they're not built on optimization. They're built on creative leaps. They're built on intuition. So therefore, my question is, in today's world, when do you consciously choose instinct over data? Are there examples?
I think we've been choosing instinct over data for the longest time, especially when the leap is breakthrough and not incremental. And I'll give you an example that dates back 20 years. Have you heard of the campaign Kya Aapke Toothpaste Mein Namak Hai?
Of course.
All data proved otherwise. And there was absolute instinct. And 20 years later, it's a $60 million brand in India and a market leader in the South. So when you want breakthrough thinking is when I think instinct takes over from data.
Wow, that's amazing, amazing. And Sandeep, I want to ask you now, which is Colgate of course, what we know is instinct more than data, but Xiaomi is probably sitting at the other end of the spectrum, probably. Which is you're sitting at an intersection of technology, creators, and community, right? Has access to all of this made your life better? Has access to all this made your marketing efforts more effective?
So I would say yes and no, and I'll explain it in two different aspects. Number one, I think it's helped us understand who we should be reaching out to and made us more efficient in that aspect. But it's never been a replacement to intuition itself. That's something we pride ourselves saying that this is got to be the best way possible to explain what our devices have. And technology, as it continues to progress, as it continues to advance, we need to showcase the real use case benefits of things rather than just using data which is always in the past, right? And any form of data that you have that AI relies on is technically old, and we can't really use that to define a campaign that's coming out in the few months in the next year, for instance. So that's where intuition always plays a role, and how internally we sort of debate it is the GTM teams always point to data, say that this is what we should do. Marketing team always says that this is the thing we need to take because this is what our intuition says. And more often than not, the latter wins. And
As of now.
Yeah, as of now, yes. But yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to get to Navjeet now, which is, you're closest to algorithms, right? You're closest to this business of technology, AI, and how we know it now. So, I mean, my question is, have we become super obsessed with efficiency, or, have we started undervaluing memorability? You did make a point on memorable ads.
Yeah. We discussed this outside also, right? So, my point is we have not kind of undermined memorability too much, but then because we are so good at efficiencies, digital as a landscape is so good at efficiencies that we over-index on that. We eventually fall back on performance kaisa aaya, how did the campaign perform, even if it's just a launch, even if it's just a teaser maybe. So that is something which is inherently digital, right? You cannot avoid that. At Cargo, because you mentioned that we are at the closest to creativity and AI implementation, what we have done is globally we are now partnered with all the top platforms like ChatGPT ads. Cargo is the only creative partner. Amazon DSP, we are the only creative partner. So we have partnered with platforms where you get efficiencies, but we bring the memorability. I'll give you an example. I met one of the CMOs of one of the big QSR brands. If I ask you to name 3 brands, you will name that brand. So I just met him last week, and I was pitching my usual sales stuff, right? Okay, I'll give you performance, I'll give you clicks and CTR, VTR and all. He listened to me for 15 minutes, and then he said, Navjeet, मुझे अगर clicks और VTR चाहिए ना, I have got tens of platforms, I've got deep pockets, I can take that. What I want is, at 12 at night, when somebody is watching football in a group, I want that person to watch or look at my burger or pizza, whatever, and salivate. He wants the user, he does not want attribution, he wants salivation. And I said that, yes, that's the memorability he's looking at, right, from a CMO's lens.
Amazing. By the way, I would hate ads on ChatGPT. I would pay the top dollar to not be advertised on it. But getting to from algorithm, getting to Anuja, from algorithm, I want to get to emotions, right? I want to get to entertainment. So entertainment provides audiences, entertainment proves audiences remember stories and not optimization as we know it, right? And as AI makes content cheaper and faster, does emotional originality become even more valuable?
I think a lot of that has been spoken about, but absolutely. I think as AI makes more content available, I think emotional sort of intelligence or the importance of emotions in that content is, even more important. At the end of the day, AI will make a lot more content available. Really stays with the consumer is the story. It's about what the story made you feel. I don't care whether the story was made efficiently, if 5 different AI agents were used in the process. The whole idea is, how does the consumer feel when he or she is experiencing the story? the memorability as you spoke about, and hence I think the emotional piece only becomes more important. In fact, what we've seen at Shimaru, and we've been around for 60 years, is that we have seen multiple technology disruptions, from video cassettes to satellite television to digital to OTTs, and now AI. Honestly, every time what has happened for us is the number of consumers who have experienced our content has only gone up, but the stories and the way they have experienced those stories stays the same, and that brings the memorability, not the technology that through which the stories reach them. So absolutely, that is not going down but only going up.
Amazing. So I want to try and challenge that, but I'll probably ask Abhishek the question.
Yeah. Can I just add to the point? I think this whole memorability thing, right? Throughout the day we are on Meta, Insta, and stuff like that, and just try and remember what was the last ad did you see today. It's very difficult to remember, and that's happening because possibly 90% of these creatives are performance creatives, right? And they're not possibly getting the brand into the center of what they're trying to say. And fundamentally, we are only doing it, right? Why? Because there is somebody who's sitting. I mean, I'm not talking about my boss, but there is somebody who's sitting who asks for, at the end of the quarter, we are going on the streets and going to talk about the performance of the company, and you're spending billions of dollars. I'm not spending, but yeah. So, and slowly we're evolving to a very performance-led, creative canvas. And so memorability has gone down, right? We still remember the best of the ads which were done 10 years back and 5 years back, right? I had mentioned about it, right? So I think this is where little bit of challenge also I think we are facing, right? How do you make your communication memorable so that it is not only performance? Because the more you performance do, the time you reduce the performance investment, your sales comes down, correct? So I think this is one place where a lot of work needs to happen. AI is helping, but AI is helping in less memorable content and communication. I know Sahil is laughing, but yeah, we'll have to chat. But yeah, so somewhere on those lines, I think. So I just wanted to add to both of you.
Abhishek, I want to get you to one of my offices, which is a 30,000 square feet studio setup. Only 2,000 square feet of office space, 28,000 square feet of studio. Content getting trashed out daily, over and over, and all memorable ads. So we'll chat up soon. But getting back to Abhishek, only on this comment. It's interesting when you say that memorability is important, and of course it is. And Gen AI equally is getting more and more important, right? So Gen AI is brilliant right now at pattern recognition. It'll only get better. And the word I want to use is agentic now. Probably a year down the line, you'll be able to make more memorable ads in a Gen AI environment using agentic platforms and at scale. So my question is that 2 or 3 years down the line, will AI originate breakthrough creative thinking, or will it still remain uniquely human?
No, I'm sure it will evolve, right? I mean, as we just started saying that 6 months back and 6 months later, things will be very different. I have 100% confidence that there will be far more memorable piece of communication, which AI will be able to help us. And I think we only have to do it, right? So how you use AI to think of more original ideas where human and AI works together, and then the manifestation of that originality of idea then converted into a piece of communication, be it performance, be it brand equity based piece of work, will happen, right? It's just a matter of time. and I think we all are learning, right? We all are trying to do tech, people like Xiaomi and other tech companies, they're doing different kind of work. In FMCG, consumer healthcare, we are doing a very different kind of work. We are possibly behind in terms of the spectrum of possibilities, but then obviously it is a slow, it's a race which we are running to get to a place where we will be more memorable, right? So I think agentic is going to definitely help us. Today, agentic is something which we're using, right? We're trying to use it more from analytics, more from repeatable work, those kind of things, right? And I believe that day will come.
Awesome. So I want to get to Liz now,
People
which
like
is
people like you will help us. Yeah.
yeah, totally. I want to get to Liz. So, Liz, from a finance perspective, finance BFSI as a category overall, it's always tried to do marketing differently because, of course, difficult, complex products to sell, so much more to do, right? Um, and Abhishek spoke about performance marketing, all ads looking same, right? I want to probably try and understand more on what, according to you, is the role of creativity in performance marketing in your segment, especially in your segment.
So creativity takes a slightly different turn in financial services because comprehension comes before creativity. I think one of the we are a very regulated industry for the right reasons. Misleading customers is not something that is possible more in financial services than perhaps in a cream or in a toothpaste. How much will you mislead a customer in some of those areas, right? So you can mislead. So as a marketer, as responsible marketers, we need to put comprehension, clarity very, very clearly, because any mis-selling creates trust deficit and it's an impediment. So I would say be simplifying complex products and communicating it clearly. I always, emphasize on that first. So that's my first point of check. And then I will see how differentiated I can be when I'm saying that. So our focus therefore is a little different, and we are able to use AI pretty effectively in performance with these goals. Now if I change that a little bit a little around, and I have the creative play to kind of just focus on being differentiated and creative and absolutely disruptive as a canvas, then maybe I will have a problem. But with my lens, I'm able to do this very, very effectively do performance this thing. And anyway, I think in routine tasks and in performance is where we are able to effectively deploy AI for financial services campaigns.
Awesome. I want to get to now less of AI and probably more of brand building. So the oral health movement, it's attempting to change some form of behavior at some form of national scale, right? And we've seen examples. Label Padega India is a creator first movement which has created huge cultural impact. So do you think these movements for a category synonymous brand like yours become almost the most effective way of getting into algorithms and getting discovered and shared? What are your biggest learnings from the oral health movement?
Okay, so this was a massive, massive campaign, but I think the first question has there's a question behind the question. So the algorithms today are serving engagement and conversation. And therefore, movements become the media vehicle to drive engagement and conversation. So I don't know if it's the most effective way. It's definitely a very effective way. And that's what we learned during the oral health movement as well. So just so that you know, I think the oral health movement, we gathered 5 million first party health data. What that means is that, and it's a responsibility as oral care leaders to know as much as we can about the oral health of this country. So what we now know is consumption habits, brushing habits, as well as lifestyle habits, to be able to come up with a simple equation It's a regression-based equation, which basically tells you what is the risk assessment that you have of your oral health. So today, if you tell me how many times you brush, whether you have diabetes, whether you smoke or you drink alcohol or even eat non-veg, I can tell you exactly whether you have cavities, whether you're at the risk of cavities, sensitivity, gum problems, or even yellowing. Right. So that's the biggest learning. Today, we have an equation to map every person's oral health based on the factors that we've discovered.
Wow, my tooth is aching already. So I want to get to now from movements to communities. Sandeep, and this is a very specific question. What's your take on creator-led marketing? The transparency behind it, the accountability that comes with it. What's your take and how are you dealing with creator-led marketing?
So I think it's a wonderful thing to have, and essentially when we're trying to reach out to the consumer, everyone has their own way of understanding the benefits of technology, and technology is something where there's a lot of jargon that's being thrown around loosely. Not everyone understands what a mAh is in a battery or what a megapixel means, so they need it to be simplified. And how do you simplify it? It also depends on the target group, and everyone has a different way of understanding it. So I think it's completely necessary, and for us, we have always relied on helping the creator understand our tech better, and in turn how they help their audiences understand better, right? How do you simplify it? How do you make it understandable to them? But with that said, at least we take pride in ourselves saying that we are not really dictating what should be said. It's up to the creator to do it because they have a certain way of explaining to the audience that these are the benefits. So anytime we do any association, it's always come with a full disclosure, and we ensure that there's full transparency there. And I think that should be the case across the board as well. So it's definitely great. And I think we also get feedback the other way around from creators saying that this is what the community expects, this is what your consumers expect, and that helps us in turn build better products as well.
Awesome. An influencer marketing agency would love to have you as a client because the perspective is real, right? I mean, you don't want to slap your brand at every second or at every juncture of the content.
Absolutely.
So I want to get to Anuja now, which is Anuja from, I mean, it's real. Everyone can generate a lot of content, shoot as well as generate, right? But culture isn't generated through whatever AI. It's lived. I mean, it's shared. So how do brands avoid becoming very technically perfect in certain sense? And stay culturally remembered and relevant. And yeah, the question of culture is in all of our all our minds, right, all the time. And can AI help create culture? So
again, first,
it's two-part question. Sorry.
I'll answer the second part first, and I think I'll go back to what Abhishek said. I don't know about tomorrow because I don't know what I said, whether it'll be relevant in 6 months. But today, I think AI is a mirror to the culture of today. But I don't think AI creates culture because you yourself said it, right? Culture is lived, culture is experienced, culture is first a human to human interaction. Culture is about challenge, and that is not what AI stands for. AI stands for sameness, AI stands for patterns, and to my mind, hence culture will get built among all of us and not among our AI engines, at least as of today. That is one thing I'm confident of. And hence, sort of answering the first question coming from that, I think culture gets built when you consciously choose to stop listening to AI and say that, okay, there is a limit to doing the same performance ad or the same kind of creatives or the same kind of stories just because they worked in the past, and instead go and listen to your consumers, listen to the human, think about, what story am I going to tell next? Is it relevant? And will it stay relevant beyond the algo of the next 48 hours? I think every time we have questioned that and said, will this story be relevant a month later? I think we've come with a better answer than about, will this be picked up by the algo in the next 20 minutes or 30 minutes? So it's not easy. It's a tough one because we're all riding the tiger. But I think eventually that's what has helped us more.
I love the riding the tiger quote. I love it. And it is very hard. I agree. Sunil, I want to get to you now. So your challenge is, of course, even more nuanced, right? Your B to B to C in certain sense, in very many senses, right? So you serve to architects, builders, electricians, dealers, and homeowners, right? The whole bit. So how do you build a brand that resonates across such diverse set of audiences? And what's your vision for the brand as AI and algorithms reshape how decisions are being made?
See, the first thing is that we deal with two sets of brand. I mean, we have Panasonic on one end and we have Anchor on the other side, since Panasonic acquired Anchor almost 20 years back. So when it comes to the retail bit of it, the trade, the electricians, the retailers, the dealers, I think that's where Anchor plays a very critical role. It's still a value for money brand. It's still a brand which has a very strong legacy in the country. It is something which is probably closer to people who are, let's say, I mean, if I have to put a number, upwards of 35, 40, 45, right? And it comes with a certain level of loyalty. So when it comes to that cohort, we look at Anchor as a brand and we do the right things behind it. Now going to the other set of people, which is your architects, the consultants, the interior designers, these are the ones who influence a different set of consumers. That's where the brand Panasonic plays a very critical role. The kind of features we offer, the kind of product line we have, when it comes to IoT or it comes to any other technology advantage which we are giving, that's where Panasonic plays a very critical role. Now, coming on to the next question, how AI is kind of being, used here. So obviously it's going to transcend between both the brands. It's not that I would only use AI for Panasonic because that's more techie and not for Anchor. End of the day, it is all about patterns. It's all about algorithms. It's all about how I can use large sets of data, which can be used, for helping both the brands grow. So that's my answer to your question.
AI on the back end and AI somewhere on the front end as well.
Yes. So,
for
so
consumers.
the segmentation is very clear. As we've been discussing that it's not about algorithms only. It's about the connect. It's about the content. It's about the brand itself. So, and the brands are built on different ethos. The brands have different equities. So that still will remain there. AI will not be able to change it, at least as we've been speaking for the next 6 months or 1 year, because those have been built over 100 years and 60 years, if I have to put numbers there.
Wow. Okay, so I think we have only about 6 minutes left. So I want to get to Liz very quickly. This is a question that probably keeps me a little awake at night sometimes, which is Meta. Meta's and Google also, they've of course hinted in a way that tomorrow they'll have a fully agentic creative generation media deployment engine, which will be fully automated. So brand goes to Meta, not to the agency, not to anybody else, and says, listen, this is my objective, this is what I want to land. How close we are to that reality? Will it become real? What's your sense?
Today, I would say that I would need to play it by ear and see what happens, because there is a journey. There will be a journey, because finally what happens is that it studies patterns and it studies what exists. So while we say that originality will come there, I don't think it's going to be that simple. So if you're going to look at routine tasks, you're looking, at performance creative, you're looking at hardworking stuff which ticks the box, which I think this is possible. But if you're looking at I think he said it in a way, if you're looking at that breakthrough idea and you're looking at you're looking at excellent work, I have my, I do have my reservations to see how that'll play out. And besides, I don't know about AI having aesthetics or taste, or the way the brand has to be represented
As of now.
As of now. So the intuition of a marketeer today, or the team or the teams or whatever, I think there's a lot of it going on, and to be completely replaced is interesting, but I still think it's a journey.
Wow, thank you. I think I'll sleep better tonight. So I want to quickly, I have more questions and I'm very excited to ask more and more. So I'll quickly get to you. If Colgate was launching today for the first time with no legacy and all the best in class AI tools available.
I won't be able to sleep tonight. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, how would you build it? How would you do it differently? All best in class tools, all creators, all creative agencies, everything available to you. What would you do?
My instinctive answer is I think I would invert my go-to-market from probably being mass media led to being community led, and therefore being creator led, and therefore my go-to-market being, instead of traditional trade, being more quick commerce, and then work down the funnel of the country's audience. Yeah.
Amazing. Abhishek, quick one on quick commerce. It's fundamentally changing how consumers they're discovering brands, right? So if algorithms increasingly decide what appears on a shopper screen, who owns the consumer, the brand or that platform?
Yeah, I think similar to what I was saying earlier, the consumers will come to the platform. So essentially, there's a very strong relationship between the consumer or the shopper and the platform. But I think there is always this trust or relationship which the brand will have with the consumer, right? And that's something which we should not leave, because that's where the challenge is. We all think performance is the way to get sales, short term, but long term, no. So you have to continue to have the relationship with the consumer. And I'll tell you, the guys who know their consumer best are the one who will be able to create the differentiation, right? Otherwise, you'll just keep running, oh, that brand has did this brand has done this, so I will have to go and do something immediately, or copy it and stuff like that. The more you go to AI, the more sameness comes. So again, keeping AI aside, discoverability will continue to happen on quick commerce now. There is increasingly higher number what we are seeing for our brands, but we have to continue to stay connected with consumers.
Any threat from own labels of QCom? Like noise, which
no,
is by
not,
Swiggy?
not much at this moment. Yeah, right now they are more into the acquisition mode, but eventually that's what has happened. So maybe it will come later. Yeah.
Okay, Sandeep, quick one. We've gone from spec cell phones to creators, communities, experiences, right? 3 years from now, what will sell the next billion devices?
Actually, I think that's a very interesting question, because as of now, we're seeing the smartphone market sort of hit a plateau in India. The user acquisition is slowing down because people are holding onto their devices for longer. In 2017, people were on average upgrading their device every 9 months, and now that's moved to like 4 years almost. So people are holding onto devices for longer, and the next billion devices, as you put it, will only come through the ecosystem play. And perhaps I think in the entire world, we are the only company which has a human car home ecosystem, out of which, of course, most of it is outside of India. We have human aspects here, we have a bit of home. But in time, the expectation is that we build and bring most of that to India. And that's where we see the ecosystem, along with AI also being attached to it, understanding the consumer's needs, the preferences, and the way they go out about the day. That will help them. And then people want that convenience, that access, that easy way of life across every single touch point. And hence ecosystem is the next billion devices.
I love it. I love your answer. So Navjeet, last one. And after that, we'll move to the rapid fire, quick questions, quick answers. Navjeet, more from a marketer, I mean, more as a question, and together both of us should answer. Marketeers should optimize for what in this AI era? Attention or attribution?
Attribution is what happened, attention is why it happened, right? So you always optimize for both. So it's a false choice. What we have done at Cargo very quickly is that we partnered with Amazon DSP for this exact reason, because that will give the attribution. We become the creative and memorable partner, right? So that's why I think both the things are very important.
Okay, awesome. Off to rapid fire. Our time is up, but I'll get to Abhishek first. Abhishek, what is more valuable, brand love or algorithmic visibility? Choose one.
Choose one. I was about to say both. Possibly brand love till now. I don't know how this whole algorithm will evolve. It's becoming increasingly difficult to keep the pace with algorithm. But at this point in time, I would say brand love.
Awesome. Anuja, one emotion AI still struggles to create authentically.
All AI made creatives are all about perfection and everything is right in that world. But you say I'm human when you get things wrong. So I think the biggest emotion that I miss in AI creatives is vulnerability.
Awesome. Navjeet, one marketing metric you would delete from every marketer's dashboard tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Being a sales guy, it's lowest CPM wins. Lowest CPM does not win every time. It gives you sometimes the most costliest of learnings.
Thank you. Sunil, one consumer behavior that no algorithm can predict as of now.
Word of mouth.
Awesome. Liz, trust is built faster by data or empathy or somewhere, something in between.
I think authenticity.
Awesome. Sandeep, one emerging technology, and I want an answer from you on this. One emerging technology that marketers are underestimating today.
AI agents, I would say. Yeah, I think we are all moving from B2C, B2B to actually B2AI right now. So they would be making a lot of decisions for people. We are seeing consumer journey sort of shorten from say 2 to 3 weeks to maybe a few days, primarily because people are able to arrive at that decision much faster. So at least in the short term, maybe 6 months, like you were saying, that is something that we should be utilizing more.
Okay. And what's one brand asset AI should never be allowed to touch?
My brand asset or any brand asset?
Both.
Okay, don't touch my logo. It survived 200 years. I don't want it to change.
Okay. So that's some lovely rapid fire answers. I'll leave the audience with one final thought from me and my agent. 20 years ago, we competed on media. 10 years ago, we competed on data. Today, we compete probably on algorithms and, as Abhishek says, brand love. Now, my question, last ending question to, and whoever wants to go can go first. What will be the one enduring competitive advantage for marketers over the next 3 years, 6 months, 3 years? I'd written a decade, but not happening. So yeah, about a few years.
I'll try governance. I think effective governance of figuring this all out.
Anyone else?
I think the organizations having a AI mindset, it's very important to embed that. Just to give you an example, in marketing, we got somebody who's sitting here 2 years back who was an AI expert in whatever, ways it was possible. And having that mindset that things are going to change rapidly is very, very critical. Adopting that and ensuring that we are also changing with time. I think this is, in my view, very critical.
I agree.
Yeah, I think the company or the brands who knows their consumer best, I think that will remain as a competitive advantage.
Cannot agree.
Yeah.
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
I think you said marketeers, so I'll just answer from a marketeer's perspective. I think we are, very quickly, I'm thinking of myself as this person who's managing a whole orchestra of data, consumer understanding, creativity, AI-led algorithms. So somebody who's able to put it all together and literally, make the orchestra create music is literally the orchestration piece is what is going to probably make people stand apart.
I'm getting a lot of business ideas on what to build next. Thank you.
For me, I think it'll be always marketers who are consumers first. They look at it from this side and that side both. They are the ones who will, I think, endure.
Awesome.
I would say brand trust. I think taking a page out of what Abhishek said, we're a company that was built through the community, built through constant feedback loops. And I think as long as you hold yourself accountable and you remain trustworthy in the eyes of consumer, that's all that matters. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to echo what Abhishek said, but just another thought came to mind. This whole concept of human in the loop. I think where you sit in the loop will keep evolving, and you need to keep abreast of where you need to be to get to the output you need. So I think that's one place.
Sums it up. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue. Thank you to all our eminent panelists. And may I take the opportunity of inviting on stage Partner and Head of India Dept, Himanshu Modi, please. Thank you, Mr. Modi, for joining us. We request your presence and giving the token of appreciation to all our valued speakers. Of course, let's start with our moderator. Okay. For our speakers first. Thank you once again to all of them for joining us. Ayan, Sandeep, Elizabeth, Abhishek, Sunil, Anuja, Nabajit, thank you. Thank you all for joining us. Sahil, of course, for curating the entire session. And to all the audience members, remember, if you have any thoughts you'd like to share, please do so with hashtag e4m TechManch as one word. We'd request your dialogue on social media with us, and we'd encourage you to continue with that. And may I please request all of you to step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. And ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, we're getting all set for our next fireside chat. Trust me, we've been waiting for that, as it's going to be another great topic when we talk about news being reimagined. Let's talk about AI, trust in the future of media in that. Now, before we get set for that, we'd just like to pay a note to all our audience members. So first, we also have the early lucky draw. So I know many of you had joined us quite early in the morning, right at the registration. So the ones who did join us early in the morning, we've got a lucky draw for all of you. So remember, the winner of that is going to be declared at the end of our event today. So the ones who entered early, remember not to exit early. So stay back till the end, because we want to give you a surprise gift from our side. Also, we have a normal general lucky draw as well. So the ones who won that early and still would want to be lucky, we do have that as well for you. Now, on that note, let's talk about our next fireside conversation. The media industry is at that defining moment. As artificial intelligence transforms the way news is being created, distributed, and consumed, the media organizations are balancing the opportunities of innovation with the responsibility of maintaining credibility and public trust. Our next fireside chat and conversation explores how AI is reshaping the future of journalism while reinforcing the values that matter the most: accuracy, authenticity, as well as trust. We're extremely elated that our next speaker is a seasoned media leader who brings in more than 2 decades of experience driving transformation, growth, and innovation across India's media and entertainment industry. He's somebody who is leading one of India's most influential news network through a dynamic phase of digital evolution, as well as audience engagement. It's truly an honor he's here amongst us. Please give it up for our speaker, Raktim Das, the Chief Executive Officer of Zee Media Corporation Limited. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. In conversation with Mr. Imran Fazal, Assistant Editor, Exchange for Media Group. Let's give both of them a big round of applause. I'm sure it's going to be a great conversation ahead. A warm welcome, Mr. Das, and thank you, Imran, for joining us. Over to you.
Welcome, everyone. So, we have lately seen developments across news media and broadcasting industry. The latest being today, where Kerala High Court has especially lifted the stay on the landing page provision and many such developments shaping the media landscape industry. Welcome, Raktim.
Thank you.
We would like to discuss much more in depth about what's transforming the broadcasting industry. And from a seasoned leader like you, I want to understand what excites you more in this time from the broadcasting industry when things have evolved drastically.
So, thank you. The key word that I would pick up from your question is transformation. So if you look at how media is actually transformed in the last few years, one of the key aspect that all media organizations and including us, we need to focus upon is transformation. So what is transformation? Transformation for me is from two aspects. One is internal transformation in terms of how do you structure your organization. Because the way legacy media organizations, especially news organizations, the way we have been functioning with the advent of so many new tech tools which are available both as a open source tool and also as a subscribed tool, the transformation that one needs to bring about internally is more of a mindset game. So from that perspective, one defining moment that one needs to look at in the current context is structural transformation within the organization so that news brands can operate more like a omni-channel ecosystem. So when I say omni-channel ecosystem, it is more from the perspective of how do you adopt a omni-content approach, because the audience, the consumer, is available across multiple platforms. So transformation in the newsroom in terms of how do you break all the silos which are there in legacy organization, and how do you bring in efficiency and more agility in the newsroom is the transformation that I'm referring to. And that transformation is a structural transformation that all news organizations need to go through. That's point number one. And the point number two is also in terms of the second set of customers that we address, which is the advertiser who comes on various media platforms. So from that perspective, it is also very critical for all news brands, including us, to figure out how do we address the business problems of customers who are with us in terms of various revenue opportunities. Can we create opportunities which will address the business pain point of our customers? This for me is also a process of transformation because it involves creating teams which can understand the business nuances of the customers they are talking to, and in the process come up with solutions which can help them address the business solutions.
So Raktim, when we talk about transformation, we also see growth of digital platforms where digital platforms are eating up the revenues of television. How do you make sure that the audience sticks to your TV, or what kind of omni-channel approach do you take to sustain advertisers for your network?
So if you look at a news brand, it is no longer television or it is no longer digital. Both are interconnected. So if I am creating content, at some point in time, maybe about 10 years back, news brands used to focus more on the what, where, and when kind of the aspects pertaining to a news event. Today, the consumer, the audience wants to understand and know much beyond that. It is not about what, why, or when something has happened. They want to understand why and the how of that news event. From that perspective, while television may give you immediate headlines in terms of what is happening, the digital platform of the same news brand will give you more of contextual content which will make you understand more about why that has happened and how that has happened and how it may impact your own life. So digital and broadcast, they are not separate anymore. They are all interconnected and they are all in the process gonna create the overall essence of the news brand that you represent. Because finally, if you look at what impacts a news brand, it is primarily two factors. One, obviously, you need to have reach, because if you have reach, you will have more and more of customers coming to you who will advertise with us. But more important is the engagement, more important is the affinity with the audience, and also at the same time in the process, how do you create trust for your news brand so that you have more and more of returning users coming back to you. So to conclude to your question, there is nothing which is different. There is nothing called television. There is nothing called digital, it is about the brand. For example, in our case, if it is Z News as a brand, then Z News needs to be available across all touch points. For example, if you have to buy a shirt today, you can go and buy it from the brand store, exclusive brand store. You could buy it from maybe any other store, or you could buy it on the internet on say Myntra or any other. You could even buy it on a quick commerce. Similarly, for a news brand, the content that you're dishing out to your audience needs to be available across all touch points, be it on television set, be it on the mobile device, be it on the laptop or on even a gaming console. And at the same time, across multiple touch points, I also mean across various formats. So the same content could be in a horizontal format, it could be in a vertical format, it could be short form content, or it could be long form content. So there is no distinction anymore between what is broadcast or what is digital. They are both interlinked. And at the end of the day, you need to create a platform agnostic news brand.
Right. When you talk about digital platforms, it also comes with creators as well, wherein today we see an information overload. On one hand, there are content creators. On one hand, there is a legacy media like you. How do you build trust among your audiences, where on one hand, content creators are generating content, earning money, and while on the other hand, legacy media like you are disseminating news? How do you differentiate? How do you build trust for your brand?
Trust definitely is built over a period of time.
Yeah, but do you think there is a need for the government to regulate content creators who generate news? Because legacy media is regulated. How do you look at these two things here?
Regulation for me is more about self-regulation. Even for legacy media, we are into self-regulation. If you don't self-regulate ourselves, we would not be building the trust that we wish to build over a period of time. As I said in the beginning, trust is more built over a period of time, and trust means different. It's got different playbooks. For someone, trust could be about breaking something soon. Someone, trust could be about explaining it best. For someone, trust could also be offering content which will give you to understand, as I said earlier, what is the why and the how of that particular thing. Trust is just not about delivering it fast or explaining it best. Trust is about authenticity, trust is about credibility, trust is about affinity that you build with your audience base. Trust is something which is more important in the current context, because if you are not a trusted brand, you will not be able to build affinity and engagement with the audience that you are addressing.
We were discussing off stage about an AI which has been built by Z Media. How do you look at the implementation? What is it about? How it helps you grow both in the newsroom and for the advertisers? How does it help you?
So AI is integral. It's intrinsic to the overall process at this point in time. So what does it enable for a news organization? It brings in efficiency and it brings in speed to the market. When I mean speed to the market, it is about creating content which is at that point in time relevant, and at that point in time it is relatable to the audience that you are reaching out to. The tool that I was talking to you about is essentially a very, very basic tool, but then that tool is something which will enable the creators in the newsroom to go through a transformation, because it's all about mindset. You can't have tools which is very complex, because there are content creators in the newsroom who have been used to a way of functioning over the last maybe decade. For them to adopt something new is a process that they need to go through. That tool which I am referring is essentially tools which will enable, for example, if I am creating a piece of content for my website. So as a news publisher, for me, it is also very critical to look at some of the best practices that I need to adopt. For example, one of the best practices could be the EAT principle, which is how do you have expertise, authority, and then build trust. So the tool I was referring to you is a tool wherein if I create a piece of content, I pick it up, put it in the tool will be able to give me a score saying that on the EAT benchmark, this is where you are. So accordingly, the newsroom content creator, he will be able to repurpose the entire content and put it up in a way which is more from the EAT score perspective, which is more able to reach out to a larger audience base, and which is also able to build the trust factor for the news publisher who is adopting this entire principle?
Interestingly, when we talk about AI, digital news publishers are seeking equal pay and payment from the AI companies who are taking out the data, right, to train their models. How do you look at this issue, and do you think the companies who are scraping data from your sources should be paid well? How do you look at the pay models for such things?
Yeah, that's a paradigm shift which needs to come in, because finally, if you look at the sources of traffic, especially on the digital side of the business, you don't have any search traffic in the current point in time. Because if you are searching for a particular piece of information, everything gets summarized just at the top, and you may just not be clicking any stories which are just below it. So what is happening? So there is this complete transition which is happening from a SEO perspective into GEO. Now, there are two aspects to it. If I'm not able to if I'm not providing my content for the AI engines to pick it up, I may lose out on the traffic bit. At the same time, I am also providing my content to the AI tools so that they are able to provide this piece of information to the user. It's a chicken and egg story. Yeah. So either you provide your content and get the traffic that you want, or you say, no, I don't want to provide the content. I will create a paywall and you pay me to scrape my content. At this point in time, I think it's very early stages, but sooner than later, they need to pay for the content, because at the end of the day, all news brands are creating content, and the content is available for the big tech companies to use it and provide what they are providing. So this is something, it's one of the big issues that one needs to look at, and this is something that needs a lot of debate and deliberation, and this is something that at an industry level, one needs to take a very, very unified decision.
When we talk about technology and AI, today advertisers see campaigns across multiple platforms, a unified campaign. How is Z Media enabling advertisers to come up with an unified campaign across its platforms? What's the business model actually?
So you look, one obviously is the revenue that comes in from the advertiser. Second is also news brands have never looked at consumer revenue, right? So if I look at my overall digital business, if I have say 100 million users coming to my various platforms, I also need to look at it from the ARPU perspective, right? So far it's been telecom companies who looks at the ARPU benchmark, saying that what is the average revenue that I get per user. If I am able to get even say 1 rupee from 100 million, I earn 100 million rupees per month. So that's one important revenue stream we as a company, we are currently exploring. We need to figure out how we could look at the consumer revenue as well, so that dependency on advertising revenue is no longer what it used to be. That's point number one.
So are you hinting towards subscription-led?
Subscriptions, as well as how can you offer value, for example, premium content. I could create a premium channel on YouTube, and I can get subscribers to pay for the premium content that I'm offering. So we also have brands like say G Business that is more about explaining complex things, which is about investor education, which is about how do you go about investing in the stock market. So if I'm able to create premium content which is able to enable and empower the consumer, then consumer needs to pay. So that's one model we as news brands, especially from Z Media perspective, we are looking at it very seriously. But coming back to your original question in terms of what is it that we can offer to the advertiser, as I said earlier, the crux of the entire matter is that can you as a news brand look at some of the business pain points that your customer has. If you are able to identify the business pain point of the customer, and if you can come up with a solution which could be a combination of the multiple things that we offer, it could be regular mundane vanilla advertising, it could be a brand solution, it could be branded content, it could be even mundane events that various news brands keep doing it, but it's a combination of everything. Can we offer a unified solution which is across broadcast, which is across your publishing websites, which is across your social platforms that you have, and how well are you able to engage with the target audience, or how well are you able to solve the business pain point of the customer? That obviously, again, coming back to the original first question, it needs a transformation in the mindset of the people who is in that side of the business of a news organization. So this is a process which is happening. As a company, Z Media, we have been doing multiple new things. We have been doing a lot of branded content initiatives. We have also been looking at revenue from international markets. We have also been looking at providing rich ad tech solutions across your digital platform. For example, if there is a story on how rains are happening in Mumbai city, and there is a picture which is about maybe a few people in the street, lots of rain happening, can there suddenly be a sudden ad which comes up, which is around an umbrella? So those are the rich ad tech solutions that we are building, and those kind of solutions will bring in contextual advertising solutions to the customers who are with us.
When you spoke about subscription, I remember one of your peers in the news broadcasting industry, that's TV9, had also started a subscription-led model, but it didn't take off. Do you think times have changed now that people want to watch premium news and go to your app or go to YouTube and purchase those subscriptions?
That again is a function of two factors. One is the trust, how much of trust you have been able to build as a news brand. Second, how are you able to empower the consumer, the audience or the user? So it's not an easy process, because news so far has been a free service which has been coming to all news consumers. But at this point in time, if you are able to provide value with the content which will help his life, and this is more pertaining to what I refer to as YMYL content, your money, your life content. If it is generic news content, you may not have too much of success with this subscription model. But if it is content which pertains to your life, which is essentially in this space of, say, health, wellness, it could be pertaining to personal gadgets, it could be pertaining to, say, BFSI content in terms of our business news brands. For example, for brands like G Business, which is such a powerful brand, if I'm able to explain why is it that you should be doing your KYC with the bank, if I'm able to tell what kind of SIP you should be buying if you are at the age bracket of, say, 30 to 35, if I'm able to give content saying that why you should be investing in a term insurance early in your life, if I'm able to provide content saying that this is how you should go about choosing between the new regime or the old regime of tax. So those kind of empowering content, if you are able to create in a very real and relatable format, it needs to be very real, it needs to be relatable, it needs to be relevant, then that kind of content is something for which you could have subscription revenue flowing in.
Also, with festive season coming in, on the other hand, mark ratings being suspended, hopefully it comes back next week. How do you explain your advertisers? Because we are relevant, we have this reach. How do you sustain the business?
So BARC, definitely it's the most important currency as far as broadcast business is concerned. Over the last few months, when this data was not available, we have used it as an opportunity to do some course correction, right? For us, as I said, it's a transformation that we are embarking on in terms of how we can create a news ecosystem rather than having independent news brands, right? When I say news ecosystem, I am referring to adopting a omni-content approach, right? If I'm creating content pertaining to, say, maybe the wars which are happening, how can I create content which will give the why and the how behind what's happening elsewhere in the globe? So from the festive season perspective that you are referring to, or from the perspective that how we are navigating this entire time period of a dark period of where the BARC data is not available, we have looked at it, because BARC data is important, but then if it is not available, if it is not available, because it's beyond the control of us. So this particular period, we have done a lot of introspection. We have figured out ways and means of going through the transformation. And the transformation that I'm referring to is something which is built around trust and tech. How do I build more trust for the brand that I have? Because if I'm building trust, I will have consumer affinity. And tech, how will tech enable this entire process in terms of building efficiency in the newsroom, and also in terms of getting tools which will democratize the way content is being created in the newsroom.
Right, but there is also a double whammy to this. Ad cap. when the 10+2 ad cap rules were enforced by Delhi High Court, now the advertising ecosystem is divided. Should it be 15 minutes? Should it be 20 minutes? Should it be 12 minutes? Or there should be a forbearance? How do you look at the ad cap thing? Wherein do you think there has to be a certain ad cap or there should be a forbearance, especially for news broadcasters?
So look, this subject is still under discussion. So I wouldn't want to comment too much on this, but then this is more about self-regulation. Because if I have too much of advertising happening at a particular time slot, I won't have too much of affinity with the consumers. But advertising is also content. So it is about how you interspace the content and the advertising content as part of your streaming products. It could be the news channel on YouTube. It could be the news channel on, say, DTH or any cable channel. So this entire thing about 12 minutes, or is it 10+2, or is it 15 minutes, is something which all news broadcasters, including us, have to build a ecosystem, have to build a mindset which will ensure that the customer, the user, the viewer gets the best content that they are looking out for. And if he has come to my platform, whether it is on a DTS platform or on connected TV or on YouTube, we need to offer the best content, and for that there needs to be a optimal mix between advertising content and news content. So to answer your question, I would rather say it's more about self-regulation.
Also, being the CEO of Z Media, I want to understand from you that what metrics do you see today as the success for Z Media as compared to last 5 years? What would be those metrics according to you?
So as I said, the success metrics is about building just one factor, which time and again I am referring to is building the trust factor. Because you have so much of content which is available across the internet. You have so much of content which keeps coming out, whether it is from individual creators or from institutional creators like us. The factor that one needs to build is the trust factor. And the trust factor, as I said, is something which cannot be compromised. Credibility, authenticity, trust, these are some of the key areas that one needs to focus upon. And also in terms of, if you have to look at key benchmark, it is more about reach is very important for us as a success metrics, but at the same time, it is more about watch time, it is more about engagement, it is more about loyalty, it is more about returning users to your publishing platform. Those are the key success matrices that you look at. And if you are able to manage all of that, then revenue is a natural outcome. Because if you have loyalty, if you have affinity, if you have reach, revenue will come on its own.
And where do you see the biggest growth coming for Z Media in next 3 to 5 years? How do you look at the whole growth factor coming in from?
The growth, as I said, two ways you have to look at the growth drivers. First growth drivers is how do you create new avenues for revenue? When I say new avenues for revenue, it is just not about advertising income, it is also about subscription income. So that's something we are looking at. Second is also expanding from the geographical perspective. While regional will continue to drive growth, and we have a huge bouquet of regional channels, the tier 2, tier 3 market would be the next growth locomotive for us. And at the same time, we also have a channel called e4m, which is arguably India's first global news channel, which is about taking India to the world, and which is also about a lens to the world for the Indian consumer. So that is a new area of growth we are looking at. We have been doing a lot of international initiatives in various markets. So international is one of the areas that we are looking at. And at the same time, strengthening the core. Strengthening the core is also very important. How do you, as you said in the middle of this conversation, that how do you create unified solutions for advertisers who are with us?
Thank you so much, Raktim, for sharing those insights, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed the session. Thank you so much, Raktim.
Thank you. Thank you, Imran.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give both of them a big round of applause. Thank you, Raktam, for giving us such key insights. Of course, Imran, if I may request you to give the token of appreciation to our speaker. May I request both of you to please step forward. Center stage, thank you. Well, it's all happening at the 10th edition of TechManch 2026. And thank you once again to Raktam for joining us and letting us know about the revolution in the news space. Now, getting to news, and before we get set for the final panel discussion, I've got a minute plus, so I'm going to utilize this opportunity into giving one more token of appreciation to our guests out here. So I had promised you that we're going to be joining you back to give you a surprise element, and this time, once again, I'm going to be revisiting the WhatsApp business chat of Exchange for Media, which when I asked who all were a part, rather 70 to 80% of you raised your hands. So I'm going to come straight live to one more person. The question is going to be very similar to what I asked in the previous one. Someone who would like to attempt first, can please raise your hand, who are a part of the WhatsApp business group. Can you raise your hand? Okay, I'm going to give the gentleman out here an opportunity. He's just revised. He's like, Bhavna's going to come up with a question. I'm all set. And trust me, I'm going to make it very, very simple for you. Firstly, sir, what's your name? What brand do you represent?
I'm Arun Gowde representing Sher Khan.
Arun Gowde representing Sher Khan. Okay, so a very simple question for you. Just tell me, in today's broadcast from Exchange for Media, just one brand's name. Oh my God, I did not check, Bhavna. Okay, so we're going to go live to someone else. Would you like to attempt? He's already like, I did. Okay. I would love to know your name, of course, the brand you represent, and then the answer.
Yeah, myself, Amar Shinde, and I'm representing Surya Bharat Group from Pune. Surya Bharat Group from Pune. Yeah. So one brand. Yeah, there were a lot of brands, but to start with, it was Pidilite. From it. Okay.
Sorry, wrong attempt. The question was, and I will have to go to someone else because it is from the WhatsApp group. What one brand got represented? I will have to go to him because he had raised his hand earlier as well. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. Your name, the brand you represent. Are you working or are you a student? Oh, we love that. Okay, and one brand which you saw in the broadcast today.
So one brand which I read is that recently it's been appointed as executive director in Vedanta. So that's what I read in the community group. Vedanta, yeah.
What's your name? Nirav. Nirav, you're representing which institution? Like where? SIES. All right. Let's give Nirav a big, big round of applause. Nirav, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the goodie ahead. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're of course going to go straight live, and just by show of hands, how many students are here? We love the engagement from all the youth of our country. Can you please raise your hands? Wow, that's great to see that we have a lovely bunch. I wish when we were in college, we would have got this opportunity of meeting the top leaders under one roof. So thank you so much to all the students who've got this opportunity and of course are here with us. Now it's time for us for the final panel, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the final session of TechManch 2026. We turn our attention to one of the biggest challenges organizations face today, which is breaking down silos. In an increasingly connected world, true transformation happens when people, technology, and data come together. Our closing panel explores how the leading organizations are building unified data ecosystems, fostering cross-functional collaboration, and creating connected customer experiences that drive sustainable growth. On the topic, breaking the silo paradox, creating a unified data approach, allow me an opportunity to now invite our panelists, starting with our session chair. Please give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Prateek Gupta, co-founder and director of Zoo Media. Thank you so much, Prateek, for joining us. May I also take the opportunity of inviting Pawan Kumar, SVP and Head Sales, CX, Mahindra and Mahindra. Let's give Pawan a warm round of applause, please. Vineet Soni, DVP, Growth Marketing and MarTech, HDFC Bank. Thank you so much, Vineet, for joining us. Francis Rodrigues, SVP, E-commerce and Digital Marketing, HDFC Live. Thank you. Thank you, Francis. Suruchi Kore, the Head of Media and Corporate Communication, Bajaj Group. Thank you, Suruchi, for joining us. Himanshu Modi, the Partner and Head of Debt. Thank you, Himanshu. Come on, Mumbai. We can be much more gracious with our applause. And Rajkumar Ramali, the founder and director, BidBid. Welcome, Mr. Ramali. Thank you for joining us. And on that note, Prateek, I leave it to your curation with your panel ahead. Thank you for joining us once again.
Thank you. Check. Okay. Thank you. I think it was firstly great to see that the topic did not have AI anywhere, which meant that we're still having a conversation that's relevant and not going to be relevant. Not that AI is not, but the intent of the conversation is obviously to break down where, I mean, 5 years ago, this conversation would have been all about data and putting all the data together. I think if we're now having a conversation of putting data together, then it's absolutely the wrong panel. But now it's about how the data is getting organized, how the data is getting used, and how while we are solving for the data journey, have we solved for internal human interventions, internal customer journeys, internal stakeholder journeys, so that we're able to use the data in the right sort of a format for all of the marketing activities or for any of the other activities that we'd like to do. So the intent of the conversation, like I'm going to try and make it as conversational as possible. So please just jump in whenever you feel like. I have a whole host of questions in case we want to do that boring route, but the intent is to just kick off a conversation, and anybody who has a point of view on that, please jump in. I'll start with Pawan because he's right to my left. Because he's in Mahindra and Mahindra, and for me, the thinking of it is that the customer journeys are now becoming a lot more broader for you, and it's now becoming ecosystem journeys. You're collecting data from your, from your salespeople. You're collecting data from even the cars that are coming through. You're collecting data from the internet. You're collecting data in all sorts of forms and ways. How is that data coming into a unified ecosystem that's accessible differently to different aspects of your business? And therefore, what are the kind of business metrics that you're able to track or you're able to affect because of this entire data journey, hopefully, which has broken the silos already?
Thank you, Prateek, for having me. I come from Mahindra auto sector, so we are into business of automotive vehicles, both ICE and electric vehicles. So the biggest shift, which you all know, you have been buyers of cars and SUVs for many years. Today's buyer is a self-directed buyer, and he or she has already made a choice before they come to our showrooms or they visit website. What they need is validation, whether their choice is right, and that's where the shift has already happened for in last decade. So what makes it interesting is to find those insights and mine the data in what way they are actually interacting with the brand, whatever may be the medium, whether it's a website or WhatsApp marketing or in the showroom itself. So the journey, customer journey, has multiple facets to it. So whatever data that is getting generated, we have made it as an unified source for various functions to consume it on a live basis. When I say stakeholders, even the stakeholder spectrum has changed. We sell our vehicles to our dealer partners, and in turn they sell it to customers. So dealer partners become our major stakeholders in terms of understanding these insights and consuming the data. So this unified platform, what we have, has not just the lead phase when a customer walks in or he is searching internet, but it also has all the previous informations of that customer, the previous ownership, what is he looking into, and how do we make a better sales pitch, which is again various AI platforms have come in giving us models in which we can hyper personalize what needs to be told in the sales pitch. So this data, what I said, is an unified data right now, and it is building every second that as we speak, and this is accessible to all the functions. So in that way, we have broke the silos in last 3-4 years time, especially post COVID. We have been at it, a lot of partners have joined in, and we enrich this platform on a daily basis. This is being primarily consumed by three departments, which I would like to highlight. First, the marketing, to understand what the profile of the customers, today's customers is. Secondly, it is being used by quality in terms of what customers are saying once they bought into the brand. What's the product experience like? And the quality team is using every day to improve the quality of the product. And thirdly, it is going back to the drawing table in terms of product development itself. The design department, what we have, they use these insights in mining what is important for the changing customer profile in next 3 to 4 years to come. What features they value, what is the perceived value of the feature, how much the customer is able to pay, and what are the strategies to retain, how can be the forefront, how can be at the forefront in offering the features at the right cost. So overall, all these which were in silos have been broken, and it's an evolving process. And this is how we at Mahindra are approaching this breaking the silos paradox.
Thanks. I have lots of follow-up questions, but we'll address them as we go along. I think we need to you. I'd be foolish to think that you guys have not implemented marketing technology and must have implemented hundreds of those platforms already. But in my experience, what I've seen is the biggest reason of MarTech not working is not because the platforms don't work, but because the organizational change does not happen fast as you like your data to change, right? And for a structure of HDFC Bank like yours, where that banking customer first to come into your funnel and then to come into the various different products that you would provide, while that segmentation would hopefully exist, what is the biggest resistance to change that you saw on the organizational side that make the silos a lot more prominent than products do?
So, see, ideally, it's classic problem in banking, what we have seen. Combination of multiple factors, but if I were to highlight, let's say around 2 to 3 bigger chunks of it, obviously the digital transformation, the technology at the pace at which evolves, right? And followed by technically the attribution problem, which is what you see the newer brands these days, the likes of Lenskart, the likes of Zomato and all, they don't care, right? One of the biggest reasons with silos, if you would see, I believe, across the entire list of all the brands which have been coming here and speaking about, what you could notice is that there's a challenge between the offline side, the online. In our BFSI world, we call it the assisted side, the unassisted. That's one silo. Within the marketing channel or the entire marketing department itself, there are multiple channels which are operating. That's another silo, right? And then followed by ideally the transformation-led silo, which is there as a part of the entire organization, right? So these are the silos which basically do exist, and which is what the brands do recognize, which is why, I think all of us are sitting here. I've been personally knowing Francis, Manshu, Pratik. That's what I think all of us are trying to do. We're trying to break those silos. Personally with HDFC Bank, if I were to give you some glimpse of it, what we are trying to do is we're trying to address the area of the assisted, the unassisted battle, right? So if you walk into the any branch of HDFC Bank as of today, what you would notice is that now we are no longer differentiating between, this is a customer which is assisted, this is unassisted, this is the business of this particular, teams XYZ. And that's how, because the goal is very common, right? The goal is about customer experience. So we've launched something called as an expressway. What it does is, basically irrespective of any channel. A customer walks into a branch, they log in just with the help of QR code. Nobody cares about attribution anymore, right? None of the brands are ideally, and I think even if there are certain ones who are still working in that traditional way, I think it will all evolve. Right? You will see that neither the bank does that, because the common goal is experience. They know that if they don't break this silo, the customer experience is going to get hampered. So that's a biggest takeaway. What I think that, what in the last 2 to 3 years, what all the brands are doing. Uh, with HDFC Bank also, within marketing itself. Now, while we are talking about the upper funnel within the silos itself, which is the unassisted, assisted, that's what we have tried to attack, and explicitly with Martech, right? And Martech is now technically able to leverage that fact. It is sitting on top of all the teams, and it is actually giving organization the direction, right? So imagine the scope of Martech, where ideally the MD of the bank is technically looking at the data which is, or the insights which are driven by Martech, right? He is much more concerned about what is going wrong with the app, and if there is anything, if there's an issue with the net banking, right? This is all because it's all about the customer experience, right? And that's what ideally the technology is doing. It's automatically breaking the silos. While we are not talking much about AI, that's what even eventually AI will do. It will bloody break the silos, right? Which is what is making this industry run on a very traditional model, right? So that'll automatically happen. Let's see how it further goes over the next few years.
Thanks, Vineet. I think, Francis, your line of business is what most businesses really would love for, right? You have a customer relationship for minimum 20, 30 years, right, in life. But that customer relationship in so many of the cases is so long drawn and has so many channels and back channels and intermediaries over there, that for you, from the way that I look at it, right, data is one part of it, but to manage that entire customer journey through all of the data transitions that you are seeing must be probably some of the hardest bits, right? And for me, the question I want to ask is that data has one side of the story, the emotion has another side of the story, and for you, the marriage of the data and emotion in your line of business becomes the most important data continuum journey that you must take on. How do you manage that?
So we try to. That's the honest answer. But I think you touched upon a very important thing. While Vineet spoke about sales attribution, and sales attribution as a big silo, and that's true across BFSI. I think the big one for insurance is also something which is slightly philosophical, right? What is the silo between moment of sale and moment of truth?
Yeah.
Right? So it's a time when you've actually kind of sold the product, and the time at which, as you mentioned, 40 years in terms of term insurance, 20 plus years in terms of savings and ULIPs, etc. It's a very long sort of customer journey. And each point of the journey, what is a moment of time at which the customer really is, in some sense, getting benefits of your product, using your product, and what is he feeling at that point of time? Right? So that basically is the key silo to be broken. And what happens is that you have a lot of energy, time, attention in terms of, how do you kind of improve, sale. So whether it is, lead propensity, customer propensity, next best offer, and so on and so forth, right? You also have, a whole bunch of, traditional ML, as now even a lot of AI in terms of sentiment analysis and everything else around, what are customers feeling at a given point in time, who's likely to churn, and so on and so forth. But there still exists that silo between the two, saying that, how do you kind of ensure that whatever you've been kind of, you've promised the customer at a given point in time, is that promise playing out and playing out over those 10, 20 years, right? So I think that basically is the key silo to be broken.
That's a very, very difficult one, and I'll come back to you, because you need to know the emotional changes that the customer is basically going on, and obviously relying on either your relationship managers or your agents, and to keep continuously feeding back that information into your data journey, for me, would be the most tricky part of your ecosystem. But to you, Suruchi, I think uh, you're the only one over here who comes from the corporate communications background. So everyone who wants that change to happen internally is obviously going to look at you for all the help and support to ensure that while they spend the crores of rupees on getting the marketing technology platform, the people who are running the platforms are also looking at the change that is coming through it. As a person who's leading that charge, and we'll talk about the other stakeholders that you obviously deal with, what do you think is the most important driver of that cultural change within the organization, or the levers that you're able to pull to be able to make this change happen? Because uh, the C-suite obviously wants it, right? But the C-suite can't do anything till the machinery doesn't start to flex its own muscle. So what's the biggest changes that you've been able to drive, and how have you been able to drive it? Is my first question to you.
Yeah, thank you, Prateek, and such a valid point, because we are all working towards our specific department and we are talking about silos. So I've been fortunate to really be at the top level and work at even in my earlier jobs at network marketing levels for Media Z when I was with Z Network, and now with Bajaj Group, I'm part of the corporate communications piece. So we have two of our manufacturing industries, which is Bajaj Power Business, Bajaj Sugar, Ethanol, and Bajaj Consumer Care. So here I'm able to really see what different cultures the employees are coming from, even the kind of business strategy or communication that each of the businesses are putting out. And at the same time, how is it really tying back to the Bajaj culture? I think that is something that has to evolve for any organization if we are building a brand, and especially for legacy brands. But of course, when you want to be having that relationship with your consumers, with your stakeholders, that is the kind of communication that's really important, that you are true to your organizational values and how it all ties back to the brand perception that's been there for all these years. So when we are communicating, I think whenever a new business strategy is made, it's somehow needs to tie back to your original brand identity. And that is when your customers will really relate to your brand, and that is when they will really have the trust that's going to be an important factor for any brand lead generation or loyalty of consumers that we keep talking about. So I think at that level, when we are talking about silos, I think how things are changing in all these years. And when Pawan was talking about the departments that are using that data set, I think every department today should have or rather does have, but they are not using that kind of access to the data that's available in today's time. So somewhere it's really important that we realize that all our strategies, because we are all ultimately working towards having that brand loyalty from our customers. So how that's going to make a difference from the starting point, making a business pitch, may it be a new product launch or a new corporate brand campaign, anything for that matter, how it's going to tie back to your identity. I think that's a very important point that we need to realize. And today, when we are talking about content that's being made on the go, how Gen Zs are working out with content creation on their phones, and everybody is a content creator today. So our employees are really our most important stakeholders. If they don't believe in what we are going to sell to the consumers, I think it's never going to translate to the outside stakeholder. So that is a take that I realize being at this.
Thank you. Himanshu, we're done with the brand guys. uh, my clear question to you is, what breaks first? The technology, the process, or the alignment between teams? Let's spill truths.
Personally, I think the alignment breaks first, and everything else then crashes along with it, right? So, um, things start building with alignment, and things break with end of alignment. So that would be the specific answer to your question. But underlying thing would be, why do alignments break? What is something that I would share from my experience, that one of the things, and we are into technology services, and we implement enterprise solutions for brands. And what I've usually seen is the team that decide to purchase a particular way of solving a problem, the team that is involved in implementing the solution, and team that eventually is going to use the solution, right, are like completely different people in an organization with different objectives. And so when rubber meets the road, if you have not really taken the necessary steps. Uh, you know, in IT, typically what I have seen is, and that's where we end up being more successful in delivering value in the first version itself. We have this option of telling clients, we as in general, the industry, like, your next phase mein plan kiya hai, right? So this whole next phase thing comes out because no one really thought through, uh, the need of the end user who is going to actually use the solution. So I think alignment has to start even before the first line of code is written, or even before anything is thought through. I think the requirement gathering needs to happen in a way which keeps in mind the needs of the absolute end user, and then evolve from there. So if that happens, and then obviously things keep changing. But if things are aligned from that perspective, it gets built, and if that alignment breaks, it starts breaking.
Thanks. I think, Rajkumar, I think I'm going to ask you a very, very simple question, which has, I'm hoping, a very complicated answer. But what's happened is that data silos are building individual channels, right? Whether it's a particular team or whether it's a particular outcome. I have personally seen lots of organizations being able to win at individual channels, but yet lose the customer. Why do you think that that sort of an ecosystem, with the complexity of technology that we have access to today, with the filtration downwards of data that we're seeing today, is still not the complete answer for customer success? And I'm broadly using that term because customer success could be defined in multiple ways. I've usually seen that best SOV over here, best SOV over there, best number of calls, best number of sales, best number of intent. But when it comes down to the last layer, I've usually seen these data silos or data paradoxes exist in almost every ecosystem. And why do you think that that actually happens?
The fact that, it's a fact that these exist, and the answer is actually very simple. It's not very complicated, because different channels collecting data from different places. I think the one single place to accumulate all that is missing, and it'll be hard. It's not fair, because we're all humans and each of us is protecting our share of data, and there has to be someone at the top orchestrating all this together. So the answer is quite simple: human behavior. Everybody is protecting their data and everybody is holding on to their stuff. Well, till humans exist, that will continue to be in some way till we find some channel that can really go through this and hold all of this together and give one single picture to the.
And how have you been able to navigate your clients through these times?
It's not been easy. It is not going to be easy. Well, in my case, different people have to buy the idea that this can do this for them. But it's not easy. It's not easy. It's the same struggle that any one of us faces, whether with. So for me, that the consumer is the corporate consumer. So it's actually even tougher. So it's not as simple as the.
Yeah. Thanks. Pawan, I want to bring in the aspect of emotion, right? Like we're still India. Buying a car for lots of people is still a highly emotional decision. And I'm trying to get in the absolute structure of data and data doesn't discriminate kind of a philosophy with a deep rooted emotional truth, emotional reason for a person to actually buy. And this must be a data input and this must also be a data output, right? Like what you get from your dealers and what you get from your showrooms as to why most people are making a decision and how some are able to tug the emotional cord a lot more than they're able to tug a data cord. In a place where you're trying to create that balance between emotion and data, how have you, your sector, your company been able to manage this balance?
Very, very interesting question, and this is one differentiating factor in breaking the silos, uh, especially when emotion travels across the departments, traditional departments. That's the unifying force, to think, giving a unified experience which is consistent both in showrooms and workshops. And I have to break this journey between showroom and workshops. It's very important. For a product which is, average price of which is about 22 lakhs today, uh, in the SUV space that we are in, uh, emotion plays an important role. It's not a utility vehicle that they are buying, which is low priced. This is very, very close to our customers, and hence how they experience the product, what emotions do they display after buying the product. That's where the story starts, because that's where the word of mouth influences the other buyers to come into the showrooms. So we track those emotions on a daily basis. So the cycle starts there. I'm going back to what I said earlier to the first question. This emotion gets translated obviously in form of data insights, and I have to bring in AI here. We have deployed various AI models across the touch points, starting with after sales experience. We capture every element of how the customer is interacting with the machine, the product, the SUV. For example, the customer, while driving the vehicle, he can give a voice input to Alexa, which is integrated into the infotainment system, of a problem that he is experiencing then. If he experiences some noise from door, I'm taking an example, he can give a voice input, and that gets recorded into the main data platform, unified data platform that we have, and that is being consumed by the quality, the product planning, and also the customer experience teams. What do we do with the customer, and what do we do with the vehicle, with the product? What do we do with the vehicle when it comes to the next service? This is reactive, but we are using AI in a lot of proactive stuff, and most of the connected cars have a lot of data being generated every second. We use the data to predict. A lot of models are available, and we have deployed the best. They predict what can go wrong in the vehicle, and we call the customer and tell that, this might go wrong, so please come and get this repaired. So we are touching the emotional space of the customer, and which is interest building, lot of trust, resilience towards the brand, and the affinity is going up. So that's on after sales experience. I'm moving to the sales experience. I'm starting with the showroom journey, and in showroom, we have deployed, we have envisioned a lot of design thinking there, but our partners, normally, Himanshu, they come up with the same phrase: next phase mein karenge. Okay, so our aspirations are high. But whatever we have deployed similar to, scanning a simple QR code in identifying the need, what their need is, because it's no more about engine power or the speed or the acceleration or the features. It's about the experience of the product, right? Especially in electric vehicle space, it's all about experience. That vehicle can do anything for you. And we have seen a huge success with our new products, XCV 9S and 9E, 6, BE6. So there the customer profile is completely different. They are completely emotionally attached to the vehicle. And first of all, they are buying into a new technology with a lot of aspirations, and they come to the showrooms with so much of information that no consultant can actually, understand those emotions. And there we have deployed AI. It is in pilot phase. Uh, Again, there we capture a lot of emotions, why that vehicle is important to them beyond specifications and features, uh, use case, range, how much they drive, where do they go, how do they interact, because electric vehicles have a lot of tech stuff built into that. So emotion, sorry, I'm keeping it short, I can go on and on. Emotion plays an important role. One thing which I would like to highlight is that the AI is not just breaking the silos. Actually, it is breaking the structures within the organization, because the data is available to everybody to consume. A design engineer need not go to somebody to ask how the customer is experiencing the product. He knows it, and he can do something about it live. Right. So I think we are just starting. A lot of interesting stuff, fascinating stuff is going to come our way.
Thanks. Francis, I think for you, unless somebody wants to chime in, you are at the extreme end of the emotion ecosystem, and in your case you actually don't even control it most of the times, right? Like when you're dealing with agents and when you're dealing with people who are, well, they pseudo belong to your organization but really don't belong to your organization. How does that emotion out and data in of the customer actually work on this customer journey for you?
So I think customer emotions are there across different elements of the cycle, and there are certain things which are absolutely controllable, right? The kind of experience that you're giving the customer, the kind of quality of sale that has been done, what has been promised, has NBM is selling or not, the kind of products that you're releasing in the market, the charges on some of those products, and a lot of this has kind of improved significantly from a customer's perspective over a period of time, right? I think we can thank the regulator for a lot more sort of customer specific products which are being launched. The whole missile thing which used to exist as a huge sort of black spot in the industry is more or less not there right now. But having said that, there is still a bunch of things where customers get emotional because most of the times buying an insurance, whether it's an endowment plan or an investment plan or a term insurance, is a long term sort of plan. In the case of investment plans, you might have invested in say an index fund, and the index fund or the index itself is not doing well, and since you're tracking that, that itself is not doing well. How do you separate that emotion of saying, "Oh, you lost my money," from the kind of experience that you can give as an organization? So I think some of these things are critical to manage. Again, a lot of times, the principal sort of payer in India is basically the male patriarch usually, right? But the knowledge about the insurance policy and where it is, etc., is not very well kind of communicated to the rest of the family. So the average time between, say, a death occurring and somebody coming to claim an insurance is basically usually around 3 to 4 months, as big as that, because a lot of times they did not know this existed and how things are and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do in a lot of these cases is, get a lot of data in, get basically help people prepare their little book of legacy, so as to speak, the equivalent of say a will and things like that, right? Help people plan for these things such that there is a lot of data which is coming in at different points in time, the nominee, the beneficiary, what's happening, and so on and so forth, which takes which while being cognizant of the emotion in place, here there is usually a loss and a big loss, right? Still ensures that data comes in and you're able to kind of at least give a great experience on things you can control.
Thanks. I think with Vineet, with Himanshu, and with Raj Kumar, I think I want to get one answer to this question, right? Everybody is moving into this unified siloed ecosystem. I'm going to take a leap of faith and say AI will break those structures, like you say, not only accelerate it, but like in any ecosystem, if the structures don't exist, AI is not going to be the magic pill that will change anything. Uh, for me, it's clear sitting on the inside or the outside that the silos are still there, right? Like everybody's trying to unify that entire ecosystem. Uh, if I were to open out a broad question of if I had to remove one KPI that you think will destroy these silos, what would that one KPI be, both from the brand side and both from the product and agency side? And why will that KPI resultant break the silos that you guys that internally may exist?
So see, as I said, even while we begin this discussion, there is not just one, ideally one section which is ideally resulting into a silo. But if I were to say that, and the example which I even said about, for example, a lens card, right? The channel attribution, the assisted, the unassisted, I'm dead sure it is across all of these guys who are sitting across all organizations. It exists even today. So till the time you don't take care of that attribution issue, which is a subset of multiple KPIs within the company, I think that silo will still remain and the customer experience will obviously take a backseat. So that's one big element which I see.
If I may add, I can't find KPI to be killed, but there needs to be a new KPI which will unify, all the siloed functions or departments. I think we should approach from that point of view.
And whose responsibility is that? And I don't try to make it sound like a small problem, right? But because when we are discussing this from a technology partner, agency partner point of view, our biggest conversation is who's my stakeholder. Is it the CMO? Is it the CIO? Right? And in today's day and age with AI coming into the ecosystem, is it the CEO? right? And therefore, whose job is for that unification parameter to exist, hopefully for a longish period of time before that total deployment of stage 2, stage 3, as he said, actually happens, right? And if that unification has to be held together by somebody, who's holding it together?
So I think, see, what's happening is the CMO's job is changing, right? In today's world, it's no longer about just running brand campaigns or marketing. It is also about focusing on the business aspect. So from a marketing side, while there will be tech teams, while there will be IT teams, while there'll be compliance and everything in the background, but forefront of it will be basically value creation, right? And which is where I believe that all of us are gunning for. So it will be technically it will be sort of overlapped with multiple departments, but the core job will still be focused on those 5 to 6 guys who are sitting in the boardroom and they're discussing on the value aspect, which is technically giving you value for the company, right? So that is eventually what you will see in the next 4 or 5 years. Everybody will ideally follow in that direction, right?
Yeah, so I just wanted to add that for every organization, I think at the business level, that KPI will have to be set for what is the vision of that particular business, and that is when I think all this information, all the data is going to be utilized in the right way by all the departments that are sitting there to achieve that vision of the brand. Because otherwise, all the data is available, AI tools are available, but how are we utilizing that is still not unified at the brand level. Everybody is interpreting it in their fragmented manner for their particular department. Marketing wants to get the brand availability or visibility, and has a different targets. Corporate communications has a different target. So yeah, I think the business team will have to set that KPI for every organization.
Yeah, really like the idea that, instead of removing the metric, add the metric of, how many unified understanding you have. I just want to expand a bit on how do we define this unification of data, right? I mean, um, one thing is that your CRM keeps capturing what you know about the customer. They inquired with you, you have their phone number, you know what product they showed interest in, and things like that. But if you are really an omni-channel experience, right, or for that matter, sometimes even digital experience, right? What does a unified profile really mean? I'm coming through a device to your website. I'm coming through another different devices to your website, and I can't be a new customer to you every time I change my device, right? Or every time I change this thing. And the the patience level of people have gone really down. If I've already expressed myself to you, to a brand, and if I'm interacting, irrespective of which channel I'm interacting with, don't make me feel as if you don't know me, right? So that is the expectation of the customer, that I've already expressed myself to you, maybe on Facebook, maybe on in your showroom, maybe on a call center, maybe on an online website, but once I've expressed myself to you, please retain that information about you and use it in my advantage, right? So from a unification point of view, one is what do you uh, the what is of the customer, and the other things are the events related to how they have interacted with you. But like, for example, in case of life insurance, before buying the policy, generating the quote, interacting, understanding the policy, these are all touch points, and then eventually making a purchase, and then they renew every year and stuff like that, right? So not just knowing the what do you call it, the demographics or the records or a profile of a customer, but every touch point and what does it mean for them, and giving that meaning and context, and then utilizing that to make the customer experience better is something that brands need to start define as what unification means.
यार प्रतीक बड़ा सिंपल है एक्चुअली केपीआई हटाना नहीं है, ये केपीआई बनाना है. आई थिंक आप भी कंपनी चला रहे हो, मैं भी कंपनी चला रहा हूँ, छोटी कंपनी चला रहे हैं, बट I think it's a failure of the CEO or whoever is the guy at the top it should be his KPI that all of this comes together. It's not the fault of any one department, because KPI हटाने से कुछ नहीं होगा, एक KPI बनाना पड़ेगा उसके लिए.
Okay. I won't do justice to this panel if I don't ask an AI question. But how has this silo been broken, enhanced, made faster, unified, whatever could be the parameter that I already got an applause. What would be the parameter for that, or what would be the implementation for any of the parameters of success that you have seen with a small implementation of AI, and how is it different from the MarTech that you have deployed previously? And it's for everyone.
So maybe I'll start. I think one of the things that we recently started deploying is basically call auditing using AI. So it's simple. I mean, in life insurance, most sales are assisted sales. So there is a contact center, and people call up the contact center. The contact center reaches out for certain set of things. Most of these conversations were not sort of, they're recorded, but nothing else was happening. There was some 1%, 3%, 5% auditing, etc., that used to happen. So the idea was, let's take all of this information, let's basically transcript it, let's diarize it, and then let's learn from the conversations as what's happening and what can happen. The number of things that really changed as a result of that. So one was, just within the contact center efficiency, right? So each agent had a specific feedback of what he's doing well, what he's not doing well, in terms of various aspects of the sales process, right? Which is basically generating rapport, doing need identification, pitching the product well, managing any sort of objections, and creating a sense of urgency, and so on and so forth. At the same time, a lot of conversation of what the customer is talking about became very good inputs for the marketing team to go and build, bottom funnel creatives around, right? So that basically was a feedback loop to kind of go back and say, hey, these are the kind of creatives which will work. And then, this same loop can actually kind of close both ends, because now you have the creative, the conversation, and everything else kind of looping into the same place.
Super.
Basically, what's happening now is, while we are trying to say that, you don't need AI and all, but we have to understand the relevance of what is happening. 5 years, 7 years back, or 10 years back, you were looking at digital marketing per se, which was in itself a silo, right? So you had a digital marketing within channels across all brands. Now what is happening is, basically, if you want AI to technically work, you need to have a MarTech layer, which is basically spread across. So that's the idea. So if your MarTech is basically not connected, which is what even I think in a way what Himanshu was also highlighting, the omni-channel. The true omni-channel will not happen until unless you don't have your MarTech bit in piece. If it is not connected, then you are done. Because again, AI will run in silos. So until unless the middle layer is not sorted, which is basically your core, which is driven by MarTech, then your silo problem will still continue to exist, even going down the line, even in the next 5 years, right? So that's a challenge.
Yeah, so I think you asked about how it has helped us. One example, if I may just share, like we have around 5 lakh sugarcane farmers that are associated with Bajaj Hindustan Sugar. So with AI coming into picture, we've started our WhatsApp channels and how we are reaching out to these communities. We have 14 sugar mills, so every mill has a WhatsApp channel attached to it. So for that kind of a rural audience, this is really a path-breaking communication that's coming in from from an organization whom they are really dependent on, like like they're working on an entire. If sugar production is a 6-month business. Like the sugar mills only run for 6 months, and the other 6 months they are producing, they are sowing the crops, they are harvesting the crops. So this is a channel that has given them like they can really reach out to us and ask anytime the cane managers in their regions on how we can make the crop better, how we can make the yield better, if the climate is changing, if things are changing, they are aware of this information. So I think that way data and AI is really helping us move forward. But then, of course, what we're talking about, how we can utilize this data in the right way and make it a point to really serve to our consumers and solve their problems. I think that's going to make a difference for all of us this level.
If I may add to the views already expressed, I think AI will play a major role in hyper personalization because AI at large is available to every consumer, sometimes free of cost, sometimes on subscription basis. This hyper personalization, I think, is going to drive how the new models will get deployed, adopted across the channel, uh, across the omni channel. I mean. Uh, I was stuck with your earlier question, who should be responsible for bringing this unification. I think there is no straight answer there. It's food for thought, and I think it will also depend on the industry, right? For manufacturing industry, it will vary. For IT, it would vary, right? What will work across the sectors is a cross-functional approach, because people have to understand the emotional part of it, right? How data is going to get used for taking emotional decisions, which are in sync with the real time based customer expectations. Customers are real time, media is real time, consumption is real time, but the organizations are not real time. They are old fashioned. They are still working with particular structure, which I referred to last time. So AI can play a significant role in breaking these structures and bringing this uniform approach, and there is no single owner. It's a joint responsibility.
Personally, I think the way the org structure needs to be defined has to be reorged in a way that leads to this success. I mean, to give you an example, that we interact with many brands and we've worked with many years. We've been working with SDFC Life, we've been working with SDFC Bank. One of our recent experiences of success was Birla Opus Paints, right? So the way the org, I mean, they had the opportunity of starting with a blank slate, right? So they had the opportunity to define the org in a way which aligns to their mission and stuff like that, right? Now, in that, one of the key things that I observed was on day one, they had a customer experience division, right? And the customer experience division was not limited to defining experience for D2C. Customer experience was for across the entire value chain, and everything else, the marketing, the IT, or everything else were more of a support function to ensure that the customer experience objectives are met. I think it does not happen easily in all the other organizations, and that reorg takes time. But I think to his point, it will vary from industry to industry. But wherever a clean slate is there, having a customer experience department defined, which is across the value chain, I think will make a huge difference. I mean, just to put the outcome in place, when they started, they were number 9 in terms of market share. Today, they are number 3. So it shows the outcome also shows that it really works.
Okay, I think we're out of time. But for me, I think the few takeaways is that different industries, like you say, have different needs or are at even different levels of maturity. Uh, the data unification away from silos will get into hyper personalization, but I'm a big fan of the concept of hyper continuous, right? Basically, exactly what he was saying about the ability for the customer to not start from scratch. Patience is dwindling today. My context, who I am, where I'm calling from, what I have interacted with you previously, right? Like, I mean, it's great that we have somebody from HDFC Bank and HDFC Life. They may see themselves as two different organizations, but for the person sitting on the outside, they're dealing with HDFC. And apart from the legal problems that this may throw up, but the intent of the personalization now going 2 steps further, right? Which is what I think um, AI will enable, right? Beyond the structures of the marketing tech that a large part of the mature marketers like you guys have already started to implement. And I think that will be a fun conversation to have probably a year or two later, where a large part of this has started to get deployed. Um, with AI, I also personally feel that the context of data and the context of emotion, that gap is going to grow further. And the simplification that the customer is going to demand from you is going to become bigger, right? So you may have a lot more context, but to simplify that context to something that you may want to buy, whether it's because of a data ecosystem from their end, or it's a functional need at their end, or it's an emotional need at their end, will happen. But anybody who's not made this transition of breaking the silos will not fare very well over the next few years. I mean, that's what my takeaway from it was, and all stakeholders have to come to understand that this is the core of the business, and hence also hire differently. Like, I think marketing teams will get stacked differently, or customer experience teams will get stacked differently, and that's the change that will deliver the outcomes that we all hope for. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Like we discussed previously, we could have gone on for hours, but I think we're stopping them from something for sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prateek, and thank you to all our panelists for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Please do join me in giving them a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. May I take the opportunity of inviting on stage Tarun Kishore, Chief Business Officer of Saptarshi, to please join us on stage. Can we have a warm, warm round of applause for him, please? Tarun from Saptarshi, thank you so much for giving us your valued presence on stage. And Tarun, if I may request you to please give a token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists. Thank you so much, Pawan, for joining us. Vineet, thank you so much. Vineet Soni from HDFC Bank. Francis Rodrigues, thank you so much, representing HDFC Live. Suruchi, thank you so much for joining us from Bajaj Group. Himanshu, thank you for joining us from Debt. Raj, thank you for joining us from Bidbid. And of course, to our moderator, thank you so much, Prateek, joining us from Zoo Media. And may I please request all our panelists to step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. Hashtag, please, Tarun, if you can join them as well. Hashtag e4m TechManch moment right there. Thank you once again to all our leaders. And ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere as we're getting all set for the lucky draw winner announcements. Now, of course, we have two lucky draws which happened. One was the early lucky draw, wherein the audience members who joined us early from 8:30 to 9:30, we had a lucky draw for them, and then one which was a general lucky draw. Now, if you're here amongst us, please do join us for the early lucky draw, and I hope the people who have won are here in the room. Can we please call upon stage from Royal Enfield, Rohan Dhagai. Do we have Rohan amongst us? Rohan? All right, I believe he's not amongst us in the room. We're going to go ahead to our next winner, Reshu Saraf from Interior by Godrej. Looks like both are not here, and unfortunately without their presence, we won't be able to go ahead into giving the vouchers for them. But on that note, we'd like to conclude with the 10th edition of TechManch. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining us. Speakers, partners, all our audience members. Thank you for joining us for this milestone edition, co-powered by partner Saptarshi, Sovereign Audience Marketplace, Consumer First, built for brands, designed for publishers. Gold partner, Truecaller, take the right call. Associate partner, Z Media, India's largest news network. Associate Partner, Bidwid, Bid Optimization for Smarter Media Spending. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, on behalf of Exchange for Media, signing off for today. And we'd now like to request you to join us for IDMA, which is going to happen on the other side. But for the time being, may I please request everyone to kindly vacate this hall with your belongings, re-register, and join us after half an hour. We request, now we're going to be closing the doors for this room. May I please request you to take your belongings with you outside, re-register, and join us for IDMA. We're going to be joined on the 17th edition of IDMA on the other side. Thank you all for being such a kind audience, and we request you to please join us at the registration desk for IDMA. Thank you. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please request all of you to kindly vacate this hall. The room is getting closed for the readiness of our awards. May I please request you to take your belongings along with you, because the room is going to be shut for the next 30 minutes. May I also request you to re-register for IDMA. Please proceed towards the registration desk. One final request. May I please request you to kindly vacate this hall along with your belongings. Thank you.